Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I am your host, back from Orlando, the anime collector. Joining me tonight is Blackface Random 11.
Hello.
Footnum.
I don't have my Black History Month attire on yet, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's because it's not Black History Month yet.
Yeah, we still got a week left.
And Reese.
Well, someone decided to dress up early.
What is this? Are you bringing me a yummy snack? Wow. Thank you, baby.
And we got Green Line.
Just in the nick of time. Like all good heroes.
Technically late, but we'll take it.
Hey.
Wow, I
I'm here
literally came to my desk when you had me on screen. I'm sorry.
You snooze, you lose, Reese.
We
we
could.
weren't even talking about you.
Apparently, missed it, and I just showed up in the nick of time to be introduced, so I'll take it.
Yep. All right. So, boy, those are not going to be good for my microphone now. Speaking of microphone, maybe I should set it to the correct one. All right. So, this is a show of necessity tonight. We're going to see where we get. We might do the Watch Club tonight. We might even split the Watch Club into 2 weeks just so that I can start season 4. But let's get started here. Okay. So, if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, I welcome you to go to patreon.com/OCA podcast. You guys can fund us this way. That's not working. What have I done? Did I share the tab instead of the thing? Man, you think I'd be good at this by now?
Rookie move.
Where even is it? Oh, here it is. Okay, it's this one. Jeez. All right, like I said, if you guys like to support us, go to patreon.com/OCA podcast or patreon.com/anime collector. Or just go to ocapodcast.com/support. There's numerous ways that you guys can support the channel and the podcast via donation, shopping at our affiliates such as Tenga. 10% off your next order. That's also good. Take that. Anyway, jumping right in so we don't waste any time. Disney defies Trump order on DEI in SEC filing. Admits to tying bonuses to race and sex-based factors. Appears to list diversity as a skill.
Having not read this article, what the fuck are they talking about? Trump has no ability to order them to do shit.
Yeah, he only did that for federal stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is Disney a federally regulated company? I don't think so.
Well, I think what's more interesting about it is the part where they were tying bonuses to the race and sex and listing diversity as a skill on like the
Which sounds illegal as hell.
Yeah. It really sounds like preferential treatment, doesn't it? So at a time in which President Trump is slashing DEI initiatives and major corporations are following suit, Disney has doubled down on its commitment to diversity. How does Disney define diversity? By not being a white man.
Yeah.
It's that easy, huh? In its recent annual filing with the United States Securities and Exchange Commission, the Walt Disney Company showcased unwavering commitment to its controversial diversity, equity, and inclusion agenda, while companies like Amazon, Walmart, Boeing, and Ford are moving away from such initiatives amidst growing national scrutiny. Disney is doing the opposite, proudly incorporating DEI into its board selection process and executive bonuses. Strikingly, Disney made no public announcement or press release accompanying the filing this year, raising eyebrows and questions about whether the company is trying to downplay its ongoing DEI focus in the face of public criticism. Disney's SEC filing emphasizes the diversity of its board of directors, boasting that 50% of its members are considered diverse, with 40% non-male and 30% non-white. It's clear from this filing that Disney considers anyone who isn't a white male to be diverse. However, the filing doesn't stop at celebrating the board's demographics. It shockingly lists diversity itself as a skill and leadership qualification, grouping it with legitimate credentials like finance, cybersecurity, and strategic transformation. The absurdity of equating race or gender with hard-earned expertise should not be lost on anyone. By the way, I've just remembered, before we get into pickups after this, remind me to tell you the fucking shit that went down at the hotel this last weekend.
I
Holy
remembered to
fuck.
remind you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Under the section titled Corporate Governance and Board Matters, Disney explicitly states...
Hold on a sec. I have to remind you to tell us about...
Thank you so much. Oh,
He said to remind us after pickups.
I can't... No,
Oh,
before,
after
Before
pickup.
pickup.
Before, yeah, okay. So, yeah, there you go. I did it.
After the
Success.
silent
nailed it.
Not in the middle of the
Oh, dear
Now
Lord.
you have to remind him after every sentences he finishes.
Oh, fucking goddamn it. We have a watch club tonight, guys.
All right, let's go.
All right. Under the section titled Corporate Governance and Board Matters, Disney explicitly states the board members are evaluated based on how well they reflect the diversity of the company's shareholders, employees, customers, guests, and the communities in which it operates. In other words, identity politics, not necessarily professional accomplishments, play a significant role in determining who sits on Disney's board. This approach may resonate with activists, but it flies in the face of traditional merit-based selection, where qualifications, skills, and proven experience determine leadership. Treating diversity as a checkbox for skills and experience demeans individuals' actual achievements. By prioritizing immutable characteristics over true competence. It also flies in the face of President Trump's inaugural remarks. This week, quote, "This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life," Trump said in the Capitol building after taking the oath of office. Quote, "We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based." Disney apparently doesn't agree. I mean, he said that like, what, fucking 6 days ago? You think that they heard that and said, "No, fuck that. Time to get started on my report." You know, like come on. Bob Iger's bonus has been tied to DEI performance. Perhaps most troubling is Disney's admission that its DEI agenda directly impacts the bonuses of its most senior executives, including CEO Bob Iger. Among the 3 other performance factors used to calculate annual bonuses for named executive officers, Disney lists diversity and inclusion. The only thing that should determine whether or not you get a bonus is how much money you made the stockholders.
Yep.
And the only way that you make stockholders money is by making products that the general public wants to buy. It is that fucking simple. This is given equal weighting to synergy and storytelling and creativity, placing DEI on par with actual business performance metrics. So Bob Iger probably doesn't get any bonus then because he's a white male and therefore not diversity, right? Damn. Disney's filing explains the diversity and inclusion OPF, which again was the other performance factors, as fostering a culture of respect, increasing diversity in executive ranks, and creating entertainment that reflects a broad spectrum of identities and experiences. Counterpoint. Viewing diversity as a means for which to enrich yourself actually kind of has the opposite effect, because now you view diverse individuals almost like pawns or property, if you will, in which you can increase the value of your personal net worth, right? Am I hitting it a little bit? Doesn't that kind of feel like what that does? This just seems a little historic, the way that we have previously viewed diversity, almost like diversity is a new slur, right? It says here, notably, the company highlights multicultural turnout for Inside Out 2 and Deadpool and Wolverine, along with ESPN's promotion of women's sports and the Emmy success of Shogun. Shogun. I don't know. This is the one Japanese word that I feel like I can never understand how it's meant to be pronounced, because it should be Shogun, but fucking everybody says Shogun, and they refer to the shogunate, which in Japanese would be shogunate, and I'm just like, I'm lost. I don't know. Sorry. A series lauded for its Japanese cast and dialogue. While these achievements might be spun as DEI wins, critics could argue they're more about pandering to progressive social trends than delivering for shareholders. Worse still, tying executive bonuses to DEI goals incentivizes prioritizing political narratives over financial performance, leaving shareholders to foot the bill if these efforts fail to resonate with audiences. By the way, regarding Deadpool and Wolverine, it was playing as an in-flight movie, like a choice for in-flight movie, on both of my flights. And I saw no less than like 18 people watching it. I had one guy watching it, and like I could see him like in the seat in front of me. And then the guy across the aisle from him was about 3 minutes ahead. And it's I was like watching both of them 3 minutes apart. Anyway, where was I? Disney's not so transparent strategy. Interestingly, Disney chose not to issue its usual press release touting the annual filing or put the document on its website for all to see. That reminds me, I saw like a TikTok today. My wife showed me. It said the Spanish language version of the White House website has been taken down. So now when you try to go there, it says an error has occurred. And then there's a button to go back to the home page. And the text on the button just says, go home.
Nice.
I think that was fake. I saw that too, but I think it was fake.
That's fucking
when
funny.
I looked at it, it said go to homepage. So if it was real, they fixed it relatively quickly. Or I don't know, fixed it is the wrong word. They changed it relatively quickly.
All right. So they say that's a curious departure from recent years, but the filing is available in full through the SEC website. One can't help but wonder if this silence is an attempt to avoid drawing attention to policies that are increasingly controversial. With the Trump administration cracking down on DEI initiatives and public sentiment shifting against corporate wokeness, Disney's decision to hide its filing in plain sight may be a tactical move to sidestep backlash. However, the contents of the filing speak volumes. By embedding DEI into its governance and compensation structures, Disney sends a clear message that it is doubling down on its ideological commitments, even as other corporations retreat. Whether this strategy is brave or brazen depends on one's perspective, but it undeniably risks further alienating a significant portion of Disney's customer base. Disney's continued embrace of DEI, from prioritizing identity politics in board selection to tying executive bonuses to ideological goals, showcases a company that refuses to adjust to changing national attitudes. As other corporations recognize the growing backlash against wokeness and pivot accordingly, Disney's insistence on this path that rejects merit-based hiring risks alienating investors, employees, and customers who are tired of having politics injected into their entertainment. With no press release and an SEC filing filled with divisive policies, Disney may have hoped to sneak these details under the radar. Unfortunately for them, the truth is out in the open, and it's sure to fuel the ongoing debate about whether corporate America should prioritize ideology over merit and profitability. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
I think the Park Place is stupid for titling it that. I don't know much of what policies the government can do to stop it.
Well, I think the thing is that they've removed the incentivization of it. I think that previously
you still have companies like BlackRock that can incentivize it, right?
Well, you've got a fiduciary duty to your shareholders, right? So you could argue, that by actively pursuing things that loses you money, you're, harming the stock price and all that. So there's some value to that at least. But
I don't know how likely it would be that you would win a court case on that. Like, even if they said that, companies need to, be financially responsible for their stockholders or whatever. There's so much leeway in that when if you were a stockholder and you sued and you said, this is the problem, as soon as you sue, trying to prove that their DEI policies are what are causing them not to gain money is going to be difficult. So it would be a tough court case, I think, even if there was some law that said, they could in theory be held liable.
Overall, I think that what's happening, and I've said this so many times, the corporate media's goal has always been to convince you that you and the things you believe and the things you think are minority opinions, right? Their goal is to convince you that the things Trump says that you agree with, you're the only one who agrees with them, and that you need to stay silent because the rest of the adults in the world think you're a fucking idiot and will berate you and ridicule you for your opinions, right? And so I think some corporations are drinking their own Kool-Aid or whatever, and so they believe wholeheartedly that they're in the majority. And so they're pandering to themselves repeatedly, especially Disney, to the degree that they're thinking that's what the audience wants, right? And even though the audience has repeatedly shown them, no, that's actually not what we want. That's why every time a movie comes out that isn't woke, it like breaks box office records and shit. And every time a movie you release comes out and it is woke, it loses you tons and tons of money, right? So, yeah, I definitely think that there is, to some degree, I think some companies are convincing themselves, they're drinking the Kool-Aid and convincing themselves that it is what people want or that it is what people should want. And therefore, they need to keep doing it, right? To address...
Sorry. Your mic is crackling. And I had to mute you just to make sure it was you, but it is you.
Is it crackling?
You gotta lay off the crack, brother.
Is it crackling for anybody else? Hold on.
It was, yep. For me.
It started as soon as you switched
crack.
mics.
Is it still crackling?
Yeah.
So far, wait, what?
To the audience, do you hear this crackling? Because there's a lot of times when we hear stuff on the back end of StreamYard, and then when I rewatch the podcast, you can't hear it. So I just want to make sure. No crackle on Mirage's end. I'm going to mute and unmute a few times here. You tell me if you hear anything different.
I think it's fine.
Cool. All right. Cool. says, RIP the concept of no tell hotel. I don't know what that means. Diversity is its own merit. I think they think that. Can't they have a class action lawsuit because of discrimination based on race, sex, etc.? It seems like a slam dunk for the lawyers. Disney has admitted as such openly. Actually, I think I read somewhere, and again, you can't trust fucking anything on the internet. But I saw some people trying to dunk on Trump, saying that how can anybody be okay with this because Trump repealed or repealed before it could be ratified, something that I think everybody just already assumed was ratified. The idea that you can't discriminate based on race, sex, religion, or whatever in your hiring practices.
Yeah, it is ratified though. With maybe the exception of trans people, it might have protected trans people, and the law might not. But basically, besides trans people, it's the executive order does almost nothing. It's already covered by laws.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that to that degree, Disney's actually being protected by the executive order in this regard, right? For Old Man's comment about a lawsuit based on discrimination. Mirage, I'm glad to hear work's been going well.
Well, the Supreme Court made that decision about what's it called when they go to the schools and they allow all the non-white people in. Affirmative action. Oh. They made the ruling on affirmative action and they said that it was unconstitutional or whatever, right? But I think that's still I think that's still only applied to federal.
This is a real great look for me tonight, huh?
I think that's still only applied to federal stuff. So
I was gonna say, shave the rest of your beard and leave that little trim of like.
Sorry, you were saying, Randy?
I think that only applies to federally funded things like schools, not companies, not private companies.
Kotu T says Apple. Hold on. Old Man says I'm really expecting Disney to go bankrupt before they give up DEI. You can see proof of this in the products they release. Well, actually, they did pull that one episode that had the trans storyline from that cartoon. Pixar recently, they have a show coming out called like Win or Lose, and they recently pulled a trans storyline from that as well.
My understanding is the character is still in that thing. They just removed a scene that had them talking about some bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to have to remove the trans storyline from the OCA podcast?
There will be a trans storyline tonight, actually. Not on the OCA. Hold on. This is the thing I was talking about. Actress Mother Beaumont set back to the LGBT community after Disney pulls controversial transgender storyline from Pixar's Win or Lose. So if the character may still be in it, right? But just like Brooklyn in that show that was part of the MCU, whatever animation thing, the character was in the other episodes, but never hinted at being trans until that moment.
I think this is a hint at being trans. His lip flap doesn't work though.
Yeah, the whole
animation. Just put the Spider-Man mouth back on top of that.
You should have the lip flap be her boobs.
The boob flap.
I'm liking that your breasts seem to be too big for the button.
Yeah, I don't know. This was
the lip flap has to go with the boob jiggle.
It came with VTube Studio, and it's none of the rigging is set up for the way I puppet the thing. But anyway, it's just
So, Kultusi says Apple was begging shareholders to vote yes for more diversity. Mirage says there's no crackle on his end. They did this with the jab. They tried to convince us that the U.S. was 80% jabbed and just a little more to go. After Ukraine, the number turned out to be closer to 60%.
Well,
Kultusi
in
says he used
Canada,
a mouse click.
Random 11, you probably remember the number. What was the number? They were like 70%, and then we'll unlock everything
Mhm.
For what?
for like
The
vaccination
jab.
rates. Like Trudeau was like, we need to get to 70%, and then we're okay to go back to normal. And then it went to like 80%, and literally 90% or something. And then I think, I don't know, we allegedly achieved that, but that still wasn't like good enough to open it back up. And
Yeah, I
it's
don't
like,
remember there being a specific thing, but I do know that we did get to like 95%. And it was,
and it's like,
they
it's
were
like
still
really
talking about locking us
that
down.
5% is terrifying them so much when their vaccine works so well.
Well,
What?
that's the problem, right? The vaccine didn't work, so
Mhm. You need to get boosted, bro.
You need to get your 13 booster shots.
Mm-hmm. You need to get your monthly checkup booster, right? Otherwise, how could the world ever be safe if you weren't constantly injecting random foreign things into your body?
yeah,
Like
you have
how-
to get your monthly booster, and if you happen to get sick after you got your booster, that's just the side effects of the drug, not
Yeah.
you getting COVID.
No, totally. I can't imagine, how did mankind even make it, tens of millions of years without having these miraculous vaccines? Like, it's honestly just one of the great mysteries of the world that we were even able to survive without them.
Yeah.
Mirage says, have you noticed that
I
a
do
lot of
think that some vaccines are valid, but this one is not at all in any way, shape, or form a normal vaccine.
No. Mirage says, have you noticed that a lot of franchises that got revived, not just Disney properties, such as X-Men 97, for example, which is a Disney property, like I would much rather watch the original Fox Kids version than whatever the hell 97 was. Once Disney got into the 2010s, I do agree with a lot of people that what made Disney back in the day was gone. Yeah, so this would be a good time to discuss this, actually. So I went to Orlando for work this past week, and I had to go to Walmart. Right? Now, Walmart is already a place you don't want to be in, but a Walmart filled with Florida mans is another planet, right?
Oh man, that must have been amazing.
And I'm amazed how many Eastern European languages I heard in that Walmart. And I was like, what the fuck is going on, right? But then I walked into one section of the Walmart, and there was like 13 straight aisles of Mickey Mouse shit. And then I was like, oh, of course, we're in Orlando, right down the street from Disney World. All these Eastern Europeans are vacationing here to go to Disney World, right? And so, yeah, this was a very interesting trip because we booked the hotel. We have a Friday, Saturday event. So you need to get what's called a hotel room block. So basically, we pay for the rooms, and we paid for 60 rooms on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Because most people are going to want to arrive on on Thursday, because the event starts Friday morning, right? So you want to get in, get unpacked, have a nice, good night's sleep, and then be at the event the next morning, right? Well, we arrived on Wednesday. For ourselves and our team, we had an extra day, right? Just so we have more time to prepare and stuff. And turns out the hotel did not have any of the rooms we paid for, other than the ones we paid for Wednesday, right? So like basically we paid, you pay up front for the hotel rooms. You pay like, 30 grand or whatever. And then as people buy into your room block, you get reimbursed. So basically the hotel just wants a guarantee that you're going to fill X number of rooms. And if you go beyond that, And they give you a nice room rate too, to lower the price and everything for your guests. But if you go beyond that, then your entire room block coverage is completely refunded, right? So we paid for this shit. It's literally the first thing that you do when you book a venue is you have to get that on lock. You get that shit done. You got to know that there will be hotel rooms for your guests and stuff. So we bought 60 rooms. We show up and the hotel says that we don't have those rooms for you because the storm has made it so our guests can't leave, and therefore they need the rooms that we promised you that you paid for, right? And we're just thinking, like, I don't know how 2 days in advance that the flights are going to get canceled, and therefore those rooms can't be given, have to be given to somebody else, even though we paid for them, right? And all this kind of shit. And so they were trying to put our people in the embassy suites like a mile away, right? Which was just an absolute tragedy, right? So hilariously as well, the girl who booked the venue, she was the new girl. She started in November, and she got all this stuff started. She picked this place because it had a water slide, and she's like, I don't care what it takes. I'm going down that water slide. I start texting her when I get there. It's like, it's a damn good thing you quit when you did, because it's like you'd have a better time in Antarctica sliding down a glacier with the penguins, because it would actually be warmer than it is right now in Orlando. I don't know. It's like it was snowing in parts of Florida when we got there, right? It was so fucking cold. And of course, I'm wearing a t-shirt and like a light jacket, right? And I'm freezing.
That's
So-
what I wear every day up here.
Yeah. So anyway, so they fucked us on the rooms. And so what actually happened, it was fucking obvious what was going on. They double booked us, right? There was a much bigger event for Proof Point going on, and there were like, thousands of people. When we first got there, I was in like Tower 3 and my friend was in Tower 2. He gets to Tower 2. Tower 2 has a walkway through Tower 2 into the convention center, which is where we were going to hold our event. So he gets there right as something is ending at the convention, and thousands of people are walking through that hallway. And he's just trying to get to the stupid elevator, and it's like a stampede of people coming through from a convention. Anyway, so what's funny though is we had to have a meeting with them, and so on Thursday morning at around 11 a.m. we had a meeting, like a 2-hour meeting with the hotel president and like head of events and stuff, and we couldn't get a straight answer from them. Like literally, it was so cringe. The person who was in charge of all this stuff would talk to you and look you in the eye and stuff. And as soon as you asked how this error occurred, all of a sudden the eyes would look anywhere but at you, kind of thing. And so they promised us effectively that basically what happened is we don't have any rooms, not a single room for you in the place you booked, but we have another hotel on the property called like BVS or something. And it's like, it's the same walking distance to the convention center as our hotel you had booked in. So it actually isn't going to make any difference for your guests. They won't even recognize that they've been moved somewhere else. Like, great, we can take that. However, we don't have enough there. So half of them have to go a mile away to Embassy Suites. And then they were telling us like, we've gotten some of the villas, like the nicer parts of the hotel have been unlocked for you guys. So we can put some guests there. And so you have to find 24 guests to go there and 24 to go to Embassy Suites. And then we were like, okay, well, what if we just take the villas, like the team? And the villas were like, kind of like an apartment where you've got like separate rooms and separate bathrooms and stuff. So you could have multiple people staying in the same place, but it almost just kind of feels like only the kitchen area is communal and everything else is individual, right? So we move our teams into there because that opens up rooms in the hotel, which made the number we needed to send over to Embassy Suites smaller, right? Anyway, we go through this whole process and we get the list of people who are arriving that day, and we figure out what 12 people we're going to send to Embassy Suites. So we look at it and we think to ourselves, who's going to complain the least? And who's in Florida right? And one group was of people who were in Florida already, and they booked that morning. And we're like, look, you can't expect to have a room when you book that same day. Let's put them on the list. Coincidentally, they happen to be a black practice, right? And so the hotel said, we will call them immediately. Don't worry. We're going to fall on our sword. We'll make this right. Guess what these fuckers did? The company that you're coming to see, they selected you to have your reservation canceled, and you're now going to be moved a mile away. They threw us under the bus so fucking hard. And then every one of the people that we picked went on to the Facebook group, which is a perk for being a part of the coaching group, and they start slamming us. Oh my God. It was catastrophically bad. I couldn't fucking, like the whole time in the meeting, like my boss is just going over the damage of how awful this is. And inside, I can't breathe. I'm laughing so hard. Just like the karma is all coming, you know, kind of thing. Oh my God. It was so, and it just like every step of the way it got worse. The hotel fucking hated us. It was entirely their fault, but we were small fries compared to the group that they gave preferential treatment to. So whenever possible, they fucked with us, right? So the room that we had the thing in at the convention center, they started it. It was like, it felt like it was 90 degrees when we walked in. So we asked them, hey, could we get the AC turned on? It's pretty hot in here. Yeah. So the people in charge who are like, fuck those guys, they go from 90 degrees. They crank the AC to the point where it was basically snowing in the fucking room. And then every time we would ask them if they could change it, oh, could you please just like a degree or two higher than we're currently at? That'd be perfect. Crank it all the way the other way. We're either sweating.
A specific degree. Put
No,
it to 71.
They were fucking with us. It was so obvious that they hated the fact that we were there. Oh my God. It was painful, dude. I was dying because it just felt like all the karma that my boss has accrued over the last, decade was just kind of coming. And especially because he hated the new girl that we hired who did all this stuff. And she picked a great venue and everything. And if she had been there, like she'd have been on top of it, kicking their ass over the things that were done and promised, especially because she used to work on that side of venue stuff where she would rent them out. So she'd know exactly what they were able to do and all that. It was just hilarious. Horrible, horrible weekend. Anyway. All right, let's finish up on chat here. There's an app that skips ad reads by the streamer. Maybe there can be an app that skips the trans. Huh. Interesting. Maybe. At least the shades on the breast design are correct. I'm guessing you mean you were ogling Randy's boobs. Nice.
Wow. Yeah.
He didn't say anything about the shorts.
Do you like these boobs?
Oh, that was something else that happened while I was there. Fuck me. So my boss had that. Remember, I talked about it last podcast. The student thing we did at the school where he spoke at the school. So he did a raffle there, and last time we did this, we did it at a different school. And we had more privileges at the other school. So we were giving away seats to our seminars as like a high ticket way to get people to come and to sort of seed with them that like, oh, you got to go to their events. They're so good, right? All that kind of stuff. So they would talk when they got back on campus. But we couldn't do that at this school. So instead we gave away like $100 and stuff like that. Right. And then what's funny is my boss decided it was finally time to send them a message, like an email and stuff. And so he wanted me to find out what we did for the last school and basically match it exactly, but do it for the other school. The only problem is that at the last school, the email I sent had a picture of my boss with the president of the school at the top. So I send it to them. Here's what we sent to the last school. Do you have an image to go here? Because obviously you don't want to have the president for the other school. They don't even know who he is, right? And my boss texts me back a naked AI picture of Kamala Harris.
Sexual harassment.
Yeah.
Hondo.
Yeah. So like the weekend prior in Dallas, he sent a nude selfie of himself in the sauna to my friend. And then at this last weekend, he sends me a nude AI image of Kamala Harris. I think I'm being groomed. Like, this is fucking weird, right? Anyway, I send him back like, yeah, let's not use that image. Could you please fucking send me the thing so I can goddamn get my work done? Yeah, horrible. Anyway, now that that's out, let's go ahead. That was a typo. I meant to type out, have you noticed franchises that have been revived have gone woke? Yeah, obviously. Yeah. Since the 2010s.
Show me one that hasn't gone woke.
Apple added the pronoun option in the iPhone context. Stupid. I would have settled for a sex field. Okay. What made Disney actually magical? I mean, oh yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. Is that in Orlando, because there's all the Disney stuff, and like in the hotel, like gift shop, and in the fucking airport, you know. But it's all the shit that people like about Disney. The stuff from, 20 plus years ago. You know what I mean? Like none of the new shit.
Stuff that actually sells.
Okay, skip past all that. Next time, bring a thermometer as soon as the temperature fluctuates. Ask to change temperature. Yeah. All right, so let's get back to this.
Are we on pickups now?
We are on pickups.
Before we do pickups, I have to remind you, because you asked, to tell the story about the hotel thing.
Thank you for reminding me.
Did I succeed?
I almost forgot. Thanks.
You got a gold star for the day, Randy.
Did I do good?
Job.
Good job.
Just to be sure, let me just start over from the beginning and tell the whole fucking story again.
Again?
Okay? Would you love
Again?
that?
What do you mean again?
You need to put a gold
the
star
timestamps
on
you're
your
gonna work on? All right, in pickups. Let me do my pickup first. So, I'm expecting the remainder of this to show up tomorrow, but I picked up the OVA and movies collection for Ranma.
Did you find one for an okay price?
I found one for a price that I was willing to pay. Probably like
Okay.
180 or something. I don't know. I really hope that the other ones arrive okay, because I got a message from the tracking thing that it was being rerouted because of multiple storms. And it's currently pouring rain, and it's going to arrive tomorrow night or tomorrow at some point. So I don't know. Anyway, those are my pickups. Reese.
I picked up Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2 on 4K.
Have you ever seen the Angry Video Game Nerd did a video about how he would cut these movies into one movie?
Nope.
It sounds like a much better movie.
Didn't Tarantino already do that? With
Did
the
he?
whole shebang or whatever?
Well, yeah,
it's called?
the whole bloody affair.
Yeah.
We never got that on over here.
Oh.
Well, did he cut stuff out though? Because
No.
James Rolfe's video, he talks about like exactly how he would do it, and he's done it. He's already cut the movie himself, but he can't show that because it's intellectual property. He can't provide it to people. But he basically walks you through what you would need to do for his vision of the movie, and just his explanation of it, you're like, "Fuck, that's a much better movie." Like, anyway, Mega Mug picked up Witchblade, Steam Boy, Outlaw Star for only $20. Holy shit! Mezzo and Nadia, Secret of Blue Water. I'm guessing 3, maybe 4 volumes of it.
Good God, I pray that you don't have to look at those stickers too often, or you find a way to get rid of them.
Yeah, especially on that Mezzo case and the Witchblade one. All right, and Mirage picked up Hitman for $5 at his job. Jury's still out as to whether or not he found this image online or actually took one. Anyway, so we've got another thing here. I don't know if we're going to read this whole thing. It's not terribly long. But...
Before we move on, I was going to leave a link in chat for you guys to help me come up with a webcam.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know if this is a good one. I was going to ask Random and Footnum, but you could.
So they make webcams that. Well, I mean, I can tell you what like the. Oh, where are you doing this in private chat or? In... Okay. I mean, I don't know anything about it, but it does have a privacy cover, which is probably good for you, Mr. Goonline.
It has a light, though, it looks like.
Yeah, so I'll just say, respot me that light. Like, not this one, but, you know, like a ring light like this as a joke a couple years ago. That shit is really hard to look at when you're trying to look at the camera. Okay. So if it comes with like a film on it, that you would peel away, just leave that shit on there so that it diffuses the light a little bit, maybe, or don't use the light. I don't know.
I mean, it's probably going to be a transparent film, so it's not going to do shit. But you could just not use the light as well.
Yeah,
like the privacy covers enough for the admission, because I think the one I have that was like over $100, and it came with like the additional privacy cover or whatever, and it was like a Logitech or something.
So this thing is like bigger. It's a 2K. It's probably more than you need, but that's. I mean, you could totally use it. I mean, you could grab literally just
2K is 1080p, right?
It says 2560 by
quad
1440.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I think that would work. All right.
Okay,
so
assuming the frame rate isn't like 10.
I mean, I would assume it's not. You'd look at the freaking reviews, and that would probably tell you if its frame rate is 10. All right. Okay. So, U.S. whistleblower says Mastercard and Visa failed to stop payments for child sex abuse material on OnlyFans. What? That can't be. These are the companies that are blocking Pixiv and all sorts of, Japanese publishers because the characters look too young or are like in high school and shit. And yet they're letting actual, honest to goodness, real living, breathing children be harmed on OnlyFans and they're funding it. What? How can that be? No. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to read this AI summary. That's how we're going to speed through this. Oh, it's so good. A whistleblower has filed a complaint with the U.S. Treasury's Financial Crimes Unit alleging that MasterCard and Visa failed to stop payments for child sex abuse material on OnlyFans, a popular adult content platform. The whistleblower, a senior compliance expert, claims that the card companies were aware of the issue since at least 2021, but took no action. The complaint accuses MasterCard and Visa of willfully failing to maintain effective anti-money laundering programs, allowing proceeds for illicit transactions to flow through their networks. Now, counterpoint, I would argue, and it might be a made-up excuse, like it might be this is how we're covering our ass kind of thing. Like we're making too much money off of this processing, we're going to let it go, but when they ask, we'll say this, kind of thing. But they could argue that tracking the individuals whose credit cards are being used to purchase child sexual abuse material could be more important than preventing them from being able to buy it. Because now you've got persons of interest that you can pass on to the police and whatnot. Yeah. Like, so there are reasons why you would possibly, see this as like maybe not as black and white as they're trying to make it out. But I don't know. I just think it's hilarious that these companies who have basically neutered the Japanese market for, video games and anime and basically anything are now being caught in the crosshairs for actual living, breathing human children being targeted in a way. So anyway, let's not waste our time on it. We got a lot to do tonight. In Kickstarter news, I wanted to take a look at this again. We are now at 130,000 raised. Now, we talked about this last podcast for Mike McFarland's Road to Recovery. I thought, personally, that the tone for which we approached this made it obvious that we were joking around. But apparently not. I think we even went so far as to say that we support Mike McFarland and even J. Michael Tatum and Brandon McInnes. The only issue with it that we had is that the way they've raised the goals seems a little suspicious, right? That they're not suspicious. The optics of it weren't quite what would the word be? Preferable, right? They weren't the best optics. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I do want to address last podcast. Stace here says, just to be clear, the GoFundMe for Mike McFarland makes it very clear that, quote, proceeds will go toward hiring a live-in medical assistant for as long as necessary. Okay. So we were joking around originally that that they had raised it because we had a great fucking bit going that the higher it's like a stretch goal for a Kickstarter, the higher the income he gets, the sexier the nurse is going to be, kind of thing. But apparently that didn't come through, because I think that part of the joke happened much later when we started bringing that up. But Stacy said that obviously means that not Mike nor anyone else has any idea exactly how long he will actually need live-in medical assistance, and therefore has no idea exactly how much it will cost. Why the hell did you just assume they set the goal at 65,000 as if they knew exactly how long they need assistance? I'll tell you why. Because I found out about the GoFundMe moments before the podcast began, and it was Randy who told me about the increasing they were doing and how it looked fishy, and I ran with it like a dumbass.
Not like a dumbass.
Thanks,
This
Randy.
comment, no, fuck you. Yeah, it said for as long as necessary. And what's your point? They
Well,
raised $65,000 for a live-in nurse, which is already a luxury. We're already starting off on luxury status here, and now you're saying, oh well, and they raised it because who knows for how long they need it? Yeah, who knows exactly? Who knows? Maybe in a year after you spend the 65,000, you run another campaign. Hey guys, it turns out I'm still in the bad shit situation.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you guys can fund more live-in nurse time when you need it.
Mm-hmm.
Not, well, we're just gonna leave it open to 120 and raise the goal to make it seem like, oh well, the goal is not met. Because it's one thing to be like, oh well, okay, our goal is 65,000. That'll give maybe a year of live-in nurse, whatever it works out to be, whatever, I don't know. And then everyone can see, oh, they've already got like the goal, and so now that I'm donating, I know it's like we're above the goal. I know my money's going towards like just a tip, basically.
Yeah, which we said last podcast.
Yeah,
like
and now they've raised it to 120,
right.
And so now it's like, okay, so when people showed up to the page and it said, oh, the goal's 120 and we're below 120, now it's like, well, I want to help them get their live-in nurse, and so it makes it seem like the people that are donating that they still need to donate for him to get this live-in nurse, when the live-in nurse was already in theory going to happen. It's just now how long it's going to be, and the fact that we don't know how long it's going to be is a problem. Well, it's not a problem, but like it's sketchy when you say, well, we don't know for how long he's going to need it. What if he turns out to need it for a month? Does he need $120,000 to pay a live-in nurse to come in and stay with him for a month? No.
Okay.
What's gonna?
I know I paid you $60,000 for this.
What's going to happen to the money afterwards? It's just going to go in his pocket.
I still got the $70,000. Maybe you could do a little something for me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's it. So it's not like he's going to refund the money,
Yeah.
So
I
think the criticisms are not valid to the point.
Well, there's two things here. So first of all, again, this GoFundMe is not being managed by Mike McFarland. First of all, just so we're clear. So, like, yes, he may not like refund the money or whatever, but it's really like not up to him to begin with on the money.
Yeah,
accruing in the
and
first place.
I said that
Mm.
during the first podcast too.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, it's not him. I don't know how much involvement he has with it. It seems to be run by the other two guys, and I like all of the people involved. I have nothing against them, except this
so-
does seem kind of sketchy.
So clearly, obviously, we're
And
not going to cast
also,
aspersions
for people who
before-
haven't seen the original video,
Mhm.
it was also nice to find out that a lot of the top donors were friends of his and fellow coworkers and not fans. That assuaged some of, and I found that out later, and that assuaged some of my issues with it. But
Gary Walgren, Johnny Young Bosch, Matt Mercer, Patrick Seitz, Jill Harris, Andrew Love.
Funimation's
Right.
lawyer.
Like, yeah, Funimation's the lawyer who's that's Paul Wingo, who's or Crunchyroll's lawyer technically, who's married to Brina Palencia, right? So like the money that he needed for the 65K was either fully or almost fully covered entirely by people in his immediate network helping him for this. So so that is worth pointing out. Now I do want to address though, like the reason I wanted to share this to begin with is because I did specifically make the assumption that the 65,000 was budgeted because the number seemed to me like it could be, you know, like a part-time live-in nurse's yearly salary or whatever. You know what I mean? And so like on that, I will concede that Stacey is right. That was something that I should not have jumped to that conclusion on. And I'm glad to have been granted this other perspective here because I think Stacey's right? That the thing does say that it will be for as long as necessary, and that definitely doesn't make it seem like 65,000 is the specific goal, you know, that was necessary, right? It's just more like a goal must be placed on GoFundMe, I'm assuming, and therefore, you know, it's hard to, you know, choose what the appropriate range would be. Do you raise it once you hit there? It seems like actually we should check.
they didn't raise it.
They have not raised it since it got to almost double the original. I mean, it actually, ironically, the
It is
amount
double.
raised, it now is double what the original goal was, right? So anyway, I just want to bring that up just in case anybody else had been caught off guard based on our
With that in
coverage.
mind, though, is it fair to say that, like, you know, they could have just left it there and then just all the excess, you know, they just let the excess
Yeah,
accumulate?
They certainly could.
Literally no reason to raise the goal.
Yeah.
Zero
So,
reason.
hold on.
Except to make people feel bad that, oh, they haven't reached their goal yet.
Well, I would say that there is a logical reason why you would raise the goal. And that's that if you got to the amount, like even if you just started getting some money and said, now, okay, now I have money for which I can start to pursue this course of action, finding a live-in help, right? And as you start to find it, you learn, wow, it's more expensive than I thought for the time frame it looks like I might need.
All right.
So therefore, like, so there are legitimate reasons why you could
Granted,
raise it.
and as I said last
But
week,
again, the problem is there's not
Those-
an update to go with it.
yes, those would be updates that you need.
Mhm.
Like, hey guys, we looked into it. It's actually more. We've raised the goal. Fine, add that as an update. As long as you're transparent with what's happening, I have no issue with it.
Mhm.
The fact that it's not transparent, it's one thing. They just continue to raise the goal. And yeah, sure, it's for as long as possible, but we have no clue how long that's possible. And what's wrong with you doing another Kickstarter or a GoFundMe later on to if you still need it in, you know, a year or 6 months? The comment is fine. You can make that criticism of how we talked about it last week.
Mhm.
I did know that it said for as long as necessary. I didn't think it was pertinent to our discussion, but fine, we could have brought it up. But I don't think it has dissuaded me on my issues with their handling of it in one bit. So
Anyway, yep. So we do have another GoFundMe to look at. Cress, I think, is being sued for defamation because Cress has been covering the Pokemon community being filled with a bunch of predators, regarding the card game. I think it is. I haven't been following it entirely. Maybe it's the. I think it involves both the card game and Pokemon Go or something like that. But there's a lot going on for Crumb. I donated 100 on behalf of the OCA podcast, and I'll just say that the GoFundMe tip, which is their fancy softening way of referring to it as a fee, was $11. And I was like,
And
wow,
you couldn't lower it.
not that I could tell, but I was just like, man, fucking Brina Palencia's husband donating 10,000. I was like, holy shit, was that an $1,100 tip to GoFundMe come out of that?
In terms of criticizing GoFundMe's, because I don't give a fuck. Crest needs to change this GoFundMe. Like, if they want to raise any fucking money.
So I believe the Knuckleheads podcast, that Crest's partner is the one who's organized and started this. But yeah, similar things to what we said about Mike McFarland's GoFundMe. It's like similar things need to be done. The actual description here doesn't quite do a good job explaining exactly what's going on and what's really needed and the extreme details. Probably could have linked some videos, to help people understand like the highlights of what's been going on and the effort being put in it, because it says Cressidia Andrew Holmes, independent journalist, right? It doesn't say anti-defamation fund or, you know what I mean? Like, or any of that. It's just not quite ideal.
And when I first skimmed that, like, the way the first like takeaway was, especially with the picture, it seemed like they were saying Press was the pedophile.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, what?
So I'm gonna post it here in the chat if you guys are interested in throwing some dollars Cress's way. And definitely, I'm sure that Crumb would appreciate all the help they can get. Anyway, moving past this, Mirage shared this. I thought this actually was pretty fucking cool when I looked at it. I want to share it with audio. So, hand-drawn game guides for Mega Man. Not that anybody...
There's a certain excitement and feel
to
flipping open those old strategy guides that we grew up with. They were loaded with maps, secrets, tips, and most importantly, awesome artwork. Or how about if you didn't have those books? Maybe you were sitting there making your own maps on a piece of loose leaf. With hand-drawn game guides, I'm hoping to recall those great memories and make some new ones with brand new guides for classic games. Hi, I'm Phil, the creator of hand-drawn game guides. These are fully handmade guides in actual dotted notebooks with no screenshots. They're all unofficial. And did I mention unauthorized?
No, stop. Not anymore. That was nearly 3 years ago now, if you can believe it. Well, a lot has changed. I'm thrilled to be working with NF Publishing and Capcom to create hand-drawn game guides, Mega Man. It's a dream come true in more ways than one. I get to officially work on Mega Man, and I also get to see through the original vision of these guidebooks. When you open this book, we want it to feel like you're right there in Dr. Light's lab, and you're flipping through his design documents, his research, and his thoughts. And to do this, there are hundreds of original illustrations featuring detailed maps, fun tips, huge boss encounters.
Is this not fucking awesome? Like, isn't this a great use of like Kickstarter and like the sort of more modern lack of soul in video gaming?
You'd think that Capcom, if he's working with him, would be able to, fund him to do it, but I guess not. But
I guess not.
In that case,
I really love, the effort put into hand drawing the stages rather than just stitching them together with screenshots, and I like also how they like showcase
fill
with
in the
this
gaps
line.
of what you don't see.
Yeah, that's so cool, right? Like, it's such a great idea to really make it feel, I don't know. There's definitely an aesthetic value to it that I really appreciate.
Fun tips, huge boss encounters, and lots more. Whether you played the original Mega Man a million times or you never played it at all, this book offers a unique experience through the game. Now, the style may not be exactly what you're used to seeing from Mega Man, but Capcom specifically requested that we do an original interpretation. They've given us their blessing to have fun with these characters and concepts. We think Mega Man fans of all ages are going to love it. And hey, maybe we'll make some new Mega Man fans along the way. Thanks for being there for us after all this time. We really appreciate your support.
For Mega Man 2, are they gonna have him
Mega
holding
Man's
a
world
gun?
may be full of robots.
For what? For Mega Man 2?
For Mega Man 2, are they gonna have him holding a gun?
That'd be funny. I have that book, The Impact of Iwata.
But no AI is being used in the creation of this book.
Wow.
Every
Thanks
creative
for telling
element
us.
comes straight from Phil and his artistic skills, honed over a lifetime of practice.
Imagine
that
having
goes
to
all-
make that disclaimer every fucking time you make a new project now.
Yeah. Also, imagine looking like Jamie Heineman as a baby, but with an even bigger beard, right? Like, what's going on with this guy?
Wow.
He looks like Jamie Heineman with the face app to look like a baby. Like,
Okay.
way back to doodling sketches in the margins of his elementary school notebooks. Speaking of Phil's sketches, that's one of the options available in our pledge tiers. Browse through to see all of the different options, including getting your name printed in every copy, our collector's edition full of extra items, and more. At the highest level of support, a limited number of backers will even be able to get one of the actual pieces of production art used to make the book, one of Phil's original works. I happen to have one myself from one of his previous projects, and it's awesome to own literally the only original copy of one of his pieces.
Show off.
Would you look at that? This piece just so happens to have a couple of Robot Masters from Mega Man 2 and Mega Man 3. Huh. Yes, to answer your last question, we will have the opportunity to do more guides covering more games in the series if this first one earns enough support. The content in
Yes!
this first volume will cover
There's
the
the gun.
entirety of the original Mega Man game from 1987, as well as the first Game Boy game, Mega Man Dr. Wily's Revenge, as bonus content. It's going to be packed from cover to cover, and I know that you're all going to love the finished product.
anyway, thank you for sharing that, Mirage. I thought that looked really cool.
Oh, I thought the gun was on Mega Man 2, but it's on Mega Man. It's on
Yeah,
the original
apparently,
Mega
I
Man.
think it is on the original. I thought it was on 2 as well when you brought it
Oh,
up.
it's on both. It's on both. Okay.
Yeah. Spot gloss on the cover. Upgraded end sheets. What does that mean? Bonus art card for all. Who fucking cares? Actual intelligence, no AI.
So I think NF is a Nintendo Force. They are like
We are the force of Nintendo fans, is what it says here.
yeah, they when Nintendo Power went out of business, they kind of tried to make Nintendo Power again, but obviously not call it Nintendo Power.
Mm-hmm.
So they put out like a monthly magazine, I think. I think they're still going. I assume they're still going. I don't know.
It doesn't look like it's that expensive. If this is the hardcover, yeah, only $30 for the hardcover. I mean, this would be one of those things you buy and then it goes in your bookcase and you never fucking look at it again.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to do it.
To me.
Yeah, I'm not going to do it only because if I did buy this, then I would feel compelled to buy number 2. And, there's like 9 Mega Man games in the original, plus Mega Man X, Mega Man Legends. I just like fucking no.
There was a guide.
A
I don't
slippery slope.
Yeah.
I don't remember if it was Prima or if it was the official Nintendo guide,
Mm-hmm.
the Nintendo Power guide. But I had a guide for, I think it was the original Ocarina of Time.
Mm-hmm.
Might have been No, I don't think it was Majora's Mask. I think it was Ocarina of Time, and they they tried to do like an immersive guide, kind of like what he was describing, where
it's like you're in Wiley or Dr. Light's
Yeah.
lab. Yeah.
where he was saying that, but like the Zelda guide made it seem like it was a storybook
Mm.
for the Legend of Zelda. So like all of the wording was like, and then
Now-
Link
Yeah.
instead of like, okay, go to this person, get the mask, go back to this person, hand in the mask, get the heart piece. It was written like, Link then went to this guy and got the mask. Then Link had to fight this guy, and then after that, Link got the heart piece. And it was written in a story
Narrative.
esque, narrative.
Yeah. Oh, pain.
It was so hard to understand what to do. I was
Yeah.
like, but just tell me what I need to do. Don't make me read a book for it. God damn it.
Right on. Mega Man 1, it looks like. Technically 11. Damn. Yeah, because there's Mega Man 9, Rockman and Bass, right?
Yeah, there's 11, and then there's the Mega Man X
Press
games
is
too.
GoFundMe really needs better info about what it is raising money about. Yeah, I will. I'll hit Crumb up later about it. I meant to ask Crumb to join us tonight and talk about it, but this is one of those streams where it's like quick rush. I mean, I literally got in like midnight last night from LAX, so not exactly an ideal day. Anyway, let's keep going though. So, a group of bicyclists allegedly start trash can fire near Crypto.com arena. Arson probe launched. So, I will continue to read so you'll understand why this is relevant to me. An arson investigation is underway in Los Angeles after a group of bicyclists allegedly set a trash can on fire Saturday afternoon, according to the Los Angeles Police Department. The incident occurred near the Crypto.com arena and the Los Angeles Convention Center on the 1200 block of South Figueroa Street around 5 p.m. So this is Anime Expo, right? This is like right where that is. And I have been watching the fires, thinking about what's going to happen with Anime Expo. The thing is that Anime Expo, and the Los Angeles Convention Center are in they are in a portion of Los Angeles is like a concrete jungle. There's not a lot to burn, right? But the problem is that with the fires, people have been starting fires because then the evacuation orders come in and then they go in and loot everything, right? So apparently they said here that LAPD said a group of 30 to 40 bicyclists were asked to clear the area, but then set off a firework inside of a trash can, causing a significant fire. If you can believe it, I just so happen to have footage of. I'm going to see if I can pull it up later in the show. Hold on, let me. Oh no, it's on this drive. Hold on, let me plug this in. I didn't end up including it in the video, but there's like a gang of bicyclists in LA. I just so happen to have this. Hold on one second. I think I can pull it up pretty quickly. I'll keep reading. Hold on, it's doing that. Hold on. Figueroa Street was closed between Pico Boulevard and 12th Street as authorities investigated the incident. No one was taken into custody. No further details were immediately available. Yeah, so I'm not expecting the LA Convention Center to risk fire or anything. It's not like it's just the kind of shit around it just doesn't really burn. It's not like the homes with all the dry brush around it. But I do think people will still try to create fires. All right, let me see if I can find this. Anime Collector Drive. Anime Collector.
You just doxed your drive's name?
Archive. First impressions. It was. I want to say it was Tokyo Ghoul. Let's see if I have this. All right, let me see if I have it. It should be this one right here. Nope, not that one.
being very noisy with your mouse right now.
I'm noisy with my mouse? Okay, hold on. If it's not Tokyo Ghoul, it would have been that same year. What else it is? Might have been Gridman. Could have been Gridman. All right, I'll give up in a second. But I honestly, not Gridman. All right. I think it might be Resident Evil. Damn it. I'm going to have to find it and upload it later. Where did all the fucking footage go here? That's weird. Uh-oh. I'm actually missing the source footage for my Resident Evil Vendetta video.
F in chat.
Yep. Not happy about that. All right. Well, anyway, we were standing outside. We were trying to get back to the car for one of our first impressions recordings. And seriously, like 150 bicyclists just rode in front of us. It was like when you wait for the train to finish going by. And you're just like, any fucking second now. Right, but it was just like ching 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 ching, you know, like bicyclists going by. Yeah, I don't see it in here. I'll have to find it later. Anyway, whatever. Sorry to cook you on that wonderful thing you definitely didn't care to see. Anyway, all right. In other convention news, I saw this. Vic is apparently invited to Hall of Heroes Comic-Con from May 31st to June 1st. So there you go. It looks like a 2-day event in Indiana. If you guys were so inclined to live there and you wanted to see him. Also,
Time to live there, huh?
Japanese aquarium installs fake people to keep apparently lonely sunfish company. Let's find out about this. So the aquarium won't have real visitors for several months, but in the meantime, the fish has some cardboard ones. In December, the Kyokan Aquarium in the city of Shimonoseki in Yamaguchi Prefecture shut down for renovation work. It looks to be a fairly extensive project as the facility won't be reopening until sometime this summer. While there are no guests coming into the Kyokan, the aquatic inhabitants are still there, including the aquarium's ocean sunfish, Mola Mola. However, ocean sunfish / Mola Mola. I guess that's the other name for it. However, shortly after the facility closed, the staff noticed that the sunfish had become lethargic, eating less of its food and rubbing its body against the glass of its tank. Are you sure it's not just horny? Like
he sees his reflection as one fine.
Yeah. The caretakers put their heads together, and one of them came up with a very unusual idea. Oh, no. Hanging clothing and pictures of people's faces in front of the enclosure to make it seem like guests were coming to the aquarium as usual. As a bit of background, this sunfish is one of the most popular residents of the Kyokan. Sunfish in general are much loved in Japan. They've got a mix of cuteness and goofiness to their appearance that's not unlike a Shiba dog. And the Kyokans is particularly well known thanks to going viral in social media posts in which it swallowed a jellyfish it was being fed in a single gulp. Oh. So as the aquarium discussed what could be bothering the animal, one member of the staff offered the theory that the sunfish was perhaps feeling lonely after the sudden disappearance of visitors. After all, while not necessarily something that all sunfish do, the Kyokans had made a habit of swimming over to the glass and contentedly hanging out there when crowds gathered. With that in mind, the aquarium whipped up some cardboard masks with photos of employees' faces on them and positioned jackets on hangers right underneath them as shown in the video below. Oh, man. I kind of feel like it's less about the presence of people and more about the movement. Wouldn't you think? Like, don't you think it would get bored if there were just like...
Yeah, like, I've seen this fucking face on this shirt. He just doesn't move. Is this a real person?
Now the fish isn't lethargic now. He's just panicked because he thinks they're dead. You know, like...
Well, maybe they move him around every day.
Why can't they just have the staff?
Why not just walk past it every couple of minutes?
Right?
They need the Kevin McAllister put it on a train set, you know?
Yeah, now you're thinking.
Anyway, sure enough, the very next day, after the gallery of fake visitors was involved, okay, that's a weird way to say it, the sunfish's spirit started to pick up, and it's gotten progressively more energetic since, with its appetite increasing too. It's somewhat unclear if the ultimate conclusion here is that the sunfish missed seeing people, or simply that it was troubled by an observable change in its surrounding environment. It's kind of like when you put a dog in the car and they think they're going to the vet, right? Like, something's different. I don't like this. Either way, though, it's good to see the animal recovering. Moe Miyazawa, the biologist in charge of the aquarium sunfish and its enclosure, says that it's not quite back up to 100% yet, but that the staff will be continuing to do what it can to make the animal happy and healthy, and she hopes that it will have made a full recovery by the time the aquarium reopens. Anyway, there you go. All right, Netflix is increasing prices for subscribers again, including the version with ads. So Netflix's standard with ads plan is going to go from $6.99 per month to $7.99 per month. The standard plan will also rise from $15.49 to $17.99 per month. Kind of sounds like you get shafted if you paid more already, doesn't it? Doesn't it? And the premium plan is going to go from $22.99 per month to $24.99 per month. Even the extra member add-on, which allows standard and premium users to access the service outside of their households, will rise in price from $7.99 to $8.99 per month. Almost like no point even having the app. You know what I mean? Like, you can't use it if you're not on the normal Wi-Fi or whatever. Total waste. Anyway, any thoughts on that before we continue?
Subscription services are stupid.
Which is worse, fake fish in China or fake guests in Japan?
Fake fish.
What if they put fake guests for the fake fish? Like, why not get a second sunfish? I don't know. They saw they're just hoping that the fish isn't horny and that it legitimately is lonely. Hard copies never raise prices after being bought. Netflix are obsolete. Well, okay. All right, I saw this. This was shared by Mirage, I think, and I thought it was an interesting thing to read. So we're going to read it. Newly discovered document reveals Sonic SatAM cancellation cause and confirms Sega's ownership of DiC Productions. A recently unearthed legal document has brought new insights into the cancellation of Sonic the Hedgehog, commonly known as Sonic SatAM, and reaffirmed Sega's ownership of several assets created by DiC Enterprises for their Sonic cartoons. The document, obtained by a Twitter user through former Sega of America executive Michelin, I don't know, Risley, God, that's a weird name, includes a draft complaint from Sega's legal team against DiC Enterprises for breach of contract. Addressed to the Sega of America CEO Tom Kalinske, the letter details Sega's termination of its contract with DiC Enterprises and outlines the grounds for legal action, According to the complaint, DiC failed to fulfill its fiduciary duties, including improper accounting of revenues and expenses and failure to pay SEGA its contractual share of profits. The most striking allegation concerns DiC's unauthorized sale of animation cells from the Sonic SatAM series. These cells, essential to the show's production, were sold without SEGA's consent, prompting SEGA to spend additional money attempting to reacquire them. For years, the cancellation of Sonic SatAM after 2 seasons was attributed to low ratings or changes in ABC's leadership. However, this newly revealed document suggests that the primary factor was SEGA's termination of its agreement with DiC due to contractual breaches. While Ben Hurst, a prominent writer for the series, previously attributed the cancellation to external factors, the evidence indicates the lawsuit played a significant role. You can read these if you want on your own. The document also reaffirms SEGA's ownership of many elements of DiC Sonic's productions, including Sonic SatAM and Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, as per 2 agreements signed between SEGA and DiC in 1991 and 92. However, it is unclear whether Sonic Christmas Blast or Sonic Underground fall under the ownership outlined in the 92 agreement. Here's the key revelations. The animation cell, SatAM historian, a notable figure in the fan community, corroborated rumors that the sale of animation cells contributed to the show's cancellation. Season 3 tease. The red eyes seen in Sonic SatAM's final episode were initially intended to tease Knuckles' introduction. As decided by Ron Myrick and SEGA and a SEGA executive. However, this idea was not widely known at the time, and Ben Hurst, who was not involved in this aspect of the production, ultimately incorporated Nagus into his own story plans for a potential 3rd season. Despite this, Hurst had planned to include Knuckles in his story for future seasons. Despite the legal fallout, SEGA continued to collaborate with DiC in the following years, producing Sonic Christmas Blast in 1996 and Sonic Underground. While the document provides unprecedented insight into the behind-the-scenes drama surrounding Sonic SatAM's cancellation, some details remain unclear, such as the ultimate outcome of SEGA's lawsuit against DiC. Regardless, it offers a clearer understanding of the show's untimely end and SEGA's firm control over many of DiC's Sonic-related works. If you guys want, you can read the whole thing. I have it linked here. Was SatAM the one people liked?
Yeah.
Oh, it was? Okay.
Yeah. I didn't read the article, like the lawsuit and shit. So, maybe this person knows more than me. Well, they do know more than me, obviously. But it just seems weird that they would say, yeah, we're going to end the show that everyone likes because you did some breaches of contract, and then still work with you for
Sonic Christmas Blast that does seem.
Well, strange. Christmas Blast, I don't know. That one might have been like there was some other contract. I don't know. But Underground was like, I don't know, 3 or 4 seasons. Like, it was a long show. It happened a few years later. It was. There's no way that they.
The headline also says it confirms SEGA's ownership of DiC Productions. It kind of sounded like it was doing the opposite.
Yeah,
it kind of sounded like they were at odds with DiC Productions. If SEGA owned DiC Productions, then why would they need to have a fight over selling the cells?
I think they're saying, again, I had not read the lawsuit, but it seems like they're saying they were fighting over the
productions
ownership
that DiC made. Okay. Yeah. DiC's Productions. Ownership of DiC's Productions is what it should say. Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
Maybe I think that makes more sense.
Wow. All right. Anyway, any more thoughts? Anybody?
JT Vegas is Sonic Underground or Sonic Adventure cartoon show. I'm not sure. This was neither. This was
Sonic the Hedgehog.
I think it was Yeah, I think it was
That's
just called
yeah.
Sonic.
And it was
yeah.
it was on Saturday mornings, so that's why they call it the SatAM.
Sonic
Saturday AM.
Adventures. Was that the one? Because there was another one that was running alongside this one that was
Mhm.
more based on kid stuff. That's the one that
That had the Chris
Discotheque?
Thorndike or whatever.
oh, I don't know,
The
but
kid
did,
in it, the white kid.
no, that's Sonic X. That's the anime.
See, I
That
have
was
no
years
fucking
later.
idea.
Yeah. No, there was like Deke made another Sonic that looked identical to like in look and feel and the design of Sonic to the SatAM show, but
Mhm.
it was geared more for kids. Tails was in it, and
I remember
the
there's a
opening theme song was like 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 it was that song
The
in
Hall
the
of the Mountain King.
yeah,
Yeah.
that was the theme song for the show. And Discotheque put out the full season.
Huh.
Or full series, whatever. But yeah, not that show.
So Mirage says SatAM was the one with Jim Cummings as Robotnik.
Yeah.
Dylan G says Adventures was the Pingus. What?
Yes.
I think that's still in the brand, actually. According to the SatAM Complete Series DVD, Ben Hurst basically screwed over the actual creator. Oh. He worked on the Archie Sonic comics, and he basically thought he owned the show, but didn't. Well, the Archie Sonic comics are where most of Sonic's lore comes from, and is much more entertaining than the shit that's been coming out from the SEGA. Yep. He also did weird ass pairings in comics. Well, yeah. Definitely don't need to see Hedgehogs getting it on with chipmunks or whatever.
Yeah, okay. So yeah. That the one that I was describing is called Adventures.
Mhm. So Sonic SatAM is dark. The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog is corny and slapsticky. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Sonic X just sucks. So the
It had
Sonic
a good
OVA,
theme song though.
the Sonic OVA, I think, is the one where Sonic does like a flip and lands on an airplane or something, like a jet or something, and he lands and like smashes his dick on it.
What?
There's a very strange scene in it that I was like, what the fuck? I watched it when I was living in Arizona. I went to like a DVD store or whatever, and I saw that they had it, like a used DVD of it. So I watched it with my family, and I was just like, what?
My hedgehog dick.
I first
That's
saw
not
that.
a good.
That's the
That's not
real-
good for my chili dog. You know?
That's the real hedgehog dilemma.
It must have been like 98, maybe a little later. I was invited to this kid's birthday that I wasn't really a friend with, but you know, he was inviting a bunch of people.
I think I am
And-
thinking of the one you're talking about, Mirage. Yeah.
Yeah. And the party was at our local movie theater, and they had like a birthday place, you know, as part of the theater thing. So we went into the little birthday room and we were, you know, having fun. And we were going to go see the movie Spy Kids.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember not really liking the idea of going to see Spy Kids. It was like,
No.
I was just old enough that it was like
Cringe.
on the
Yeah.
cusp of being too
I don't
old.
think
for
that was
Makes
Spy
sense.
Kids.
98.
Well, whenever it was when Spy Kids was in theaters, so that'll date it, okay?
Spy Kids came out in 2000. Or 2001.
Then it was 2000. It was when Spy
2001.
Kids was in theaters.
It came out in 2001.
Whatever. It's not important to the fucking point. When we were sitting in the kids' room, there was a TV that was playing the Sonic OVA, and I remember sitting there, and I was there with one of my closer friends that I actually enjoyed hanging out with, unlike the guy that invited me to his birthday party. But anyway, and we both liked Sonic, and we were both watching it, and then they called us to go in and see the actual movie before the OVA finished, and I was like, no, I want to see the end of the OVA. I didn't know it was called an OVA, but you know, the Sonic movie. It looked cool, and
All right.
then it wasn't until years later that I actually ended up watching it.
And was it worth the hype?
I thought it was good. You know, it was a little wacky, but
Was the
I
ending worth it?
I don't
The
even remember
Sonic
all of
or
it.
the
Sonic.
Yeah, okay. I thought you were asking about Spy Kids.
I remember
I've seen
Knuckles and
Spy
his
Kids.
weird.
That's why I'm saying,
Uh,
like, it couldn't have been 98, okay? I would have been, like, a year old, and I...
Yeah, whenever Spy Kids came out,
It came out
2001, I guess.
Yeah, I remember seeing it, and I remember that was the first time I saw the first Harry Potter trailer. I think it premiered with that movie.
I think I just found the shot where Sonic gets the net shot. Hold on. The OVA is on YouTube in its entirety.
Ouch, that's my nads!
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what he says.
Doesn't Knuckles have like a
Australian accent?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
got some weird accent.
Man, his voice is cursed. It doesn't matter where you go, it's different, I guess.
I'm just scrubbing through every frame.
Sonic X sucks unless it's the Japanese dub. The OVA is the one where he battles Metal Sonic.
Mhm.
Knuckles has an Australian accent. Yeah, there you go. There was a lot of suggestive sexual stuff in the OVA.
Mhm.
I don't remember that.
Mhm.
Oh, well, there was a scene where they kidnapped the president's daughter or something
Mhm.
with the robot. Yeah,
Metal
maybe-
Sonic
can hedge my
beats up the
hug.
skirt.
It was a long time ago that I watched this.
Yeah.
Now, though.
And it was probably censored in the majority of the releases too, for like VHS and whatever you probably saw it on.
Oh yeah, Sonic OVA had White Sonic. I don't remember White Sonic.
Like his
Uh,
race.
Team Seasons is a
Maybe he
YouTube
means
channel.
not Jaleel White Sonic.
Oh, I don't know. I thought it was Jaleel White though, wasn't it?
I don't know. But I'm just
Maybe
saying
that's
when
what
you
he meant?
I don't know. I have
Yeah,
no
yeah.
idea.
I don't know. Team Seasons is a YouTube channel trying to kickstart an animated Sonic movie based on SatAM. Since SatAM ended on a cliffhanger with Robotnik being dead and his nephew Sneevy Robotnik taking over. Yeah, I don't think that was going anywhere. There was a trailer on YouTube. Yeah, I've seen the trailer. They'll probably get a cease and desist if they get anywhere near close to finishing.
Yeah.
The OVA is in legal limbo because all the contracts are lost. Yep,
I think I
that
just found it.
happens.
Hold on.
White Sonic was the best Sonic.
Yeah.
Was
it's
he
the
the
color
Supreme one?
that Sonic transformed into. Okay, I don't remember him
Oh,
transforming.
you
into
have
White
got
Sonic.
to be kidding me. If I had just fucking watched the first video I clicked on, it was the scene. It was the fucking scene. If I had just clicked on it. Hold on, let me screenshot this with audio. Metal Sonic is a pervert. There we go.
Oh no!
That was the part.
How is it that you're still alive, Sonic? What? What's wrong with you? What are you doing?
No! Don't come there, you pervert!
I get it. You're synchronizing yourself with metal. Then this is my chance.
Anyway, yeah.
I think he's harder than Metal Sonic, if you ask me.
It actually looks pretty good, hand drawn to look like the original SatAM artwork. The OVA, is that what you're talking about? Oh no, the extension of the season 3. Yeah. You know everything I'm going to do, but that's not going to help you because I know everything you're going to do. Strange, isn't it? Iconic Sonic quote from the OVA.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
He says that to Metal Sonic or whatever.
The voice actress they got for the voicing Bunny.
Bunny Robot sounds like the original voice actress. Oh, for the fan one, yeah.
OVA was dubbed by ADV. Unique cast. Okay,
Meaning
so
it didn't
wasn't
have Julia White.
Yeah. It's the color that he transformed into. I gonna have to watch
White
it again, I
Sonic.
guess, because I don't remember White Sonic. Japanese sub for Sonic X is overhyped. It's at best slightly better, and it's just because of the movie. Aren't there more scenes in Sonic X in the chat? Like, didn't they not
Oh,
translate
for
all of
sure.
it?
They would have cut out a couple scenes, including that Rouge one we covered that one time. I think we
Sonic
covered the Rouge one.
Sonic Burger, you missed your opportunity of having Sonic as your mascot to promote your chili dogs. Yeah, they probably have to pay a lot for that license. I remember finding this as a kid and watched it with my brother. We thought it was crazy that there was swearing in it.
Like real swearing? Like what kind of words?
I don't know. I remember watching
Damn.
like fan subs of Dragon Ball Z when I was a kid, and they were saying like bitch and like fuck you and all this shit. And I was like, that's crazy. And I thought it was official subtitles, right?
Seriously.
That's exactly what my brother said about Naruto, and I'm like, whoa, why isn't it a 14-year-old comic book or whatever? Like a magazine.
I was thinking about this. So I've been reading the Attack on Titan manga during my flights and stuff. And I think the one I'm reading is the official translation, right? Because it has the stuff at the end, like advertisements for the Battle Angel Alita manga and whatnot. So I'm assuming they're using scans of the US released ones. All of a sudden, I got to a chapter where they're dropping the F-bomb. I was like, what? Yeah.
I don't think that one's legit.
I think maybe one of the chapters in the download is maybe a fan translation or something. But I was also thinking about like when I was growing up, there was like a tier system to how bad foul language was. Like the F-bomb was at the top, right? And then maybe right underneath that is like the word shit. And then underneath that, like you keep going and you're like bitch, right?
I think
damn,
bitch is above shit.
Damn is like one of the lowest ones. Like it's almost not even a curse word if it's still something you can't say as a kid. But like shit was like right at that line for a long.
You're really
everybody uses the word shit now. Like this is like you could expect to hear it from the news anchor, right? But back then it was so important of a word that like it meant something that you couldn't say it on TV. And then South Park got permission to use it for one episode. And so they put the counter. They put the counter on screen for every time they used the word, right? So like every time they said shit, the counter would increase, and they just said it as much as humanly possible in that episode. I've told this story before.
I love how the premise of that episode was like, dude, did you see? They said shit on TV. What? And you got the fourth wall of like, well, that's what's happening right now. And then at the end, it was like a cop episode or whatever, and it's like, oh yeah, you got a little shit on your face or whatever. Like it was so mundane.
It's funny because I've told this story before, but my friend, I never watched South Park growing up. It just wasn't something I was allowed to watch, and I just never really like sought out finding it and watching it. But my friend told me about it on a flight because we were going to Europe for some reason, and we landed in Germany, and we got into the hotel room, and I turn on the TV, and it's literally that episode that he was telling me about where they got the ability to say shit, and it's in German going Scheiße, Scheiße, Scheiße. I knew exactly what's happening because I could see the counter going up.
Dude, when you said they got the rights, that makes me think we officially licensed shit. We went to the shit company and we got the.
I just think that's funny. Yeah,
the old days of the 10-minute sections, like part 1, part 2, part 3.
Because I think 10 minutes was the most you could upload back then, right?
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you were partnered, but that was later. Sonic's design in the OVA was based off of his design from the Sonic CD game. Yeah, and that Sonic CD, I think they're the Sonic CD animation and the OVA were both done by Toei, I think, right? If I'm not mistaken. I meant music, not movie. Fuck, what?
I mean, Sonic subbed has better music, is what he meant. He's
Because of the
just because of the movie. Yeah, he meant to say because of the music. Like the music is what makes it better.
yeah. Sonic sub has better music. Okay. Well, I mean, you could have fooled me. I thought there was a movie when you said it. White Sonic, aka Silver Sonic, still not ringing a bell. Although Silver, the Hedgehog, is bad. I always found it
They
odd.
flew too close to the sun with that one, I think.
Yeah. That my dad said that I couldn't say the word crap because that was
foul language. But yeah, he kept using it. Yeah.
I think he said, "Oh well, it's because I'm an adult, unlike you." That's the worst explanation for a kid.
Yeah, see, like I hate this, having to raise kids and tell them not to say certain words because every adult I know says those words, right?
Everyone in a professional environment too, right?
It's just awkward that when a kid says it, it's kind of like when a movie brings internet culture into like the mainstream and you're like, this is cringe, right? Same with a kid saying the F word. You're like, oh God, it sounds so weak when you say it. Like,
Straight with your chest, boy.
It's kind of like the term motherfucker. There are certain actors that when they say it, like, God damn, that has a ring to it. Like when Wesley Snipes says it, or like when Samuel L. Jackson says it, and then every once in a while you hear like the whitest white guy say it, and you're like, you should stick to bitch. Like,
motherfucker.
Sonic CD did show clips from the OVA. I don't think it did. I'm pretty sure it was all original animation. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's all original. Today, you just need your email verified to upload longer than 11 minutes.
But also YouTube is now owned by Google, so they have a much better infrastructure.
Yeah. I also feel genuinely bad for Discotheque, that autistic people keep asking them to redub Sonic X, because anyone with a brain knows that's literally impossible. Well, it's not impossible, but they're not going to do it.
Who could you be talking about? Oh, okay. Cool.
I don't see that big of an issue with it. At least for like, I've seen worse than 4 kids, huh?
It's a censorship. They're basically asking for a Digimon the movie treatment to have like the uncensored dub or whatever.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That's like, that's alas.
There's not much you can do about it.
You can buy the Japanese version.
All right. So, fired Marvel showrunner Beau DeMayo indicates he'll expose Kevin Feige before court date. Accuses Marvel of disregarding Black stories. Do you think he's going to expose Kevin Feige the way that I would expose my boss by showing the nude sauna selfie? Right?
Well, I mean, he was sending nude photos of himself, right, to other people.
I'm gonna
maybe he's going to expose himself.
I'm going to expose Kevin Feige. See this nude picture I sent him? He thumbs upped it. Right?
I got tacit approval to send my dick pics to people in the office.
In recent developments that further spotlight his tumultuous relationship with Marvel Studios, former X-Men 97 showrunner Beau DeMayo has leveled serious accusations against the studio's handling of Black stories and talent. Oh, great. Alongside his public criticisms of Marvel's output, DeMayo claims that Marvel doesn't take Black stories seriously and has hinted that he'll expose Marvel boss Kevin Feige as his court date against the company gets closer. On social media platform Twitter, DeMayo responded to conversations about the upcoming Marvel project Wonder Man. Really? Oh, no. DC's over here with Wonder Woman. Marvel's like, how can I get in on some of that? Like, Wonder Man! Which controversially features a race-swapped protagonist, a Black version of the historically white character. The comment he replied to questioned whether the show was going to be satire. I really want this show to be good, but this makes sense as Marvel Studios does not take black people or our stories seriously. How could they when they have top execs making race jokes about black writers in notes meetings or saying, well, you can pitch, but you can pitch that because you're black. Okay. Expressing both hope for the show's quality and concern over Marvel's approach to black narratives, he tweeted the thing I just read. This reflects DeMayo's deep-seated frustration with what he perceives as a pattern of racial insensitivity and systemic bias within Marvel Studios, an organization known for race pandering and virtue signaling. He barely looks black, too, in the recent photos we've been seeing of him. He's about as black as Sean King, or whatever that guy's name was.
I think he's got a little bit more melanin than Sean King, but yeah.
I don't know.
Sean King's pretty white.
Look at him from here. White or black?
Yeah, you make a good argument.
Looks like he does suntan or sunburn.
Yeah, exactly. All right. His critique resonates with his broader discontent with Marvel following his firing from X-Men 97. That separation was clouded by allegations that DeMayo sent inappropriate photos of himself to male staff members. DeMayo has repeatedly denied these allegations. YouTuber Yellow Flash quickly responded to DeMayo's tweet with a pointed comment noting, "Woke whites are the fakest of them all." DeMayo responded candidly, saying, "There's truth to this. Worst racism I've experienced in my life has been from well-meaning woke white people. They're also oddly the least receptive to constructive feedback on how they can do better." When asked if Marvel boss Kevin Feige was among those referenced in his initial comment and regarding racism at Marvel, DeMayo remained vague. "I can't say at this juncture, but will once the court date is closer." Previously, DeMayo's attorney, Brian Friedman, filed the lawsuit against Marvel Studios in September, seeking to invalidate the non-disparagement provision in DeMayo's separation agreement with the company. Friedman contends that the clause violates new California law designed to limit the scope of non-disclosure agreements, particularly those that could prevent employees from disclosing information about unlawful acts in the workplace, such as harassment or discrimination. His recent comments about Marvel not taking Black stories seriously add a new layer to his ongoing dispute with the studio. When confronted with questions about Marvel's commitment to its upcoming projects, such as the live-action reboot of the X-Men series, DeMayo recounted a troubling incident from his time at X-Men 97. He alleged that Marvel executives attempted to recast Storm for the show, initially rejecting legendary voice actress Alison Seeley Smith, who brought the character to life in animation back in the 90s. This was reportedly because she didn't sound African enough, according to DeMayo. She's speaking of Ebonics now? It was odd hearing a table of white Marvel execs tell me and other black crew members that we were wrong because she didn't sound African enough, whatever that means. We went with their pick. Then they realized we were right and forced the team to break their backs re-recording half the season with the OG Storm. Wow. Who did they hire instead? DeMayo's accusations and his willingness to legally challenge Marvel and potentially expose Feige have added fuel to a larger conversation about representation, diversity, and accountability within Hollywood's largest franchises from studios that wag their finger at the rest of us. As more details potentially emerge from ongoing legal proceedings, industry observers and fans alike are watching closely to see how the historically woke Marvel Studios and its parent company, Disney, will respond to these allegations. Anyway, any thoughts? I just kind of felt like it was important to bring this up before everything gets dropped.
Gets dropped? What do you mean?
Like
his reveal?
The stuff that he's going to reveal.
Exposing? Yeah. It's funny that they bring up Storm, because I'm pretty sure. Well, I mean, they could just be wrong, the people that wrote the article, but I'm pretty sure that's not her original voice.
Mm.
Because Storm was in the 90s series. She was voiced by two different voice actresses. One was American and one was Canadian. And
Sounds totally different. The accent.
no, I think she sounds similar, but I'm pretty sure that for 97 they went with the second voice actress, which was, I mean, she was the original voice actress was replaced after season 1, and then they actually re-recorded all of season 1 with the new voice actress for the reruns to not have to pay the original actress royalties, because in Canada we didn't have a deal where they needed to pay our voice actresses or actors royalties, but Americans did, so that's why they redubbed it. But they said original voice actress. It wasn't. I don't think the 97 is the original. I think it's the season 2 plus. Anyway, it's weird that they had a pick of two different Storm voice actresses and they didn't go with either of them. That was Disney's first choice, was neither of them.
Well, the original one, I'm looking here on IMDb, the original one you're talking about, she voiced in only 16 episodes, and the other one voiced in 50 episodes.
Yeah.
According to IMDb.
Yeah, the original one only voiced season 1. And then
which is
and then
a little
season
strange
2 and beyond.
Because if you look at the front end of the page, the second voice actress is listed as doing 52 episodes. But when you click on the thing to see like the breakdown, it only says 50. Anyway.
That I don't know. But she did, like I said, she did go back and re-record the first season too. So like technically she's done the whole series. But she wasn't the original. If like technical here, she wasn't the original Storm.
Well, but she is the one that carried the character through.
You probably mean from the original show.
Yeah. Cool. All right, let's move past this. All right. Macross Dynamite 7, censored on Disney Plus and Hulu. The 1997 OVA Macross Dynamite 7 has been censored on Disney Plus, Hulu, and other streaming services both in and outside of Japan. A subplot in the OVA involves Mylene being drugged and nearly sexually assaulted by one of her producers named Sazapi. Great job. Sazapi? I don't know. Sazapi. I don't know. According to multiple sources, the entire subplot has been removed from streaming services with only few exceptions. The censorship was quickly noticed by fans on the r/Macross subreddit. Quote, "Well, I probably shouldn't be surprised to see something like this happening. With Dynamite being my personal favorite entry in Macross, it was naturally the first thing I decided to watch today now that everything's on Hulu. And getting about halfway through episode 3, I was starting to feel something was off. Lo and behold, Disney has removed the entire Mylene subplot from with the producer out of the show. I know opinions on this are going to be mixed. This isn't exactly people's most beloved moment from the series or anything, but regardless of your thoughts on the tastefulness of it, I think it is a bad precedent to set. I also think it's especially hypocritical when you compare it to some live action stuff that's available on these Western streaming services. Speaking of which, on my flight home, some guy was watching a movie and some girl got naked on the movie. And I'm just like, really? We're doing this on the plane? Like, I was shocked to see tits on the screen. Anyway.
Wow. First time?
Yep, apparently. So Dynamite 7 doesn't get anywhere near the levels of uncomfortable that a lot of shows and movies do, but it only seems to be anime that gets censored like this. To make matters worse, Disney was allegedly not transparent about the censorship, with no disclaimer that content has been removed to suit modern sensibilities, effectively rewriting the show so that new viewers would be none the wiser that it's been censored. According to Anime News Network, the versions of Macross Dynamite 7 available on Amazon Prime, Japan, and Bandai Channel are unaffected. Huh. Any thoughts?
As long as we get a Blu-ray that's uncut, I kind of don't care.
Yeah, same. But I think it's only a matter of time before the Blu-ray releases of things start to have things they cut out of, the movies that go up.
Yeah.
Anyway, also Crunchyroll confirms some login credentials were posted on social media. States there's no evidence that systems were compromised. Now, if you ask me, kind of sounds like what you're saying is that an employee did it. Right?
I saw a theory in the comments on this one, thinking that these were accounts that were affected by phishing, which is why they're
okay. That's an interesting way to look at it. Yeah.
That's,
So like you send an email that looks like official correspondence from Crunchyroll that gets people to log into a website that's a fake version of Crunchyroll, right? In order to get their login info, and then you leak that. Sure. That seems like a possibility. Company states it has resolved the issue and secured affected accounts. A Crunchyroll spokesperson released a statement to Anime News Network on Friday after rumors spread on social media on Thursday that many usernames and passwords of Crunchyroll Premium subscribers were allegedly posted on social media. Crunchyroll's full statement reads, quote, "We are aware that login credentials for several streaming services, including Crunchyroll." Are we talking about two different leaks? Because I only saw Crunchyroll shit.
yeah.
Right? Is there a greater cachet of this shit that you could point me to? Because I would love to have a list of leads for people I could market Stealth Weed Kit to. Just saying, right?
It got taken down. First of all, the account got suspended, and no, there were no other in the Twitter account's history. There were no other links or.
Kind of sounds like a deflection here, Crunchyroll.
He was trying to sell classes
for hacking and stuff. Yeah, I saw that.
Something.
Yeah. We are aware that login credentials for several streaming services, including Crunchyroll, were posted on social media and have resolved the issue. We have secured the affected accounts, investigated the situation, and determined that there was no evidence that Crunchyroll systems have been compromised.
So how have you resolved the issue? What was the issue that you resolved if there was
they
nothing
reached
on
out
your
to
end?
the people that were in the leak and said, "Hey, change your password. Here, a temporary password has been set for you." By the way, you're fucked when they try to. They're fucked when you try to when they log in to your other accounts across the internet using the same credentials. Like, oh, you signed in with your Gmail password with your Gmail, you're fucked. You know, like.
Yeah.
On Thursday, a now deleted post on Twitter from this user allegedly featured a list of usernames and passwords from Crunchyroll Premium accounts. Several accounts on Twitter then stated they saw their usernames and passwords on the list, although ANN could not verify this information. Damn.
Yeah. Also, during all of this, you could not.
I can verify.
Apparently, I just started streaming on Rumble.
Yeah.
Good job, Rumble.
I can verify that there were people that posted that on.
I saw that.
On
yeah,
Twitter.
they're like, "Why is my account there?" Yeah.
Whether or not they were telling the truth with that.
Right. During all this, I saw that you could not change your password while you were signed in, and people were saying this is such a dumb. Actually, I think that was a smart thing if it was intentional.
Because then people you couldn't log into their account and then change it and hold it for ransom.
Right. You'd have to go to their email.
Yeah, but actually, the way that it was working. Oh no, no, so you're right.
Yeah, you had to log out and do the I forgot my password thing.
Yeah,
and it'd send you an email to change your password. Like people say, "Oh, Crunchyroll is so stupid; they won't let me change my password." No, you dumbass. That's actually a good thing.
Well, I don't know if Crunchyroll intended that. It did have a beneficial effect.
Yeah, it was a very beneficial effect.
Because I'll just remind you that when Crunchyroll, or actually Funimation, had been lost all their goodwill over how they handled the VIX stuff, they made it impossible to cancel your account. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Your Funimation streaming account. Something, I forget specifically what it was. It might have been the Funny Leaks. But yeah, like they literally made it impossible to cancel so that they could try to ride out the anger people had, you know? Anyway. Sonic the Hedgehog 4 is going to be coming out March 19th, 2027.
You suppose they signed another contract to get Jim Carrey printed in gold?
Yes. They probably had some very well-endowed angels deliver it to him, too. Also, AX's Cinema Nights is going to have the 40th anniversary screening for Vampire Hunter D. You'll be able to see it April 9th, 10th, and 13th. They're also going to be doing Cowboy Bebop the movie, February 5th, 6th, and 9th. And Mobile Suit Gundam Charge Counterattack on March 12th and March 16th. In addition, GKIDS is going to screen the Witch Watch anime in theaters on March 16th ahead of the April stream on Crunchyroll and Netflix.
The first 3 episodes.
So make sure you, if you want to see this, that you go to the other Charge Counterattack screenings because they're on the same day. First 3 episodes are going to screen in theaters with exclusive interviews.
Yeah. So this is basically GKIDS saying GKIDS has licensed the anime series Witch Watch. So they're getting more into doing series now, which isn't a bad thing. I don't think. Also, Shinichiro Watanabe's LAZARUS TV anime is going to be coming out in April this year. This is the one with Chad Stahelski working on it, doing the fight choreography. Do we know what studio this is doing this?
Mappa.
It is Mappa. Okay. Go back up to that screenshot. I saw that and I immediately thought Manglobe. Like
it says here that Mappa with planning production by Sola Entertainment.
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah. I remember.
Yeah.
Isn't Monglobe and Mappa both like derivatives of Madhouse, or am I stupid? I'm pretty sure at least Mappa is, which is probably why everything after Hunter x Hunter had a period of rough.
Manglobe shut its doors after Gangsta, and then became Geno Studio, and then that basically died as well. Apparently,
they don't give an
Did
actual
go
date.
to Mappa though.
I don't know. Yeah, so Old Man points out you had to use the lost password feature to change. I don't remember if we finished explaining that, but yes, the change my password thing didn't work. But if you tried to log in and selected I forgot my password, then they would send you an email where you would then be able to change it.
Yeah, as a form of like 2-factor authentication.
Yeah,
basically.
Dylan says, I doubt a Blu-ray is coming regarding Macross 7 Dynamite. It's a miracle it's even streaming in the first place.
Are you sure? Because Nozomi got like 3 of them, and Nozomi doesn't even
I'm
exist.
pretty sure all of them got licensed.
I totally agree with this statement from Old Man. They censor anime because the West still thinks animation is for children. I agree.
Hold
I
up.
think
The only one that isn't licensed, as far as I'm aware, is the original. In fact, now that I think of it, Macross 7 specifically is licensed under Nozomi.
Enriff says it's interesting to see Witch Watch get the same treatment as Dandadan. All right. Anyway, let's keep going here. Making pretty good time, to be honest. The Too Perfect Saint, tossed aside by my fiance and sold to another kingdom, reveals key visual. Just saying. Is this the same girl? Because when she's upside down, they look way bigger. Moving past that, the Unaware Atelier Master TV anime reveals new trailer. Whoa.
Nice. Is that could be the main character?
Who? This guy?
No. I don't know. Forget it. Carry on.
You saw this character and then this character and realized they were the same.
No,
but
I
thought
was saying-
this character
Yeah.
was there at some point. Yeah, because that's exactly what I did and didn't verbalize. All right. I may be a guild receptionist, but I'll solo any boss to clock out on time. English dub reveals cast and crew and release date. So Jill Harris is going to voice Alina here. Sarah Wiedenhefst is in it. I don't know the rest of these people. Don't think it matters. Yeah.
Pretty fun.
This is my aesthetic. Reese, you're watching it, right?
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Yeah. So this will be a watch club at some point in the future. There's also this artwork from it. She's freaking adorable. Is there more? Is there more? There's no more. Cool. All right. Also, Ameku MD, Doctor Detective English dub reveals cast and crew release date. Sadly, I don't see Hugh Laurie voicing the main character because apparently I'm not the only one who saw this and thought, oh, it kind of seems like House, right? Like, kind of seems like we're doing House, the anime. This has taken Twitter by storm. Dr. Gregory House reincarnated as a cute Japanese girl. House MD sequel turns beloved House into cute Japanese girl, right? Died 2012, born 2025. Welcome back, Dr. House, right? This has just been a constant thing, right? Sorry, it's lupus. Could it be an autoimmune disease? Lupus, maybe? Like, it feels like it's leaning pretty heavily into that. Meanwhile, My Hero Academia Vigilantes anime reveals premiere date and cast and new trailer. So, Reese, this is the side story. Is it by Horikoshi or just takes place in the same?
I think it's a different character. I think it takes place early on, but I could completely wrong.
So, is it called Vigilante or is it My Hero Academia Illegals?
Over here, it's called My Hero Academia Vigilantes. I don't know if it's just
My
called
Hero
Vigilantes.
Academia Mexicans.
In Japanese, this says Vigilante, and then it says Boku no Hero Academia Illegals.
So it'd be like Vigilantes of My Hero Academia story or something.
Yeah, no, yes, yeah, but illegals is
illegals. So
determining term here. That I mean, obviously, being a vigilante is taking, stopping crime into your hands in an illegal way. Like, you're not authorized to use force to stop crime the way that a police officer.
They didn't go through the hero course.
Yeah.
Or at least didn't pass it.
Kotushi says, is the MD called a sensei? Yes, it would be. Grey's Anatomy, the anime?
What's crazy is like it's gonna be like if it is House, then it's gonna be like a three-way parody because it's like House is like a derivative of like Sherlock Holmes, but like medical Sherlock Holmes,
right?
And then we're gonna get like the
anime
version of it,
which Blackjack kind of already did too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I hope the translation got the correct form of doctor. They usually call Dr. Sensei. Yes, they do. The U.S. title took out the illegals part and just calls it. Okay, cool. Good to know. Yeah, so I want to draw your attention to this right here because we are getting a censored character design from the manga. Right. However, Reese pointed out to me that I guess
I did not point out to you. Somebody else did.
Okay.
Random 11.
Somebody else, Randy, I'm sorry. Stolen Valor on Reese, sorry. Pointed out to me that the Blu-ray release of My Hero Academia has uncensored stuff like this where they made the skin color appear to be in a skin suit or whatever so that it wasn't as lewd or whatever. So hopefully we get an appropriate version. Personally, I don't think that the redesign is too bad here. Just putting like leggings on the character makes the character.
It seems a lot more.
It seems more practical, right? Like the character would be warmer. Like this just
You're not
almost
getting road
feels.
rash on your ass.
This, yeah, I was gonna say this. This doesn't seem like this seems like I'm out fighting crime dressed as a bat. This is like, I'm a slut out on patrol. You know, like
Yeah, midnight levels of
I'm taking my position
But-
at my
so-
corner.
my quirk is being a whore. You know, like,
Reese, does this take place during the original My Hero story? Yeah, or do you not know? Reese,
What?
does this take?
Are you gay?
Does
Reese?
this take place during the
I don't
original
know.
My Hero story?
I don't know. I guess.
My
I haven't
gooder,
touched on
academia.
it.
I would think that this takes place during the story in the same way that A Harsh Mistress of the City takes place during the same time as parts of Attack on Titan, where it's like it's happening simultaneously, but in a portion of the story where nothing that's related to the main story is ever going to come up or be relevant, you know, kind of thing.
Like the Netflix Marvel shows.
Yeah, exactly. Where they like have, you know.
Well, I got your answer. It takes place 4 to 6 years before the main series.
Oh, well, wait. Okay, so that would okay, sure. So that kind of makes this guy's outfit. You know, he's just like Deku, kind of. You know, like idolizes All Might.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
All Might hasn't been, or like has just been like the big, like the where he got that.
Didn't Deku have a outfit that looked almost identical to that?
Like the pajama things he wears.
Yeah,
yeah,
pajamas when he's a kid.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mirage. Okay. Is her outlaw tag from Turning Tricks? Ooh. All right. Okay.
Footnote.
What?
What?
What about Footnote?
Footnote, paying attention.
Footnote, are you watching Rent a Girlfriend?
No, I haven't watched like since the first like 2 episodes when it first came out. And I'm like,
you
this
might
is
be
gay
interested
and cuck.
in catching up.
Yeah. Well, I don't think so.
Why?
Well, okay. So
Does he actually like revert time and not cuck himself? Like,
do you remember in the first episode of Rent a Girlfriend how he's imagining his then girlfriend getting railed by other guys?
yeah, and then gooning.
Yeah. Rent a Girlfriend season 4 anime splashes down over 2 parts starting in July 2025. We're just gonna act like it's a totally normal show, right? Yeah. So a certain event is gonna occur in this season, and it's quite infamous. I'm gonna show you this. This is from Know Your Meme, right? Can't show that on Know Your Meme, right? This is not in the manga. Just so that we're clear, okay?
What?
Well, these panels are.
Each of these panels are in the manga, but this is not a page of the manga. Okay? What they're doing here is by showing this is the order that they are in the manga. It's just that they're pages apart. And ironically, it's actually worse in the manga. What's his name? Kazuya or whatever? He
it's worse, dear God.
that's his name, right? Yeah, Kazuya. Kazuya Kinoshita. He imagines the girl that he's renting getting railed by another character in the show, and then like cries about it, right? Like you see here.
Has an erection while he's like swimming.
It's hard to say because in that image he's underwater and like his goggles and like the drawstring and the
I love how they took off
floating.
his goggles so you could see that he's crying even though he's underwater. So how can you see the tears? But whatever.
Well, but the point is that all that stuff is floating up to the surface. So is his suit also doing that, or does he have a Mondo bulge going on? Right? I don't know. Okay, I'm just saying. But before podcast, I wanted to see this panel uncensored, and that's how I found out that this doesn't exist. This page is not how it is. The bottom there where he's crying, that's a 2-page spread in one of the like in the 2 pages of the manga or that bottom
What a
image.
waste of 2 pages. Damn.
Yeah. So the thing is though, that this panel of the girl getting railed is one of like 7 panels of him imagining it, and
it's a really long sequence.
Extremely creative sexual positions that I was shocked to see, and quite frankly couldn't even fathom how she was bending in some ways. It is extremely explicit, and so it's gonna get weird in the next season here.
Believe it or not, I still don't want this.
Yeah, I don't know why.
How is this keep getting seasons greenlit? For fuck's sake, who watches this?
I can't wait
Who's
till the
rooting
physical
for this
release is over 2
loser?
parts as well.
Yeah.
Then again, cuckoldry is like a big fucking thing in Japan, so
Huge. Disturbingly huge.
I don't know why. Like, why would you? What do you get out of
NTR is so popular, it's ridiculous.
The spinoff has the Kurogiri origin in it, from what I hear. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about spinoffs that are written by people that aren't the original creators and then putting like important lore
Right.
in it. You know what
I
I mean?
agree.
the
It's
worst-
got, it would have to have his approval.
Yeah, as long as he has the oversight and could tell them, I'm not going to write this story. If you want to figure out a way to incorporate it, this is his backstory. You know, something like that.
I feel like when they did it, they took from Vigilantes in season. What season was that? 4. And they slapped it into season 4 of My Hero Academia.
What part?
The backstory of Kurogiri.
Oh, do they?
I think so.
Hmm.
Not all of it.
The,
Maybe there's more of it in Vigilantes, but I think they shoved in quite a bit from what I've seen, from the brief snippets I've seen from Vigilantes.
In One Piece, they have the Book of Ace.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, it got quieter in here all of a sudden. Which is a backstory on Ace before he
Spoiler.
like before the
Joins
main
Luffy's crew?
series.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't join Luffy's group, but
Okay, whatever
before
it is
the
then.
main
Yeah.
series. And people keep like on the internet are like, oh yeah, that was canon. That's canon because Oda
Mhm.
Oda okayed it.
Mhm.
No, that's not canon. That is not how that works.
Yeah, the live action would be canon if that was the case.
So when people other than the author make things, it just bugs me that other people online assume that's canon now. It's like because it
Yeah.
got okayed.
So 2 things
Like-
here.
Even things that the author makes are not always canon. Like
Yeah. No, totally. You know, and that's the beauty of headcanon, because quite frankly, I hate Goku's mom in the Broly movie. I hate Goku's parents actually in the Broly movie. It completely invalidates bumping his head. Like, he was always a good boy. No, come on. Kutiti says, didn't the writer of Rent a Girlfriend actually get cucked when a fan won a date with his doll? Not his doll.
no, he took the
yeah.
cardboard cutout or whatever the fuck it was
Like after
out on
so-
himself.
Yeah, somebody did win a date with the cardboard standee of the girl from Rent a Girlfriend or whatever. And so out of jealousy, the creator then had to go get it and post a bunch of pictures on social media like he was on a date with it, because that is how much of a cuck he is, right?
Holy.
And Riv says, I feel like Horikoshi or whoever wanted to try to do an MCU thing where they reward you with important lore for consuming side content. So I remember when I was younger, when Dot Hack was on Toonami, that show had like 10 novels you had to read in order to get all the lore behind it.
Is that why
And-
the show made no sense?
I mean, I just remember it being like the amount of effort required to properly consume this media is just too much, right?
That's like what Greenline says about Genshin Impact. It's like, oh, you gotta read the little
Yeah.
thingies.
Like it's like it's one thing is it from a marketing perspective to try to microtransaction people into more lore, but like you have to have lore that's worth giving a shit about. Like I'm currently
to make us
like
do a scavenger hunt.
I'm currently rereading the Harsh Mistress of the City for the Attack on Titan Watch Club because like Attack on Titan's fucking earned it. You know what I mean? Like I want to know. I want to get deep in there, especially as I've gotten further in Attack on Titan from when I first read it to know like if anything comes up, I want to be able to look at it from the lens of the stuff I know now. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's just like I can't imagine, especially back then with .hack, it's like most of that shit wasn't even translated. It's like in order to even get it, you had to really work for it. It's like not worth it. Not fucking worth it. And then I got to trust that the translation's accurate. Nah, no thanks. Anyway, all right. So let's go past here. So, Your Name producer insisted on making Suzume's main character an underage girl, and is facing prison for sexual relationship with 100+ minors.
100? Oh my god!
Is this like that girl who claimed to have slept with 100 men in one day? Like, is a relationship that you sent a DM? You know,
right.
Like...
Or maybe it's a case of like he knew he was just in for it, so he was like, okay, speedrun this shit. Let's see how many I can get before I get arrested.
Makoto Shinkai's movie Suzume has gained a lot of attention, not just for its beautiful animation, but also for the creative decisions behind its story and ongoing things about its producer. The film's lead character, the film's lead character, 17-year-old Suzume and 22-year-old Soda, sparked discussions among fans about the age. God damn it. However, the real focus is on Shinkai's efforts to move away from typical romance in the story. The film's producer, Koichiro Ito, who also worked on Your Name and Weathering with You, wanted a storyline with a younger girl and an older male character to attract a wider audience. To attract a wider audience. What a weird thing to say. But Shinkai wanted to explore a different idea, focusing on a sisterhood-like relationship instead of romance. Despite his efforts, the producers insisted that romance was necessary for the film's success. I don't remember this movie that well, but I really don't remember it feeling like there was romance happening.
Not really.
Like, not at all. Like in
do you think
Your
he
Name.
wanted? Do you think he really pushed for that scene where she sits on the chair?
What?
The sentient chair thing?
Yeah.
Is the guy the chair? Did that?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. I didn't want to spoil
New
it.
fetish unlocked. All right. Shinkai wanted to explore a different idea, focusing on sisterhood-like relationship instead of romance. Despite his efforts, the producer insisted that romance was necessary for the film's success. To balance the producer's demands and his own vision, Shinkai made a bold choice. He turned Soda, the male lead, into a chair for a big part of the movie. He's like, all right, it can be a romance. In an interview, Shinkai said, quote, I wanted to focus on a sisterhood story, but my producer said, you may be tired of romance, but your audience loves it. So to avoid making it too romantic, I made her main interest a chair.
Are we talking like a scene like in Code Geass with Table Kun? Or what?
Not quite.
No.
Go Geass Watch Club when though.
The chair, it's a three-legged chair.
It's a three-legged like IKEA chair.
No,
like,
it's like a three-legged children's chair.
Yeah, like a
He
children's
likes his third leg, does he?
Yeah.
Does she?
Yeah.
And it kind of like clumsily like walks around and it has like a face on it, like little eyes.
Think Beauty and the Beast.
Yes, precisely. The unusual decision allowed Suzume to stand out from Shinkai's earlier works. It created a unique story that moved away from the typical romantic trope seen in many anime films. Meanwhile, controversy arose after reports from Japanese media revealed serious allegations against producer Koichiro Ito. Investigations uncovered disturbing allegations, including sexual acts with underage girls, violations of child pornography laws, and exploiting his financial power to prey on over 100 individuals. These reports have sparked criticism and raised questions about his influence on the film. Despite this, Shinkai's ability to resist certain pressures and keep his story unique is being praised by fans. Even with these challenges, Shinkai delivered a movie that is both creative and memorable. His decision to move away from traditional romance and focus on a different kind of relationship has made Suzume a standout film. Wow. I feel like we literally already covered this. The only news here is this part. He's seeking a 6-year prison sentence, right? Like, okay. Anyway,
he's seeking it. He was just looking for it, you know?
No, seriously. Right?
JT Vega reincarnated as a vending machine, reincarnated as a chair, except the chair is the one the fat guy is sitting on in 7. Like, no,
guys, please. I need a light novel to get turned into a hentai. That time I got reincarnated as a vibrator in another world, right? Make it happen. Podcast magic. All right. In the real news here, Bleach anime used in defense in New Zealand murder case. Now, before we read this, I just want to remind you something I forgot to upload in the brand.
His spiritual pressure wasn't big enough. He couldn't have been the murderer.
I just want to remind you that during the Young Thug trial, the defense felt the need to say this.
Indictment. This reminds me of this anime named Bleach, where it's 16 seasons. Every episode is about 18, 20 episodes. Sorry, every season is 18 to 20 episodes. And they have season 4 and 5. They have these bouts. They're villains of the whole thing in season 4 and season 5. The main characters are trying to get them out of soul society. You go to season 6, you don't hear about the bounce. You go to season 7, you don't hear about the bounce. Why don't you hear about these important characters? Because they're filler characters. It's a filler season. Me and Darius, we're fillers. We're not integral to the story. They just dragged him out of prison to jail.
She didn't even get the fucking story right.
Right? Horrible. Like if you're seriously, I need to use AI to have the camera pan over to the jury and it's a bunch of weebs, right? Like, that's the only way this makes sense.
They got their body pillow in the stand too.
Dude, oh my god! On my flight home, I went into the Orlando airport and I got through TSA and I got my TSA pre-check applied, so I got to go quickly. But a bunch of the girls on my team had to go through the regular one, so I was trying to find them in the regular line. And I go over to that side of it from the side that's already gone through, and I see a child. A girl could not have been more than 8 years old, wearing an Ahega hoodie.
Oh,
wow!
It's hentai and it's art. AC, come on now, it's art.
So,
look,
do you guys
don't
remember?
Blame her, okay? She was under the influence of the guy who produced Suzume. Like, come on, cut her some slack.
Do you remember the Ben Shapiro roast I did for us a couple years ago?
Yes.
I've been trying to work on, it's kind of been on the back burner for like a year and a half now, but I had been working on turning it into a podcast clip and updating parts of it to just be a little bit more polished. And there's a part where Ben Shapiro refers to me as something like Hitler, if instead Hitler was an anime enthusiast, autistic, something. I forget specifically what it is, but I have a picture of Hitler, and then it zooms out to show that he's holding a body pillow and he's like drawing and coloring with crayons with a bunch of kids. And I like painstakingly Photoshop, because this is before generative AI. I painstakingly photoshopped a kid wearing an Otagality coloring. I was just like, God damn it. I could have just taken a picture of this child.
It's probably better you didn't take a picture of a child.
My Photoshop's pretty fucking good too, so I can't wait to show it eventually. All right, anyway. All right, let's go into this. So the Bleach anime is used in defense in a New Zealand murder case. Defense, schizophrenic suspect was just acting out a Bleach scene when he assaulted and murdered the victim. The defense presented new evidence in a New Zealand murder case of 69-year-old Auckland resident Michael Mulholland by 36-year-old man Gabriel Hikari Yad Elohim. Wow! What a goddamn name! He's part Japanese, part like Israeli, part like Mormon. In a December 13th report by the Law News website and January 13th report by the New Zealand Herald newspaper, the new evidence suggests Yad Elohim. What's wrong?
I'm just picturing like an autistic crazy person sitting there with a sword saying "Bonkai" and like slashing all around and be like, "Oh, you died? I'm sorry. Bonkai, Bonkai, Bonkai."
Yeah. The new evidence suggests Yad Elohim was recreating a scene from the popular anime series Bleach. The reports do not mention the specific Bleach series nor episode. However, according to Law News, the defense expert psychiatrist Dr. Kavney said he, quote, discovered a particular scene from the anime some weeks after trial, and he disclosed it to former appellate counsel, but it was, quote, not fully represented in the Court of Appeal. Yad Elohim was arrested. Like, literally, your lawyer is just on his day off. He's watching Bleach, and he's like, wait, I can use this! You know? Yad Elohim
as if that would get him off, though. Like, you don't understand, Judge.
You like
just recreating a show where they murdered someone,
but that didn't work. So now I'm going to just plead autism. Like, Yad Elohim was arrested and convicted in 2017 for bludgeoning Mulholland to death. Both the Law News and New Zealand Herald articles note Yad Elohim was diagnosed with schizophrenia prior to assaulting and murdering Mulholland. Yad Elohim's defense pled insanity during the trial, but the jury rejected the claims. In May 2023, Yad Elohim appealed his conviction with statements from forensic psychiatrist Dr. Chaplow, but the Court of Appeal dismissed the appeal. In a final bid, Yad Elohim appealed his case to the New Zealand Supreme Court in July 2024, according to the Law News. Quote, the Supreme Court considered the video of the transcript of a monologue that Yad Elohim had delivered. That'd be so fucking funny. It's like, yeah, well, he murdered the guy with his, like, you know, double-ended, like, spear. But then, wait, we found this video of him. And actually, and if they just play the video and it's the guy doing, like, the Star Wars thing, like the fat guy doing the Star Wars maneuvers. Supreme Court
I have God and anime on my side.
Yeah, exactly. The Supreme Court considered the video and the transcript of a monologue that Yad Elohim had delivered in Japanese in a police interview room some 24 hours after the attack. So did he just quote? Like, did he verbatim just quote the Japanese from the episode?
He said, "You are my nakama."
It noted that there were several similarities between the video and the attack, and also with the monologue. The court stated that the evidence was significant and appeared credible. Holy fuck. As of press time, the New Zealand Supreme Court has not announced when they will hear Yad Elohim's case. Damn. Well, keep me posted.
I would like to know what monologue was so badass that this guy was like, yeah, I'm going to kill someone today.
If I was the defense, I'd say, Your Honor, I was watching Fate Stay Night, and he said, people die when they are killed. So, therefore, Your Honor, he's guilty.
I like to think that they just played the clip from our podcast of Foodnum doing his own dub for Bleach. Ichigo.
I love you, Ichigo. I love you too, Chad. Ichigo.
All right. Marvel announces Godzilla versus Hulk. That's it. That's all I want to say about this. I can't believe this is a thing. Why would anybody read this Is a Godzilla fan going to enjoy this? Probably not. Is a Hulk fan going to enjoy this? Almost certainly not. I don't know what the fuck this is about. Who's going to win? Like, it invalidates all the lore. Why? Is that Jet Jaguar? Like, what is happening? Hulk's not even in this. Is Hulk in here and I just don't see him? Holy fuck.
It's probably a an alternate cover that they just.
Why is Jet Jaguar in it?
Sometimes for alternate covers they're completely unrelated to the actual book.
Hello, Nunchucks Ninja. They wanted to make a chick flick anime. You mean the sisterhood thing? Reincarnated vending machine. She used the N-words and said to get them out of Soul Society. Yes. All right. Isn't a Hulk Godzilla Yaoi fanfic?
Is it?
Is it? Oh, I hope not. Leading into this, though, Fortnite X Kaiju number 8 collab goes live with Cosmetics Bundle. Now, I didn't want to cover this, but Reese made perhaps the funniest observation. Kaiju number 8 is the cleanup crew that goes in and cleans up after the Kaiju attacks. And I think one of the characters, I think this guy, becomes a Kaiju. I think that's how that works, right? So Reese pointed out the fact that last podcast we covered the Hatsune Miku emote doing the Godzilla thing. So theoretically, they get to be involved with that Kaiju attack, right? Anyway, that's what you get to see. All right, moving past this. Xbox's Ninja Gaiden 2 Black trailer cuts out fan service by removing women entirely.
Huh?
Xbox did this. Xbox. Do you know who didn't remove the women?
Sony?
Sony.
Somehow?
What world am I in? For some reason, the Xbox version of the trailer for Ninja Gaiden 2 Black has cut out all the fan service by removing all the women from the trailer. Ayane, Rachel, Momiji, and Irene all have a few seconds to shine in the PlayStation version of the Ninja Gaiden 2 Black trailer, but are noticeably missing from the Xbox version. You can compare the two yourself below. Timestamps for the major changes: 39 seconds on the PlayStation trailer and 32 on the Xbox trailer. Okay, so get this. Just for you guys, I have combined them in such a way. Oh, what the
Wonder
fuck?
Twin powers activate.
Where's
We're
the
gonna
play
get
button?
2 copyright strikes at once.
Where's the fucking play button? Oh, here, it's on top.
Bottom
Okay.
center.
Bottom left.
Sorry, they used to be side by side on these. All right, I tried to sync them up. You're gonna see these nonsensical things. Mute those so I don't have to hear it. / I'll tell you, I never understood the appeal. I didn't fully understand the appeal of Ninja Gaiden until I saw the trailer here.
That's
the
some
titties or the
big
gore?
appeal right there.
The appeal is the ladies.
Yeah, holy
Look at the
shit.
Xbox
When does
people
this
getting
game come
fucked.
out? I'm getting it.
It's already out.
Oh, nice.
This
Now-
is a remake of the
Second one.
original
Second one.
Right, because this is
3D
an
one,
old
right?
ass fucking franchise. I know that.
Well, I'm glad I bought the remastered trilogy just for them to slap me in the face with this.
Mhm.
Unless I get a free download.
See, I just think it's funny that they cut out that one section with the women and just had him like running up a hallway or some shit. It was like the thing they replaced it with. Anyway, so yeah, I couldn't help but notice gaming is back. Just saying.
We are so back, boys.
It's back by virtue of it being an old game.
Yeah, remake. We'll see how 4 looks when it comes out.
The fourth one, there's a fourth one coming?
Yeah, when they announced that they shadow dropped this during the last Xbox event, and they also announced Ninja Gaiden 4.
I mean, that's cool.
So I couldn't help but notice that when she uses her gun at first coming up, it seems like her it seems like there's a little jiggle physics happening, right? Like they seem to exist, and yet they aren't being utilized in the proper way. Like right now, they should be jiggling the hell up, right? Like, what's even the point of having it if you're not going to do a good job? See, lack of jiggle physics there, my friends. Like, I'm just...
Shame on you. I think this is Team Ninja, right? Shame on you, Team Ninja.
I'll tell you what they aren't. They aren't Team Jiggle Physics, right?
Wait, and Team Ninja is bought by Microsoft too, right? So, so what?
so.
Did Sony go out of their way to add footage into the trailer? Is that what happened?
No, because it's made by Microsoft. My understanding is it's made by Microsoft. So Microsoft would have had to make their own trailer and then make their own Sony trailer. Yeah, it's so weird.
No, they just made the Sony trailer was the original. They just swapped out the footage.
So it seems like. Enner says, this is a nothing burger problem. The game is uncensored. Outfit's still sexy. Boobies still bounce. People just got to take the W on this one. Yeah, well,
what is it?
Just showing
Ninja
off
Gaiden 4
the assets here.
Theoretically would be the first game Xbox has made this generation that might be worth buying, unless they get rid of all the women in the game because it's a new entry, so they can take whatever liberties they want. We'll have to see. Xbox might be turning the tides.
It seems to me like they do exist. They're just not being applied as much as I think realistically they should be. They didn't. All Kunoichi would have to be censored to avoid gooning. Ninja Gaiden 4 coming in fall, developed by Platinum Games. Kunoichi disproves Goonergate inherently because their sex appeal is crucial to their profession. Yes. It's also crucial to my enjoyment. At first, it looked like a simply stylistic change, with the Xbox trailer showing off some action-oriented cutscenes. But even a minor scene where we see a flash of Irene in the PlayStation trailer is replaced by the Tengu brothers, completely removing any appearance of major female characters. Speculatively, Xbox may be avoiding showing any fan service. Team Ninja, and by extension the Ninja Gaiden series, is famous for their character designs from game franchises such as Dead or Alive. While traditionally Sony and PlayStation are infamous for their censorship, in this case, it's Xbox who seemingly gone out of their way to have women removed from being associated with their platform. Ninja Gaiden 2 Black is available now on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. Choose wisely. Only one of these is the proper choice. The moddable kind. All right. So I want to address real quick. Actually, I want to take a quick pee, if you don't mind, before we jump into this. I'm going to make this as painless as possible, but I got to pee first. Right back.
So how has your guys' week been?
All right. How about you?
Yeah. Decent. Did Reese tell you guys I had to help him out with a freaking that stupid fucking Crunchyroll thing?
No.
It's retarded, dude. It actually gave me a scare. Like after the fact, it was like, oh shit, does this have anything to do with it?
I low key forgot that Crunchyroll is also Right Stuff. So then I realized, oh wait, I should change my password.
Yeah.
Yeah, previously I had like 5 people who had my password because I gave it to them. But then when I realized I'm basically not even using my own Crunchyroll. Like I barely used it anyway. I canceled it at one point, and I said to my friend, I'm like, you're going to have to be a big boy now and pay for your own Crunchyroll.
Damn, harsh.
But true.
Harsh but true.
Yeah, I managed to binge like most of Attack on Titan in one go, and then I had like, I don't know, the last episode the next day. Well, I don't think. Did I do it in one go? I feel like I might have had 2 big sessions, and then the last episode like yesterday for season 3 anyway. What about you, Greenline? How's your progress?
Fuck. I'm halfway through.
Oh. But you've already seen it.
Yeah, I have already seen it, to be fair.
Woo! All right. You may now return
There's the
from
big
the edge of your
guy.
seat. Okay, so let's talk about Assassin's Creed. I cannot believe how much worse things have gotten. So, first of all, I'm just going to speed through this part. Assassin's Creed Shadows gameplay Twitch stream shows a buggy, bland game that puts no fears to rest. So these are the like developers here attempting to show a mechanic where you can pet the dog. This is out. And they just give up.
Whenever you're playing audio through your speakers, it fucks up your mic. Just like
does it really? Fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think you guys still understood what I was trying to say, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Moving past that. They have now removed Yasuke from the pre-order banner.
Oh boy.
Yeah. And for the Japanese version, I have been told they have removed the term samurai in reference to Yasuke from the game. In addition, it says here, this is the translation for it. Why can't I click on you? There we go. For the Assassin's Creed Shadows CEROZ, that's like the rating system in Japan, there are differences in some in-game content in the version sold in Japan to comply with regulations on the ratings board. Options to toggle certain settings on and off have been removed, and the decapitation of enemies and dismemberment of limbs during gameplay are permanently disabled. Representations of dismemberment have been altered. Some Japanese voiceovers included in the overseas versions, North America and Europe, have been modified. So they are modifying the game to try to limit damage done in Japan by trying to remove Yasuke as much as possible and making it so that foreigners aren't dismembering and killing and chopping the heads off of the Japanese.
They probably changed one of the some of the lines so it's like, I am LGBTQ plus. I love you, Yasuke.
I am the big gay. From outright beatings to wage theft, former employees of Assassin's Creed Shadows support team Brandoville Studios claimed the leadership subjected them to constant physical, mental, and financial abuse. As if Ubisoft's public image, as well as one's collective faith in humanity, could stand another such disappointment, a new expose centered on the Assassin's Creed Shadows development support team at Brandoville Studios has alleged the Indonesia-based company to be a hotbed of leadership-fueled employee abuse, with alleged offenses ranging from the physical to the mental to even the financial. I feel like you should start that list backwards. From financial to mental to even physical abuse. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's the worst thing.
Per archives of the Brandoville Studios website made just before they ceased operation, in addition to Ubisoft's aforementioned Assassin's Creed Shadows, the company also produced work for such noted production houses as Disney, Sony, Naughty Dog, Warner Brothers Games, Sega, Xbox Game Studio, ZeniMax Online, and NetEase Games. Compiled by video game industry-centric investigative YouTube channel People Make Games and shared with the public on January 7th, the report was primarily based off of the recollections of one Krista Sidney, a former employee who claimed to have suffered a long string of abuses during her time with the studio, with a handful of other employees either supporting her story or offering their own. According to Sidney, her troubles began after finding herself facing a potential firing, at which time she caught the attention of the Quan Cherry Lai, the wife of Brandonville Studio CEO Ken Lai, who claimed that God talked to her and encouraged her to take the struggling employee under her wing. 100 slaps, the breaking news the game industry ignored in 2024. But rather than offering her any help, Cherry allegedly treated Sidney, as well as other studio employees, as her personal fiefdom, keeping them under a strict schedule and dictating everything from when they could drink, eat, or sleep, and which religion, Christianity, they should practice. Cherry also allegedly made abusive comments to employees, attempted to divide them via gossip, gaslighting them into trusting her or being suspicious of their own families, and blew up over minor issues or failures. Further, when the studio first caught the attention of People Make Games in 2021, following a similar investigation into the absolutely abysmal crunch culture conditions found in South Asian support studios, Sidney claims that she was ordered by Cherry to not only sign her name to a self-dictated and overtly positive denial to the allegations, but also record a similarly themed video, which was to be sent to any organization that threatened to blacklist Brandonville Studios after their involvement in the scandal. In offering a specific example of the women's alleged tyranny, Sidney recalled that at one point, immediately prior to her attendance of a work conference, she was only allowed minutes of sleep, with Cherry using a screen sharing feature on her computer to ensure that she was awake. Things only got worse for Sidney when she arrived to the actual conference itself, during which Cherry controlled who she could talk, who she could talk to, bombarded her with abuse over WhatsApp, and after in a photo in a spot meant ordered her to write 100 self-deprecating sentences as punishment. It was this nightmare of an event, said Sidney, that she found herself hitting her breaking point and finally built up the nerve to try to quit Brandonville Studios. However, her resignation was reportedly rejected by Cherry, who then claimed that the many gifts and hours of mentorship she had given to Sidney over the years, the latter of which Sidney claims was basically nonsense, were not given out of charity, and thus she was expected to pay her back in full for everything. Cherry then followed up this reveal with the likewise shocking news that Sidney's paycheck did not actually belong to the employee, but rather was a sort of allowance given to her by leadership, which they held final say over and whose every use had to be approved by them. After this conference, Sidney claims that Cherry's began to grow ever more extreme. Cherry's actions, maybe is all I should say. Eventually coming to encompass such behavior as demanding pictures of how she was dressed every morning in order to perform quality control over her appearance, and ordering her to endure painful and punitive stress positions for hours on end, all while instructing the studio's other employees to learn strength by ignoring her plight. This eventually culminated in arguably the worst abuse of all, wherein Cherry is said to have regularly told Sidney to slap herself in the face until she bled, or until she reached 100 total strikes, whichever came first, lest she receive even more egregious punishment. As seen in clips shared by People Make Games, Sidney was forced to record these videos for Cherry's viewing, being expected to be on alert to record them at the drop of a hat. In one case, Cherry recorded a video of Sidney apologizing to her. Sidney claims she looked groggy and unfocused in the video because she had concussion-like symptoms, having slammed her head into the door frame as hard as she could at Cherry's insistence. Sidney's abuse eventually came to a head in September 2024 when, after finding herself convinced to follow Ken and his wife to their new Lai studios following Brandaville Studios' closure the month before, Cherry took to outright physically beating her, with one of 2 reported incidents seeing her punch, slap, and kick the employee for not having a document ready for a meeting, and the other involving her delivering multiple slaps. Holy fuck, that was loud. Jesus. Anyway, with one of the 2 reported incidents seeing her punch, slap, and kick the employee for not having a document ready for a meeting, and the other involving her delivering multiple slaps in response to items she requested being placed in the incorrect spot outside of the hotel room door. After that, Sydney both finally fled from Cherry's influence and reached out to People Make Games to share her story. Unsurprisingly, Sydney is far from the only former member of Brandaville Studios to allege abuse at Cherry's hands. As recalled by ex-employee Caesarian Balthazar, what a great name, not only was he subjected to the same paycheck gatekeeping as Sydney, but when he finally attempted to quit, Cherry allegedly refused to give him a sum of back pay, which he himself had requested be withheld, and also hit him with a 200 million Indian rupee invoice, over $12,800 for a supposed training program she claimed he took place in, but which he himself denies ever attending. All in all, not only does Balthazar say that he lost roughly a month's pay, amounting to 5 million Indian, what is INR? I guess that's Indian rupee, right? So 276 US dollars, to Cherry's refusal to pay him back his withheld funds, but that he also paid roughly 7 million back towards his training fee before he was ultimately fired. Another damning story came from Brandaville Studios' business development manager, Saigafana Afiati. God damn these names. Afiati says that during her pregnancy in 2022, despite the already wild stresses that the process was putting on her body, Cherry still overworked her, having her attend meetings that lasted well into early morning hours, and even responding to her suffering of complications by demanding she immediately either return to work or work remotely. Like the others, Afianti eventually found herself fed up with Cherry's behavior and attempted to quit, only for the woman to respond by berating Afiati's husband before allowing her to go on temporary leave. Sadly, when Afiati's son was born, he was done so prematurely, and unfortunately for Afiati, not only was she asked to return to work just a month later, but also had her request for a lighter workload and additional time to see her son fully rejected, with Cherry even going so far as to constantly bombard her with phone calls, even while she was visiting the baby. Is anybody here
visit my baby?
Is anybody here not of the opinion that it was the workload and stress and constant berating that caused the child to be born premature? I mean, that's fucking obvious, right? Like, this woman literally has done lifelong damage to this baby. That's how fucking...
And she let her see it.
Unfortunately for Aviati and her husband, 4 months after being born, their son succumbed to his condition and passed away.
Oh, so she killed a child, effectively.
Fuck. But rather than compassion, Cherry is said to have immediately begun making moves to ensure that HR did not pay her for any of the time she would be taking off work, declaring, no way we pay for her currently sad mood or anything. Damn. Holy shit. A few months later, Afiati would put in her resignation as an attempt to put Brandaville Studios behind her.
What country is this in?
The Philippines, India, or Indonesia, was it? Thailand?
Like, in Canada, we have mandatory bereavement.
Mm-hmm.
You get like at least a week, I think, for a super close family member.
Indonesia.
Maybe it's like 2 or 3 days. Indonesia's rough if they don't have that.
Okay, it's right here. As explained by People Make Games contributor Chris Bratt in the outlet's video, thanks to Sydney's efforts in trying to get her story into the public, the Indonesian police have opened an official investigation into the matter. Per Bratt, the reason it took so long for any real attention to be brought to Brandonville Studios' problems is that, as explained by the local phrase, no viral, no justice, the people of Indonesia have little trust in their police and law enforcement. Thus, crimes need a mass outcry in order to actually spur action from authorities. And it was not until she first came forward with the initial reports of her abuse in September 2024 that those in the relevant positions of power would deem her concerns as noteworthy. When reached by Bratt and offered a chance to explain herself, Cherry thanked him for his 2021 report on Brandonville Studios' crunch conditions and declared, "To me, my part of the story is not important, as long as my team are good and safe now. However, I will love to meet a new friend if you can make it to Hong Kong." Interestingly, when Bratt subsequently explained any meetings between them would be recorded, Cherry stopped replying to Bratt's emails. Conversely, Ken did not reply to any of Bratt's attempted communications. When asked by Eurogamer if they had any response to the allegations, an Ubisoft spokesperson asserted, quote, "We are deeply disturbed by the recent reports surrounding Brandonville Studios. We strongly condemn all forms of abuse, and our thoughts are with the affected employees." Meanwhile, Microsoft, who previously tagged Brandonville Studios to help work on Age of Empires 4, did not reply to the outlet's request for comments. Wow. I mean, obviously it's, a support studio. Not to say that they aren't important or do good work, but they're an entirely separate entity from Ubisoft. But could things get any worse? Like, holy shit, man. Fuck me. Hire for diversity and you get diversity in management styles. It's not a nothing burger. Games have been censored afterward. Yeah. People complaining about a censored trailer. That's a nothing burger. If the game itself gets censored, that's the problem. Yeah, I think that's what he means. Yeah. Like, I just think it's funny because like we're showcasing that, it was Nintendo that was the only place that was still uncensored, and now Sony, the place that was previously censoring out the ass, is now the one that didn't censor. It's just like, what is happening? I don't understand this. Random's Five Guys. Attack on Titan is an easy binge. Was this when I was in the bathroom for a minute? I don't know.
I was away also while you were in the bathroom.
Oh, this seems like a lesbian relationship, in my opinion. Kind of, yeah. Is this the H-1B we need? Seems that way. These are the refugees that deserve to come here. All right. After shutting down several popular emulators, Nintendo finally admits that emulation is legal.
Wow.
Well,
now we need to make the switch to emulator.
Right? It's kind of a clickbaity article because they knew emulation was legal. They've been using emulation for decades.
Last year was rough for emulation, with Nintendo pressuring and shutting down several emulation projects like Yuzu, Citra, and Ryujinx. However, none of these cases went to court, so the legal status of emulation is still largely untested, and now we might know why. At the Tokyo Esports Festa earlier this week, top lawyers and intellectual property leaders from Capcom, Koei, SEGA, Konami, and Nintendo discussed a variety of issues concerning copyright and IP in the gaming industry. Regarding emulators, patent attorney and deputy general manager of Nintendo's intellectual property department, Koji Nishiura, agreed that they are technically completely legal. However, there are still a number of ways that emulators can violate the law. For example, the Nintendo Switch has certain technical restriction measures that prevent it from playing pirated games. If a Switch emulator seeks to bypass those measures, it opens itself up to legal trouble. Note that this discussion was based on Japanese law, but the same language is found in the DMCA section. Quote, "No person shall circumvent a technological measure that effectively controls access to a work protected under this title." That law is more than 26 years old, going into effect a month after Google was founded, but the language remains in place. Additionally, the specific programs a console uses, such as the home screen or menus, are subject to copyright protection. Copying those elements in an emulator opens a separate but equally squiggly legal can of worms. In other words, emulation itself isn't illegal, but using an emulator in certain ways can still violate the law. Yeah, it's kind of like peer-to-peer file sharing is not illegal. The same way that airdropping a file isn't illegal. But if I use peer-to-peer file sharing to illegally download something, or I airdrop like a pirated movie or something to somebody else's computer, it's like, it's the content that matters, not the means of access, right? Nishiyura stated that Nintendo shut down emulators around the globe for bypassing technological restriction measures, framing it as a way to protect developers. The company did something similar back in 2009 when it teamed up with 54 developers to shut down a company making a device that played pirated DS games. Nishiyura also pointed out that emulators that direct users to pirated games or other copyrighted material are also in clear violation of law. That appears to have been the case with Yuzu developer Tropic Haze, who was rumored to have been internally sharing ROMs for their latest Switch titles, like through their Patreon or whatever, right? Whatever it was. It's also possible that Nintendo has ramped up legal action recently due to compatibility with the just announced Nintendo Switch 2 console, which will launch later in 2025. Anyway, any more thoughts?
They say that if you allow the emulator to play pirated games, that's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of like a tricky thing that they've admitted to, because in order for the emulator, from my understanding, in order for the emulator to be able to play normal retail games, it needs to have the keys that are against their law in their argument here to play the real games as the same as the pirated games. So I don't know if they're being weaselly there, or if they would legitimately be okay if the developers of the emulator somehow blocked pirated games outright and only allowed you to play from a cartridge through a dongle or something.
Mm-hmm.
There is a cart dumper called the MIG switch. Now, it was intended to allow you to dump your game onto your computer, but you are also able to, currently, I believe, play games directly off of the cartridge through Yuzu and stuff like that. Ryujinx as well, I think. I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that was a feature just before they got axed. Anyway, so in theory,
you can play on Yuzu.
Yeah, so in theory, if the emulator could play off of MIG switch and block playing files, it might, maybe Nintendo would be okay with allowing that.
Yeah. Kotuti says, never use Discord for anything in the gray area. They will throw you under the bus. Use your own servers.
Well, the problem was they were using Discord, and it was a public Discord, and they allowed anyone to join, and then so Nintendo could just join it and watch them share the games.
Collect all the evidence they needed to take them to court.
If you're going to do illegal shit, do it behind some doors that people aren't watching you do illegal shit.
Kotati also said DRM is being abused. They even put DRM on cars and webcams. Yeah, you have to pay. I think you were saying last podcast, you have to pay money to unlock 1080p on certain webcams. Like $9 a month or something crazy just to get 1080p resolution on the webcam. The inshitification of things is we're quite over it. All right. Let's keep moving here. Magic Maker, How to Create Magic in Another World manga, and more. Join 7 Seas slate. Okay. 7 Seas is mostly yaoi at this point. And some of the yaoi is fucking weird. So, Winter Wolf, not yaoi. Magic Maker, How to Create a Magic in Another World. Nobody wants that. I can't stand being your childhood friend.
Scroll back up to Winter Wolf. That looks pretty fucking yaoi, man.
That's a woman.
I
guy
don't
looks
believe you.
It's Korean. That's why you're just not
I don't
used
believe
to it.
you.
Anyway,
That's a guy.
that's a guy.
Guy with long hair.
Sacrifice of my manly soul.
That's also a guy.
Yeah. Wait till I read this. 16-year-old Todo Jun's world is flipped upside down when he's forced to enroll in an all-girls school to pay off his family's staggering 4 billion yen debt. The twist? The student council is secretly made up of boys in the same predicament. Exposing their true identities would mean social annihilation, but sticking around might be even worse.
And sticking it in might be even worse than that.
I mean, it's clearly a fetish, a veiled fetish for the storyline, but also that's pretty fucking funny, right?
I actually have heard of a manga or whatever. I don't know, Chinese, Jap, whatever. That was I don't know the origin, so I'll just say manga. But that was a very similar premise to that. It wasn't like the student council, but it was like the whole school were cross-dressing guys.
Yikes.
As like a punishment or something.
That's a different kind of fetish, and yeah, it's getting there. All right. Yeah, so that's weird, right? I also think it's kind of funny that it's like they only say it's the student council, right? So like it almost kind of seems like a male superiority thing of who gets elected. Well, it's all the men dressed up as women, right?
God.
All right. Also, I'm running for crown princess, but all I want is a steady paycheck.
Maybe the secret
Boss
is,
bitch, baby.
but by the end of the series, it reveals that everyone in the school is a guy.
Maybe
not just the student council.
Oh my god. Anyway, moving on to is there anything new here or no?
Yeah, we got there.
Cross Zero is new.
Hold on. Scroll down. It's keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Princess Principal. Right next to Undead Unlock.
Ursa
Yatsura. Keep going.
Is Heaven's official blessing new?
No, keep going. Keep going. It's 4 Sentai site. Dark King or whatever.
Again with this release. Holy fuck.
And then the one below
what do you mean again?
Armed Girls Machiavelli.
Do you remember when Right Stuff was
4K
still around? And
I do remember this.
In order release.
Yeah.
Just those.
Just easy.
I think all the time about if I could change one thing in my life, what would it be? And like if I could go back in time and change one thing, it's like, well, the simplest solution is to buy Bitcoin when it costs nothing. And then the use of that money would be to make sure that Sony could not afford Right Stuff because I would own it. You know what? I'll buy Funimation, Sony. Don't worry. You go get fucked. All right.
Just those 4.
Yeah, okay. So I opened up also this one. I thought this was new. Macross Zero.
No, you thought wrong.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's
that one.
All right. Princess Principal, Crown Handler, Chapter 3 movie. All right, that's the thing.
I'm pretty sure it's supposed to have like 6 movies like that. Years ago, they announced that.
They're coming out slow as balls.
Ursa Yatsura seasons 3 and 4.
And that
no dub anymore.
Dubbed. Like
it says language English and Japanese.
Sentai website and Sentai's PR release.
Wait a minute. Why is Sentai releasing Ursa Yatsura? Oh, this is a new one.
This is the new one.
What the fuck? How is this coming out so fast? Season 3 and 4? How many episodes?
Yeah,
is this?
I know.
I thought this was the discotheque one. I'm like, oh, I guess they didn't release it.
No. This is the new one.
What the fuck?
Which I mean, most people who want the new one with a dub.
Yeah, seriously, what's the fucking point?
Yeah, because
did
they
the
already
first set.
dubbed the first 2 seasons.
Yeah,
Yeah,
So-
unless you're gonna
So
give me
this
the
show's
original
just
one with
cursed.
that weird dub from like Australia
Which
or
one?
whatever. All right, and then Legends of the Dark King. Is this the 4th time this has been released?
No, dumbass. This has been out of print since like 2013 or whatever.
And yet it's been released before this 3 fucking times?
In
Jesus
general?
Christ. No, dumbass. Listen, get yourself some listening skills, bro.
Excuse me, it's been on Blu-ray once, so this is God tier
I
because
don't
it's
think
$300
so.
bucks on Amazon.
I've never heard of this show. Would someone fill me in? Like,
It's
Fist
part of the
North
Fist of the North
Star
Star universe.
We're having
This
a
is a
scrap
very
battle on
wanted
OCA
re-release,
podcast right now.
personally, because Tears to Tiara is in the same boat where it's like over $150 to get like a copy of the Blu-ray or even the DVD for that matter.
Hey, who's the dumb bitch now?
Who's the biatch now?
What's this here? What?
What?
Look at that. This was first released on DVD in 2009, distributed by ADV Films USA Sentai. Oh, what's this? Then it was released again on DVD, right? This time in 2010. Then it was released, what's that? On Blu-ray, you dumb fuck! Legends of the Dark King and Fist of the North Star Story Complete Collection Blu-ray in 2010. And then Legends of the Dark King, Fist of the North Star Complete Collection Blu-ray 2025. The one we're just
You
now
just
looking at.
confirmed my
4th fucking
point,
time.
good sir.
Yeah, you just confirmed his point.
How? When he said that it's the first
like
time on Blu-ray?
2013.
His
He didn't
point
say
was
first
that-
time on Blu-ray.
I
He
heard
said
that.
his point was the Blu-ray has been out of print for $300 or whatever, and
Yeah.
finally getting a re-release.
But that doesn't. That was said in response to my point that this is the 4th fucking time we've gotten it.
Only the second time on Blu-ray though.
Well,
You
not
can't rent the
on
DVD.
Blu-ray.
Big fucking deal.
No,
They
it
keep
is a deal
re-releasing
because
it. It's the only
Sentai
point I'm
has been
making.
releasing other shows like 3 times. that-
The only way this would matter is if they've fixed their stupid progressive scan or whatever to be the right thing, because they fucking suck at releasing Blu-rays up until this moment.
Yeah, back when this was released, they were definitely in
it's
their
not done.
early
Oh, it
years
is
too.
done.
But it
According to
said
this, but I
P
think it's probably a lie.
on the back of the one.
Well, this is
Yeah.
Discotech, right?
No,
No,
it's
it's just Sentai.
this is Sentai. Oh fucking goddamn it! Hold on. Let me go back to here. I'm going to look at the encyclopedia listing and find out if there are, in fact,
Didn't they bring
There
this
is.
up on the Discotech stream?
No.
No. See how it says Sentai in the corner?
I do see. I don't know. They brought up something related to Fist of the North Star on the.
Yeah, but that's not Legends of the Dark King.
Okay.
That's the other Fist of the North Star, the new Fist of the North Star series. It's titled New Fist of the North Star.
Okay.
Which was
quite
also
shocked.
previously released by ADV. So I know why you're confused.
I gotta say, I'm quite shocked that Sentai they actually have that listing on ANN, the 2025 release, because I remember they stopped like updating it quickly. Remember?
Yeah. I was surprised to see that as well.
See, this is a show that wasn't like radically out of print. That's getting a
But they're
re-release.
reprinting.
They could have
Okay,
just
see,
printed
this is
the same
different.
one.
This is different though. Okay? Because this show, as you can see,
He's actually good.
has been updated to now have a near naked version of the girl with her little bra and like falling apart, tattered underwear coming out. So
What's up with her eyeball?
I don't remember
she's
the
got
show
like a
being.
mask on with the horn.
I don't remember the show being that etchy, but
Yeah, but this is Sentai. Whatever the etchy artwork is, that's what's going on the cover.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I
Well-
want like Penguin Drum back in print, but they're not printing that, even though they have the stupid fucking movie out in print. But
I hate this guy's ridiculously short jacket.
But you like the Attack on Titan jackets. Oh,
The white shirt underneath.
You know what the difference? The difference with Attack on Titan is that the
Is that
characters
they're
have their
meant to
shirts
look
tucked
gay.
in and they don't look this retarded.
The white shirt underneath, the lines on it, I don't know why. It looks like he's naked underneath. Like he's
What?
got like no shirt on.
is
the,
that your
the,
head
the
canon?
tone, the color tone, yeah, it looks.
It's
a
just
bit
something
like-
about it just looks not good.
It looks like
It looks wrinkly and stuff. Like his shirt's way too big for him.
It looks like he's bare chested and just wearing like that jacket thing.
Anyway, moving past this so we can get on with our night. Okay. This site is still broken. Sorry. I presume this site is also broken. Randy and I are going to have to look at it at some point. Moving past that. Cool. Put it on and look like Donkey Kong. Nintendo releases DK jackets and more for a new merch line. Yes. I mean, I got to give them credit. That's a clever way to put the little tiny tie on there.
Yes, they got Diddy Kong. Nice.
Yeah.
But you don't get the hoodie. That's a downside.
Oh, fleshlight.
Secret.
Fleshlight
Secret function.
storage. Yeah. Anyway, Yu-Gi-Oh gets the Sanrio treatment in cute new collab with Hello Kitty.
They bizarrely also had a collab for McDonald's.
Yeah.
I know, because I remember getting a... Oh, wait, what a segue.
McDonald's releases new Pokemon Happy Meals, but in the US and not Japan.
Rip.
And there's 15 exclusive cards.
And you get Pokemon cards that grown-ass men get to freak out over and steal away from the children.
Also not available in Canada yet.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Randy, if you want to fund my trips to McDonald's, I'll try and get you some cards.
I didn't know Randy collects Pokemon cards. Yeah, I'll get him some Pokemon cards.
He's probably just going to order them off of Amazon.us like discotheque stuff.
Yeah.
To import.
All right. No. Minecraft movie gets square Doritos and chips that taste like creepers.
I don't.
What does a creeper taste like?
I don't want to know what a creeper tastes like. Fucking gunpowder?
Yeah, Doritos. It probably tastes real peppery, I'm guessing. Doritos has run plenty of video game promotions in the past, but PepsiCo's popular chips are going even further for a Minecraft movie. This time, Doritos is not only introducing two new flavored themes around Minecraft's creepers and gas, but it also unveiling square Doritos that would be right at home in the aesthetic of the game itself. The creeper-inspired Doritos will be flavored with vinegar, while the gas chips are barbecue. Okay. Following a Minecraft movie's promotional period, both flavors will become a permanent part of Doritos' lineup of flavors under the names Zingy Vinegar Blast and Barbecue Sweet Tang. You were going to release these anyway. You just needed a way to drop them on us so that people would try them. That's brilliant, actually. Anyway, so I'll just show you the tweet because that's where you can actually see it.
I want to see the square version.
Yeah, so it says here, you can win up to 10,000 pounds if you find the square-shaped Dorito.
Oh, come on.
Lord knows it's down my gullet by the time I even read that part of the packaging that says I could win. You know?
Yeah.
Good luck finding it not like cracked in half.
Right.
Just like the Lady Liberty shaped Cheeto.
Yeah. The thing I do with Doritos when I eat them is like pretty much any chip is I crunch them into like, you know, smaller pieces. And then I just kind of like open because I don't want to get the shit all over my hands when I'm trying to work up my desk at work and stuff. I'm just like, you know, to try not to make my hands all slimy and get it all over my keyboard and shit. Anyway, let's talk about the U.S. man, 81, who's been sentenced to 6 months for creating giant hybrid sheep for hunting. Imagine going to jail for inventing a dinosaur or something.
Right? What the?
Like just
what are you in for? Genetically modifying.
This is basically. If you ever wondered what happened to the people who started Jurassic Park in the movie, they got about 6 months, right?
If anything at all.
Right.
Arthur Schubarth of Montana used tissue and testicles from Marco Polo sheep to clone animal and create a hybrid. An 81-year-old Montana man. I just love the guy's in his fucking 80s. He's like, I've been hunting my whole life and I need something more. This is like super villain level story here. He was sentenced on Monday.
He just pulled out one of those cloning for dummies books, and it's like
Well, before we read this real quick, I want to get through some of these chats. Cut up. Yaoi fans buy books, others just pirate. Regarding that's a good point about Seven Seas. Plus, the good light novels gets fan subbed years in advance. Magic Maker is about a cis-con making magic because of his love for his sister. Imagine power friendship only with incest. Wow. Weirdly, that didn't even move the needle at all in making me want to watch it. It's pretty tame, but the premise is cringe. I can't imagine what it'll be like when the characters grow up. Oh.
It's a tame incest?
I wasn't into the Urusei Yatsura reboot, but still sucks they didn't finish the show in dub. Why, Sentai?
It feels like a Sentai thing, but
I'm 100% getting Legends of the Dark King on Blu-ray. Love what I've read of the Fist of the North Star manga. Plan on watching all the Fist of the North Star anime I own after. Oh, good for you. Arm Girls is fun. Would rewatch that. All right, watch Club One. Urusei Yatsura has a British dub. That's the one. It's only a few episodes, I think, but it's quite a few if I remember. But it's funny as hell to hear Lum and Ataru speak with such strong Cockney accent. Yeah, hilarious. Minecraft, Dorito flavors, or UK only. God damn it. Fuckers. All right. Anyway, so 81-year-old Montana man was sentenced on Monday to 6 months in federal prison for illegally using tissue and testicles of sheep hunted in Central Asia and the U.S. to create a hybrid sheep for captive trophy hunting in Texas and Minnesota. The U.S. District Court Judge Brian Morris. What grounds do they have to stop me from being able to create new life? I should be fully allowed.
I think it was illegally importing a controlled animal.
Controlled animal.
That's
or
racist.
Parts in this case, I think.
I don't know. I think this is a dangerous precedent. We're giving the government too much power. Oh, man. The U.S. District Court Judge Brian Morris said he struggled to come up with a sentence for Arthur Jack Schubarth of Vaughan, Montana. He said he weighed Schubarth's age and lack of criminal record with a sentence that would deter anyone else from trying to change the genetic makeup of the creatures on the earth. Are you going to go after the RNA vaccine makers, Judge Morris?
It's also weird because the criteria, like all dogs have been changed. People have changed the dogs. They're breeding
dogs completely different.
Toy poodles. Like that's not a Well, all dogs are bred from wolves, right? They're human bred from wolves. So but even 100 years ago, let's say we stopped there. We didn't stop there. We've continued to specifically breed certain traits.
I just like the wolves looking down their descendants. I'm like, what the fuck is a chihuahua?
Yeah. Monsanto's out there fucking geoengineering.
Yeah, seriously. Think about that.
All these fucking plants and crap.
Look at the little toy poodles, right? And realize that that's also humans. We are the toy poodles of today. And our ancestors were the fucking wolves of old. You know what I mean? That story about Paul Bunyan, totally true. Blue ox and everything. All right. Let's see. So Morris also fined Schubarth $20,000 and ordered him to make a $4,000 payment to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Foundation. Schubarth would be allowed to self-report to a Federal Bureau of Prisons medical facility. Quote, I have to work the rest of my life to repair everything I've done, Schubarth told the judge just before sentencing. You know what I would say? Fuck you. I'm 81 years old. Lock me up and throw away the key, bitch. Schubarth's attorney, Jason Holden, said cloning the giant Marco Polo sheep hunted in Kyrgyzstan in 2013 has ruined his client's life, reputation, and family. I think this has broken him, Holden said. Holden, in seeking a probationary sentence, argued that Shubarth was a hard-working man who has always cared for animals and did something that no one else could have done in cloning the giant sheep, which he named Montana Mountain King, or MMK. The animal has been confiscated by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and is being held in an accredited facility until it can be transferred to a zoo.
Wow.
Sarah Brown, an attorney with the U.S. Department of Justice, had asked that Shubarth be sentenced to prison, saying his illegal breeding operation was widespread, involved other states, and endangered the health of other wildlife. The crime involved forethought, was complex, and involved many illegal acts, she said. Shubarth owns Sun River Enterprise LLC, a 215-acre alternate livestock ranch, which buys, sells, and breeds alternative livestock, such as mountain sheep, mountain goats, and ungulates, primarily for private hunting preserves, where people shoot captive trophy game animals for a fee, prosecutors said. He had been in the game farm business since 1987, Shubarth said. Shubarth pled guilty in March to charges that he and 5 other people conspired to use tissue from a Marco Polo sheep illegally brought into the U.S. to clone that animal and then use the clone and its descendants to create a larger hybrid species of sheep that would have been more valuable for captive hunting operations. Marco Polo sheep are the largest in the world, can weigh 300 pounds, and have curled horns up to 5 foot. Okay. I don't see why this matters at all. Like, honestly, look, if you crossbred it with a goddamn mammoth, yeah, maybe we'd start having some problems, right? But this, I don't think it fucking matters. I think the long arm of the law is flexing a little too hard here.
Well, I mean, it could fuck up the ecosystem, right? If you introduce a bunch of giant fucking sheep.
This is not going to fuck things up more than the goddamn toy poodles, okay? It's not.
But the toy poodles aren't wild animals. They're all
Who
domesticated,
fucking
right? If you release these 300-pound sheep in an area where like all the wolves are used to eating like 100-pound sheep,
the wolves
now
can get
sheep,
fat as
yeah.
fuck.
Now, well, no, the sheep are going to eat the fucking wolves, and then you're going to have some problems.
You just see these giant ass sheep walking around. Their horns have like the carcasses of 100 wolves hanging off of them.
I mean, wolves are predatory, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
that would actually be a good thing.
I don't know, man. I think this is absurd. This is like the government was real concerned about this, the way that Visa and MasterCard were real concerned about the Japanese, but not concerned about what's happening in their own backyard.
But Reese, like, even if, like, let's say there was a herd of these 300-pound sheep. One wolf takes out one sheep, right? Now that one wolf is going to take that 300-pound sheep and bring it back to their group of wolves. And they're all going to eat it.
I'd like to see a wolf take out a 300-pound sheep.
Now, let's say they do. Now those wolves don't need to eat again, right? For a while. So now there's less sheep being killed, and thus the sheep will have a larger and easier time to reproduce.
The way you're describing this is as effective as convincing me that man-made climate change can be affected by like the stupidest, most minuscule suggestions that they put forth to curb it. Like
we have so many examples of people introducing even
I
similar
saw the
animals.
Wild Thornberries episode where she gives the needle to the fucking bird. Okay, I understand the point you're trying to make. Nickelodeon made it real clear to everybody. This guy's 81 years old. I don't think it fucking matters, okay? He didn't see the episode. He doesn't live in pretend land where the Wild Thornberries dictates the future, okay? He simply made a big-ass sheep. If I were to just give the sheep food and it got to be 300 pounds, would I go to jail for just fucking feeding it hamburger meat or some shit? It's
if
retarded.
it was If it
Everything
was
about
a
this is
normal
retarded.
sheep, no.
No,
But if
seriously.
if you intended to grow a 300-pound sheep from a different species,
Do you
then yeah,
know
that's a
how
problem.
they make foie gras?
I don't even know what foie gras is.
It's where they like force feed the ducks so
Oh,
that they get real fucking fat. I mean, they literally shove a tube down their throat and just force food down it to get
Yeah.
them to be fucking fat.
uh-huh.
If I went in to one of those facilities and freed all the ducks, and now ducks weighing 3 times their normal weight are out in the wild, is that not the same thing as the 300-pound sheep?
Yes, it's completely different. A fat ass. You're okay. You're talking about like imagine a midget, and you force feed the midget. So now that midget is super fat. He's like the 600-pound midget, and you're like, release him. I'm gonna make all these 300-pound midgets or 600-pound midgets. No, that's not gonna happen. But if you take
cover a story where
Talking
one of us goes to jail for upsetting the balance of Earth's ecosystem by putting midgets on stilts, like that is effectively how I interpret what this man has done.
But if you take a roided out 6-foot Norwegian man and you make him 300 pounds because he's just 300 pounds, he just eats normally. That's like his normal. I'm 300 pounds. He's going to be a lot more effective than a roly-poly fat-ass midget. It's completely different.
I could take a 300-pound Norwegian man.
In the ass.
I'd just punch him in the balls. Just right there in front of my face.
Well, can you take the 600-pound midget?
I could outrun a 600-pound midget.
Oh, I don't
You
know.
got tiny legs. I don't know.
I don't think this fucking matters at all.
He might be able to roll faster than you.
Yeah.
Then I just gotta stop on top of the hill. Just watch him keep trying to climb back up and keep falling, rolling back down, keep climbing up and roll back down.
Lady Phoenix says, that is messed up, but as a knitter, I'm wondering about the quality of the wool from that sheep.
Is that a slur? Knitter? No.
They need to take the giant sheep to California to eat all the overgrown brush, make them even bigger, and then they can eat the invasive eucalyptus plants. The giant sheep eat the brush, but then we need giant wolves to eat the sheep. Then we need to bring back the saber-toothed tiger to eat the giant.
This is how we're gonna bring back the dinosaur ages. Everything's gonna get so roided up.
What if some old 86-year-old man was like, I'm gonna recreate the dire wolves, like 7-foot fucking monster wolves.
That would
just
be
release them into the.
He's like, because they basically just gave him community service. Like he has to self-report in, right? So he's like, don't worry, I'm going to get out of this, 6-month sentence. All I'm going to do is bring back the dire wolves. And then the judge can't tell me that I fucked up by making these giant sheep that the wolves can't eat or whatever. He gets back to his lab. Yes, they didn't confiscate my other experiment, the dire wolf testicle.
It's like the the cheesy end of the movie where it's like the egg. You see the egg. So you just zoom in on you zoom in on his lab, and it's just something's covered with a blanket, and it blows in the wind, and it reveals dire wolf.
Yeah. All right, let's read about this. Man kicks bunny to death on Japan's Rabbit Island. May have killed as many as 77 others.
God damn.
Do you think he's gonna get 6 months for destroying the ecosystem of this fucking island?
He should.
Bunnies breed like bunnies. Like they'll have that refurbished.
And
in, like,
it's
3
an
weeks.
island, so they probably have no natural predators, and which is why it's Bunny Island. This guy is the natural predator, the Stomper.
Reese. Yeah, they're like they use like having lots of sex is like breeding like rabbits or whatever, right?
Yeah.
You're such an alpha male that you're the euphemism that bunnies have to use. Like
They're breeding like Reese's over there. Jeez.
those rabbits are gooning like goonline. Police arrest a man who apparently traveled halfway across the country to kill a rabbit with his foot.
Kill the rabbit. Kill the rabbit.
Okunoshima translates loosely to Big Old Field Island, but the island's unofficial name is much more memorable and distinct. Usagi-jima, right? Or Rabbit Island. It's a completely accurate nickname, too, as the Hiroshima Prefecture Island in the Setonaikai Inland Sea is home to some 500 wild rabbits, who you'll start spotting almost as soon as you get off the boat. The massive level of cuteness makes Okunoshima a popular day trip destination, and we made sure to put it on our travel itinerary as quickly as we could. However, it turns out that one visitor had less than warm and fuzzy intentions, as he has now been arrested and is under suspicion for kicking dozens of bunnies to death. Look, I don't want any animals to actually be harmed. Like the reality of this situation is horrifying, but like also kind of just the concept of punting a tiny animal is kind of really funny. I picture it like in One Punch Man when he slaps the mosquito girl up against that building. Oh God.
Like,
Between November 26th and January 12th, a total of 77 rabbits on Okunoshima have been found dead with unnatural conditions such as broken bones and other unnatural injuries. Like what? Ruptured anuses? You can't just leave it there.
Natural. Okay, that's natural.
Considering that that part of the reason there are so many rabbits on Rabbit Island is the absence of natural predators, it's very odd for so many to have died in such manners. And officials from the Ministry of the Environment have been trying to determine what's going on, with public statements made about the situation as recently as January 20th. With the heightened awareness of the animal's well-being, on the evening of January 21st at around 5:30 p.m., a man was spotted on Okunoshima kicking a rabbit that had ventured out onto a walkway. The witness restrained the man, who was later identified as a 25-year-old office worker named Riku Hota, until the police arrived on the scene and took him into custody. The rabbit he reportedly kicked died shortly thereafter. No! Like I said, the reality of it's not fun, but the concept is fun. The incident is appalling on multiple levels, one of which is how it exploited the rabbit's psychology. Though wild, Okunoshima's rabbits are extremely accustomed to being around people. Visitors to the island can purchase packs of rabbit snacks, and the regular friendly interactions have made the animals far from apprehensive around humans. A bizarre wrinkle in the case is that while Hota was arrested on the spot on charges of violating Japan's animal protection law, he's not a local resident. He actually resides in the city of Otsu in Shiga Prefecture, roughly halfway across the country from Okunoshima. By train and ferry, it's about 4.5 hours from Otsu to Rabbit Island. Damn. However, the 77 suspicious rabbit deaths occurred in 3 clusters, taking place in bunches of 3 to 4 days each in late November, mid-December, and early January. So the person behind them wouldn't have needed to be a full-time local resident. Because of that, investigators are now looking into the possibility that Hota was involved in other deaths that have been occurring as well, not just the ones he caused on January 21st. Damn. Well, throw the book at him. I want him to go to rabbit court. I want
mated with rabbits.
I want him to be the executioner will be the white rabbit from Monty Python. All right. Lastly,
the judge will be the big chungus.
Man's penis gets stuck to icy sidewalk during a boozy fight.
Oh no! No, don't. Oh, I thought that was like a picture of the pole with the skin on it.
Getting your tongue stuck to a frozen pole sounds painful, but it ain't got nothing on this guy. Because a poor, unfortunate soul got his whole penis put on ice, and we've got the pics to prove it. God damn. TMZ has obtained... TMZ has obtained exclusive photos! As he typed that, I am sure whoever wrote this had to think to themselves, what am I doing with my career? Like, TMZ has obtained exclusive photos from outside a bar in Alberta, Canada, in which first responders are working to wrench a patron of the establishment off the sidewalk.
Is this a Canadian circumcision? Like, is that how it works up here?
I don't understand. You just get a freaking heat gun. Like,
yeah, get a freaking
some hot water, right?
Hot water. Like, what the?
Like, it took an entire medical team to solve this problem. They're like, well, get the scalpel razor. What the fuck?
I mean, like, do you remember in Christmas Story they had the freaking fire department show up for that kid?
Say what?
In A Christmas Story, they had
in this movie right here. What?
Yeah, they had the fire department show up.
The movie you're talking about is Dumb and Dumber when he stuck his tongue to the pole. That's his dick.
I'm talking about the part where the fire department.
Do you not see what's on screen?
Yes, I know.
No,
I'm talking to Footnum.
Oh.
I do now.
Yeah.
But no, I was superimposing my headcanon.
This one ain't for the faint of heart or crotch, for that matter. The man's member is basically glued to the unforgiving ice, and he's not coming off despite all the others pulling with all their might.
Heavens.
For fuck's sake. If just let the record be shown. If my dick gets stuck to a frozen thing, I want you as far away from me as possible. Don't fucking touch me. Don't help in any such way. Yes, I may request some hot water, but I don't even want you to pour that because that's just going to burn me. I need to carefully determine the appropriate manner for which I'm going to unstick myself. And I'm the only one who should be making that decision.
We have a solution. You just have to piss and it will unstick.
All you got to do is just like put some hot, juicy ladies in front of him. Let him. Oh no!
Jesus Christ!
Nice and veiny. Good job.
Now he's gonna have a venom tongue come out and look it like.
Ay ay ay!
Put that to your way, yeah.
Whoa. We've blurred the photos here, but trust us, this gentleman's privates are clearly stretched before snapping right back to the ice.
Oh! No. Why?
First responders seem to be pulling pretty dang hard right here, nearly performing an impromptu circumcision on the street. Oh!
Dude, this is the jelking method of.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is Canada's George Floyd right here. Like, police in Alberta tell us the man in the clip got intoxicated and began arguing with people inside East Village Pub and Eatery in Fort McMurray early on Sunday, June 12th or January 12th. Cops say the dispute spilled into the street where the guy's pants fell down while fighting with the bar's patrons. During the confrontation, the dude toppled to the ground and his penis attached to the ice. First responders managed to detach his unit without injuring him before he was arrested. Doesn't fucking sound like it the way you've described it up to this point. He was not charged, according to police. We're not sure exactly what cops arrested him for, or how authorities peeled his penis off the ice, but it sounds like there's not too much blistering on his little guy. Of course, hot water is usually the way to unglue a body part from the frozen tundra, though we don't think this guy wants anyone coming at him with a boiling pot. Wow.
Boiling.
Wow. All right. Who wants to talk about Attack on Titan Season 3?
Oh, is that what we're
Me
here
and
for?
Footnum get to go first.
Oh, let's do it.
Oh my god, it's almost 1. Whoops.
Oh, it's muted.
Mm.
So what I enjoyed was because I really kind of zoned out on Toonami when they were doing the whole political talks and the whole like fake puppet king and stuff. But I really enjoyed like going back to it. It's like, oh, this is what the fuck they were talking about. Okay, I understood what was going on the first time, but I got the details down a little bit more the second time around, which was nice.
So real quick,
I also like the fact.
Just real quick, I read the manga on the plane for my trips here, and the part I got to when I landed at LAX on my way back this last trip, I got to the stuff that is the first episode of season 3, and so there's a lot of stuff in season 3 that's different. And one of the things that I just earlier today started playing episode 1 of season 3 just to kind of see some of the stuff. I was like, they didn't cover that there, right? Like, it's just kind of, it's out of order. And one of the things that took me by surprise is that the Puppet King in the first episode is there, right? But the people in front of him talking about how they're going to handle things when they do like the gesture of goodwill where they give away his like store of food or whatever, the person they're talking to is Rod Rice. And I didn't pick up on that, the second time I watched it, because I had seen it years ago or whatever. So that's kind of interesting. I thought that, that Rod Rice wasn't like the Puppet King seemed to be under Rod Rice. Like Rod Rice was still calling the shots. They just had some figurehead so he couldn't get assassinated.
Well, yeah, you remember how he had his whole squad of goons try and obtain Aaron and everything, right? And then the government, in my opinion, I was underwhelmed. It's like, really, 5 guys? That's the whole deep state? No, the deep state's with Rice, and they want the Puppet King to be, I guess, a figurehead just as a backup or whatever.
Yeah.
Right, and so when they're framing the Puppet King, like he looks somewhat menacing, but like just the retroactive retrospective that I have from already watching it, I'm like, he's probably thinking about like he needs to take the massive fucking dump after this meeting is over.
Dude, he reminds me of the Mandarin in Iron Man in the movie. Right. Just like an eccentric loony, who's good at like sitting still. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure, yeah. And so it's just this, but it's easy to frame. Like, I guess someone who looks not malicious, that's the wrong word, like malevolent.
Detached?
Yeah, detached and like cruel. And like he is detached, but not in the sense that you get immediately.
Well, you find out later that he sleeps with his eyes open.
Yeah.
Like when he's
like,
up there.
So I thought that was funny. And then I enjoyed, like, I guess I'm trying to think of it. So we're gonna with some of the people. There was a reporter, and there was also the bowl cut guy played by Todd Habercorn. So the idea that the scouts are being hunted down, and everybody is mostly on board, but there's a couple people like, the fuck, like that doesn't seem quite right. And it reminded me, and I hate to bring this back because it's the OCA podcast and we covered this like 50 times, but it brings me back to Vic Mignogna and the whole like everybody's like shifting in one direction, being like, oh, that's terrible, that's disgusting. But then there's a few people, you know, who aren't necessarily, I would say, geniuses, but they're using common sense and they're asking questions, right?
So like, like, wait a minute, we don't
all
know
you have
this.
to do is ask questions, and then it starts to kind of unravel itself. Like, but is that the Scouts' MO? Like why would they do that? Something isn't quite adding up.
You're talking about when they tried to pin the murder of Reeves.
The bishop, yeah, or whatever
the bishop. You mean Pastor
like
Nick?
They tried to pin the murder of him as well as who's the other guy you were gonna say?
Reeves, the shopping
They
district.
They didn't try and pin the murder of the bishop.
The MPs murdered Pastor Nick, and they tried to make it look like a robbery.
Right.
And Hanji was saying, like, I didn't even know he had anything worth stealing. Like, come on, everybody knows that the wall cultists wear jewelry adorned in valuable iron. And she's like, what? He was part of the wall cultists? I had no idea. I thought he was a chair maker, which is what I put on his application to have him be here, as in like indicating to them in a veiled threat sort of way that you guys know more than you should. Right. And you're letting it slip right in front of me that you'll basically.
She was using that to look at his hands that looked like bruised or whatever.
Yeah, which are already. By the way, so reading the manga has been a very eye-opening experience because there are some major differences. The part where for example, the hardening ability, you can't even tell what's happening in the manga. Like I'm so glad that they made it kind of like that blue crystal-y color, because in the manga where it's in black and white, you can't fucking tell anything's even happening. Right. If I didn't watch the show ahead of time, I would not have any idea what's happening.
I guess he's getting an erection right now. Right.
But also the like knuckles, the bruised knuckles, they really show it to you in the first episode of the anime. Might as well like not even show it in the manga because you can't really tell. They have to describe it so that you know. And I think that's, by the way, why there are a couple lines in the anime that feel a little too on the nose, like them saying it's so dark, you know, if only the moon would come out. The moon came out, you know, like in the manga. I feel like the description is so that Hajime Izuyama didn't have to draw like 4 panels of the clouds parting, you know, is to just say the moon's come out, you know, kind of stuff like that. And so, yeah, there's a couple of things like that. One thing that I was really shocked to see is, you know, in the first season when they're trying to capture Annie and Levi gets that foot injury, the ankle injury.
Yeah.
Doesn't fucking happen in the manga at all. Like,
well, that makes sense because that basically he's functionally the same. It didn't really do anything.
They talk as though it happened, as though he got injured. But the whole close-up where you see his ankle twist a little bit and they add the sound effect basically isn't there. Like, the attention in the framing of it is such that you could easily miss that it happened at all because it's so monumentous. By the way, I would like to draw your attention real quick before I forget to this panel from the manga. I would just like to show you the onomatopoetic word used up there, pop. Are you still thinking that the blood squirting out of Annie's hand is her own blood from the slashing of putting a thing in there and not supposed to be Rhina?
Yes. That's ink, though. It's all black. It's not
because
blood.
Pop really indicates to me squeeze.
Oh, come on. That's the fan translation. It could actually say,
because she popped like a finger out of place or something.
Yeah, she cracked her knuckles there.
Yeah, she was cracking her knuckles, clearly. So I have now I have a critique that I mentioned in season 1 that Random 11 decided to brush under the rug. It's like, oh, that's amazing thing that I just messaged to Footnum like not too long ago.
Sorry, say
Grisha Yeager's death that was so glossed over that I am still upset about, because the way it's framed in the anime specifically is that
Grandpa Gohan, right?
You wouldn't know he fucking died, and even like revisiting it, there's no aha moment. I'm more annoyed than anything else because nobody mentions Grisha Yeager. Everybody, not everybody, but a lot of people knew Dr. Yeager. Nobody brings him up. The Commandant, after bringing Aaron back, which was a heavily contrived plot point, in my opinion.
Oh, thank you. We definitely need to talk about. I fucking hate that reveal for reasons I will get into in a minute. But before we go further, I just want to ask one question. Footnum, do you have any idea who the Beast Titan is?
I have a very yes. I have the perfect idea of who he is.
Can you verbalize it real quick?
He's blonde. Zeke was blonde.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to ruin something for you.
Well, hold on.
I already did. I think it was me that ruined it for Footnum.
That was revealed at the end of season 2.
You don't know his name?
That he was blonde?
What?
It was me. It was I ruined it for Footnum, so that was my bad.
Now in season 3, though, he says to Aaron, he's like, "Oh, you're whatever, blah 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 blah." Oh my god, the Beast Titan.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
The manga is so on the nose. Before the reveals, there's a part in it where they're talking to the cadets during the training thing, and they're like, "Whoa, you were there in Shiganshina? You saw the Colossal Titan?" In the panel when that says that, it's Bertolt. And it's like, "What about the Armor Titan?" It's Reiner, right? Like, and then when they're like, "Who killed Sonny and Bean?" Annie in the panel. Like,
jeez. So
no,
subtle.
you 100% should know Zeke is the Beast Titan by the end of season 3.
You do not.
No, you do, because he said at the end of the season.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you go ahead. You say what you're going to say.
What I was going to say is at one point in season 3, I thought you were going to say you should know at season 2. I was going to disagree, but season 3,
season
the
3,
thing is, he says to Aaron after he's able to actually like face him in human, he's like, "Oh, you poor thing, what blah 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 Grisha did to us," you know? So if you process elimination, say, well, who's the only blonde character left that's male that isn't Armin? That wouldn't really make sense.
I think he even says that they're brothers, or like that.
I don't think,
or something along the lines of like our father did something. Like they made it super clear. Like you should know that is Zeke.
So I'll just say that I knew his name was Zeke because when I first saw season 2, all the way back, I think even before, it must have been after I started the channel, because I think I watched it in Arizona. But anyway, my wife let slip the character's name or something. And so I knew all the way back then. And then because I knew, when I was watching season 3, I was hyper aware. Right. And when they mentioned he was Zeke, I was like, oh, fuck. Like that, the guy's name, the kid's name was Zeke. I was like, oh, shit. Yeah, of course. It makes sense. Right. But I was paying attention, and I don't recall them specifically, drawing attention to the fact that they're brothers. Right. No. That Aaron and Zeke are actually brothers.
It's in the scene when he's escaping from Shiganshina on the
like when he's on the
with
cart
the
Titan?
Big mouth. Well, I was going to say the cart Titan, but yeah.
I'm pretty sure he literally just said like, "Oh, what he
the Gobble Titan."
We're both victims of what he did to us." That's all I remember.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I just watched it. I'm pretty sure he said something along the lines of like "our father" or something like that.
So something I will say is that if you watch the show in Japanese, like I really like the English dub, but some of the deliberate language in the Japanese is a clue. Like the specific choice of phrasing. So as I've been reading the manga, there will be lines that I distinctly remember being a certain way in the English dub, and in the Japanese, it's like, oh fuck, like it's different. It's different, and it like the subtle difference makes
Man, Annie's such a hard ass or something, right?
That's actually one of the lines I'm thinking of is the part where he says the abnormal with the nice ass or whatever. In the English dub, it sounds like misdirection, right? But in the manga, it doesn't quite seem as much like an intentional misdirection. The way he says it,
He's like, her posterior is quite hard.
No,
it gets me hard.
He says the abnormal with a nice ass, but he doesn't. He phrases it in a different way where it seems like the afterthought of the comment versus the comment being intended for misdirection.
Better put some armor on to protect yourself from the hardening if you're going to put into that Titan.
Anyway, keep going, Greenline. Sorry to interrupt again.
Oh, actually, Greenline, do you want me to say my my truth on that issue? On the Grisha thing?
Sure, because we were both having the conversation.
So, my experience, I forgot I even had this expectation because Greenline's actually kind of right. I expected that he was going to try and track down his father and get answers out of him at some point. But that completely eluded my mind after a certain point because he's so right. Literally no one talks about him as if he's still alive, like, oh, we could find or we should find Grisha. And then by the time you get the backstory and what's in the basement and all that stuff, you just kind of forget that they don't even address him. So here's the thing. If he was known to be dead, then here's the thing. Aaron, you could say, well, he forgot about his dad, that he ate his dad. So he wouldn't know. But how come he wouldn't think, Dad, I'm going to find you and try and get some answers out of you? They brought up the basement and the key, how it's important, but no one thought, what about the man himself?
Yeah.
Right?
So something I will mention about the manga is that the very beginning pages after the list of what chapters are in it, they have pages that are kind of like this. And these pages update each volume. And they basically give you, a play-by-play of what's happened and what each character is and the people who are going to be important and stuff. And it's specifically to frame for your thought process what should be at the front of your mind as you're reading each volume.
And this one says he went missing after the Titan attack 5 years ago. Did they even mention that though in the anime?
Mm-hmm. They mentioned that he hasn't been seen, that he went missing. And I think the idea is that and this is kind of like, finding a way to excuse the writing, or headcanon on it, that because of it, how long it's been, you would just assume anybody who hasn't been seen since the attack 5 years ago died from the attack. Because try to remember that what happened is they're in Shiganshina and they have to get moved into Walmaria, but then immediately from there have to get all the way to Walrose because Walmaria also gets compromised. So there's a lot of shuffling that happened. Every fucking person in Walmaria, and perhaps also in, all the little districts, like Quinta district is the one on the west coast of Walmaria. It's the one from the Harsh Mistress of the City novels. All those people have to get migrated into Walrose, and then they don't really talk about this much in the anime, but there's they do mention it, but it's kind of like blink and you miss it kind of thing. After they all get moved into Walrose, they end up doing a Titan expedition in order to, try to retake land and stuff. But actually it's literally just to send, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people to their death.
That happens in this season.
Yeah. In order to cause the amount of mouths they need to feed to get
reduced. Is that not what Pixis said when he gave that speech? When
he gives the speech at the top, absolutely. But I'm just saying, in the manga, the way that it comes out through the manga is a lot more deliberate, and there's a much more focus on it even before it gets to Pixis. Like Armin is talking about it amongst the group, and saying things about like how his parents were murdered by being sent out for that. Right. And in my original viewings of first season, I had always assumed that Armin was raised by his grandpa and that his parents had died before the series started because they ventured beyond the wall because they were curious about what would happen out there. But in actuality, what actually happened is when he gives that speech to Eren, it says, or the question when he's when they're in Trost and Eren's like attacking Mikasa and whatnot, he says, why would you risk venturing outside the walls, risk dying like my parents? The way he phrases it, he's talking about like you say like poo-poo to like a warm hearth and safety for the sake of wanting to go outside. And I always interpreted that as go outside like my parents who also chose to adventure over freedom or freedom over safety, right? But in actuality, it seems like they were forced out there for the purpose of reducing the population in order to make it more manageable for the food and stuff. Otherwise, and they do a good job. They do a great job in this season explaining that, and in the manga, they actually kind of hint at this early, that it's a big fucking problem if people are going hungry, because then you have civil strife inside the walls that can be even worse and more difficult to control than fighting Titans. Right.
Now they bring that up. I do think I remember right in the beginning when Armin's on the boat and everything. Like at that point, are you saying so? At that point, he still had his parents, and it was after the fact that there was that purge thing within the 5 years, right? Because
he's there with his grandpa in the boat. And so that's right, because you never actually see his parents, which is why in the live action movies, which are completely fucking different, I was shocked that the character they show at the beginning is fucking Armin, and he's talking to his mom and dad and stuff. You're like, what the fuck is happening here? And Armin also doesn't have blonde hair in the movie, so it's like he looks really similar to Eren. You know, like whereas when you see the trio. It's
Eren
obvious the one with the boobs is the girl, the one with black hair is Eren, and the one with blonde hair is Armin. But when they're all three, young and they look same haircuts and stuff, it's a little bit difficult to tell them apart.
Season 4, I think they have the same haircuts based on the promo art, but let's not throw more of that. So I forget, where was I going with this? Oh, I have one last question.
You were talking about Grisha.
The Grisha thing.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember the sequencing, because wasn't he like on the cart or whatever? He's shown on the cart like, Eren, be careful and save yours or whatever it is. So that would have happened before he injects Eren. So he carted off and came back and then injected and died.
Okay, so let's talk about Commandant Shadis. And I fucking hate that part of the story in season 3 because it makes no fucking sense except to create like an almost fake sense of importance that a character you haven't seen since season 1 has come back into the story.
I thought he was the Beast Titan for the record, so this is even doubly disappointed.
When I was watching that, so we talked last podcast about the reveal that I guess it was the podcast before last, about the reveal that Reiner's the Armored Titan. Right. And how the show and the manga, they go deliberately out of their way to reveal it in an extremely nonchalant, non-conventional manner to where the reveal itself is actually the thing that like jars you the most, right? Because it seems it completely sidesteps all conventional wisdom as to how a story like this should be told. Because again, these characters literally kick off the entire story. They're the reason humanity is fighting with the Titans right now. And yet they just say, by the way, I'm the Armored Titan. Just letting you know, kind of thing. So when it came to the stuff with Shadis, it feels so out of place to bring up that for a minute I was listening to young Shadis and how he acted. I'm like, is he Eren's real dad? Like, because like they're very similar in terms of, and is that why he sabotaged Eren's harness? Is because he's his real dad? He didn't want his boy to have to go beyond the wall and stuff. Is that what's happening right here? But then immediately after that, the stuff that happens with Grisha's backstory seems to invalidate that theory. But this is where it gets even fucking weirder. In season 1, the anime is told almost sequentially, right, in chronological order. And then
Yeah.
they're after they get out of the cadet training and they go into Trost, and then everybody gets killed. Like Marco gets eaten, and then they plug the boulder and stuff. There are moments where there are moments in the original story where they will flashback to stuff that happened in the cadet training, such as fighting Annie with the wooden knife and stuff and learning the moves and everything. And they kind of like parcel that stuff out throughout season 1 and 2. The stuff where Krista helps Sasha when she's been forced to run after the potato incident, and she brings her the bread that they show in season 2. All of that happens in the manga, all in one go. But here's the fucking crazy thing. The shit with the harness, where Eren is unable to maintain his balance at first, and it creates like a sense of his entire goal. All the revenge, the pent-up rage he has is on the line right now, because if he can't do this, he's going to get kicked out, right? And so it has weight and meaning in the anime. In the original source material, all of that shit, starting right with him in the harness, is put into the story after he's already plugged the wall in Trost. So not only by the time we even hear how he's struggling with the harness, have we already seen him use ODM gear, he's also already become a Titan.
Yeah, what?
It's insane to me that they would even put it in the story at all, unless it is setting up that Shada's is his real dad. Because why the fuck does it exist? It doesn't need to be there at all. I'm dumbfounded that the story played the way I am just hopeful that as I continue reading and as I continue watching, that something is going to happen where I will be like, okay, you've earned it now. Because there's a couple things, like when he first, goes after the Titan that ate his mom, and you learn about the coordinate ability. I was like, man, that's a little overpowered. Like this, I don't know if I agree with where the story is going. Right. And actually, in my first watch, I interpreted something very differently than I think I was probably supposed to when I first watched it, because you learned that the Titan that ate his mom, poetically even, was Grisha's first wife. Right. And
I feel like that's weirdly convenient, but yes.
Well, the one that ate his mom was also a member of the royal family.
Once again, weirdly convenient.
So the way that I interpreted it the first time I watched it, because I didn't fully understand everything that was being told between Krista and Rod Rice and Eren being, chained to the thing when Kenny cuts his head and the blood drips down and everything. I didn't fully grasp exactly what was happening, and the concept that a regular Titan, what they call a pure Titan, when it eats somebody who has the gifted ability of the God Titans, will turn into a human again, right? Like I didn't fully grasp exactly what was happening the first time I watched it, so my interpretation was different. I thought it was significant that the Titan that ate his mom was a member of the royal family, and that is why he was able to control it. Right? That's what my interpretation, because we haven't really seen him use the coordinate ability since then. In season 3, right? Something
That's
else
what I
hit
was
me
expecting him to do when they were fighting the Beast Titan. I was like, is he going to use the coordinate to combat that or whatever?
Yeah,
but
he says in this season why he couldn't use it.
Oh yeah, right. Wait, but was it after though? I can't remember. Was it after that they explained that, when they're like, oh, because he fisted the royal family? He was able. That's what I mean by it's convenient for the plot that, it happened to be the one he fisted when he couldn't get it up, happened to be a royal family one that he could use the coordinate. It's like, wow, that's kind of convenient.
I don't remember if it was before or after.
Hold on.
Now, what I thought was convenient was that, which I didn't catch on my first watch, was that he specifically says it only works because he touched a royal Titan specifically, not just a
In
royal
Titan
person.
form.
Yeah, they have to
Titan
be
form.
in a Titan form when he touches them to be able to use the coordinate.
Okay, I want to
And
show
then so
something to you guys
he
in a
didn't want
second.
Historia to have to be forced to turn into a Titan.
Yeah, so that's what I was getting
Oh,
at, is
right.
that there seems to be like, he doesn't want to unveil everything he knows because of what it's going to do to Historia specifically.
Yeah.
I'm grabbing something from the opening real quick to put in.
And as we know, there's consequences if you're one of the Titans.
Yeah, now we learned that you die after 13 years.
Yeah.
So,
how you feel about that reveal?
Well, something I have a lot of feelings, to be honest, because when I was reading the parts for season 2, there's the portion where what's her name? This is the wrong opening. No wonder. I need to go to the beginning of the season. Ymir. I was thinking about the fact that Ymir doesn't show up at all. I don't think in season 3, right?
No.
Not even a little bit. And
I think in flashbacks, but aside from flashbacks, no,
well, I think the reason that they kept Ymir out of it was because they didn't want to confuse the audience about the other Ymir that they're talking about, right? And so, like, I had this whole epiphany. I lost my shit for a while, and this happens to me, as you guys know. I will run down quickly, like I will sprint down an improper way of thinking for like a good 30 seconds, and then realize I'm a fucking idiot and stop. But I was thinking about how in season 2, when Sasha shows up after they get the info from Pastor Nick that he can't tell them what the truth about the walls, but that somebody from the 104th, which turns out to be Krista, can. And Mikasa, I think, says she's the one who was always hanging out with Ymir. And Hanji, like, what? Like the name Ymir seemed to draw some, importance to her, right? And so Ymir is the name of the false king, right? King Fritz? Or isn't he named after?
No.
Is he not Ymir Fritz?
Reese,
Is it not
my
named
lord,
after
man,
the
move away
god
from your.
Ymir? Like,
my door is closed.
I don't know what's making the sound, but it sounds like
is
you're
he
next to
using
your
his
furnace.
trackpad or something, like scrolling with it? And is that what we're hearing?
True?
I've got nothing.
Okay. So I freaked out. I freaked out about that part. Now, did you guys watch the OVA of Ilse's Notebook?
I still haven't, but well, hold up. Ilse's Notebook. What?
No.
Ilse's Notebook it's the reason why they start capturing Titans and studying them.
Yeah, I watched that.
Yeah. So Ilse's Notebook is actually, it's longer in the OVA. They go a little bit further. In the manga, the beginning portion of Ilse's Notebook is actually chronologically in the story. Like, it's actually written into the canon of the manga, but it's not in the anime. They put it as a side story. I mean, they refer to it in the manga as a side story. Like, they kind of like highlight it for some reason, but it is narratively told as though it's part of, the manga you're reading. And in that, the Titan, what makes it significant is that a scout named Ilsa Longnar gets trapped outside the wall. Everybody dies. Her horse gets away, and her ODM gear breaks. And so she pulls out a notebook, and she's like feverishly writing while she's running, and basically just putting her last thoughts on paper. And as she's running, she's like, I might actually make it back to the wall. I haven't seen a Titan. It seems impossible, but I might actually make it. And then right as she writes that, she runs past the Titan. And then the Titan starts chasing her, and she's writing feverishly about it. And then something happens, and the Titan starts talking to her and says, subject of Ymir, Lady Ymir, subject of Ymir, or something like that, which is like super fucking relevant for season 3, right? Where we learn about the stuff there. But that book, the notebook she's writing, gets found by Hanji and Levi. And so they know about this instance. So the reason that she goes like, what the fuck, is because of that notebook, right? Subject of Ymir, right? Is that that's why Ymir draws her attention there. So I had this epiphany when I got on the plane to go to Orlando, where all of a sudden I realized. So in the flashback, I should have grabbed the actual flashback, but in the flashback where Reiner and Bertolt are talking to Ymir while they're waiting for nightfall so that they can escape, and then the scouts show up and the whole stuff with Erwin getting his arm bit off and all that happens. You see, as we talked about during the last Watch Club, that Annie is with them, right?
Yeah.
So when you first see, when they're in the tower, that Marcel, the guy on the left there next to Bertolt, gets eaten by Ymir, my headcanon up until that moment was that, Reiner and Bertolt had their own tragedy, just like Armin, Mikasa, and Eren did when they were younger. And then as soon as I sat down on the plane, it fucking hit me that they're the same age as Eren and Armin and them were, right? And that what was actually happening, the way that this could even happen, because we watch freaking Ymir get kicked off the wall after getting injected, and then she runs and runs and runs, sleeping during the nighttime, and then she goes into that hole, and then the weather over like the course of 60 years, she gets buried. She's not inside the wall. This happens
Outside
because Reiner, Bertolt, Marcel, and Annie are on their way to Shiganshina to kick off the series.
Yep.
How did this not occur to you last season?
Because I'm a fucking retard, okay?
Even I knew that it's like they were talking about their home.
Yeah.
They were talking about their home, and the only other option there was outside the walls. So I assumed a colony outside the walls.
Yeah, so I assumed that they lived in a settlement someplace else, right? Either inside the wall or even possibly outside the wall in the mountains or something. But they lived someplace where they were able to survive in spite of the existence of the Titans, right? Because we learned from Ymir and then later on in season 3 that Titans are able to see the Aurora Borealis looking line that directs all Titans to where the royal family is or whatever.
The path,
right? And so they're being drawn, all of them, to
I think you're incorrect in that. At no point does it say that they can see the path. They're all connected, but no one can see it.
Okay, so regardless, something is drawing them.
That's not true either.
Once Ymir becomes human again, she's able to see it. In that moment where we look at it and immediately think it's Aurora Borealis.
Do you think that's just for effect?
At no point did they see the path. That is not a thing.
I think that's just a visual.
Regardless of whether there is a cognitive visual ability to see it.
They're also not pulled to the royal family. That's
okay. Maybe they're being drawn to Eren, who has the coordinate ability. I don't fucking know. The point is that something is drawing them towards the wall.
What evidence shows you that there's something pulling them towards the wall?
It's a guess.
Because they all fucking end up there.
Okay.
So hold on. I just want to real quick. Something else that kind of again, I'm a fucking retard. Okay. In season 2, remember we talked about how they go around the perimeter of the wall and they meet and realize that they didn't find the hole?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We, or at least I, made the improper assumption that they went around the entire wall.
Yeah.
Okay. That's not what happened.
No.
I figured it out from reading the manga because they kind of spell it out a little bit better for you. Is that when you first see that really autistic Titan that like jumps and pirouettes, right? When Mike, the guy who sniffs, is like second only to Levi or whatever, according to the internal lore, sees them coming, because of the direction they're coming from, they make the assumption that the hole must be around this span of the wall. So what they do is they go beyond that scope and then they meet in the middle. And they meet basically right where the direction they were coming from was. And then they come back out to Utkar Castle.
That's also how I interpreted it, but when I rewatched season 2, I skimmed over that part, and so I wasn't confident enough to say 100% sure that they didn't do the full 360.
Well, they give you the impression that they did the full 360. That's the whole point. Is that you're like devastated that there's no hole in the wall.
Yeah.
So you come to the assumption that they checked all of the wall.
Yeah.
I don't remember specifically what happened in the anime because I skipped that part, but I remember watching
they come
it.
across each other. There's two groups. They come
No,
across
I know. I'm saying like I don't remember physically the words that are said and like every detail.
So
But I remember watching
the
it.
whole right? No, we thought you did. That was the
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
What he's saying
when
is
they split up, when they find that there's an invasion and then they split up and they say we're going to check the wall. I don't remember all the detailed words that are said. But what I'm saying is when I watched it originally and I didn't skim over it, my takeaway was they just checked like a section of the wall. They both took two parts and they met in the middle. And then they realized,
well, they started off that way. I was under that impression, but then they said, there's no hole in the wall or whatever, and framed it like that.
The way that the dialogue comes across in the anime makes it easy to assume that because of how they phrase things, that they definitely would have pursued going around the entire thing because of the definitive way that they say it.
They needed to find a hole, they never found one, so they kept going.
If you were, because they're in the south, they're in the southwest, right? So if you were to only look from 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock on the wall, right?
69.
You would expect them to say, how could we have missed it, right? Did we not start far enough away? Did we not, maybe we had started our journey and we had already passed it, or, like they didn't verbalize anything like that would make it obvious that they didn't specifically go all the way around. And the reason I even
that you could miss either. It's not like, this tiny man-sized.
Didn't they get interrupted right after they meet? Like they both meet up.
Well, what happens is they mention it's too dark to see anything, and then the moon comes out and they go into Utgard Castle, which is like visible.
And then the Titans attack them, right?
Shortly after. And that's another part that's weird because they tell the story there out of order, where they go into the battle and then they come back to the like, I found the booze and all that kind of stuff, right? I think the show has a tendency to sometimes do things out of order in order to create I gotta come back next week and find out what's going on here sort of thing. So like in the middle of season 3, there's a part where the end credits like gets interrupted. And then you see Levi and Mikasa fighting. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, they haven't even started the battle with, like, the Colossal Titan and whatnot. Like, it's like, you're just like, what is happening? But really, it's just to get the viewer to be pumped for the return of the series. When it comes back for season 3, part 2. Yeah, precisely. So, good.
I was going to say, we want to go over some comments quickly.
So just real quick, let me just finish this real quick. So in the manga, after Annie uses the Titan scream and when she's caught in the forest and they have all of the Titans run in and start eating her, Armin hypothesizes that Annie was actually with Reiner and Bertolt in that day all those years ago, and that she's the reason there were Titans coming through the wall immediately after the gate was kicked in. That she was able to harness bringing them together, and that once the gate was kicked in, they were able to go through, kind of thing.
Armin says that?
Armin says that in the manga.
Oh, crazy.
Like he actually deliberately drops that bit of info for you. And so the reason I'm bringing this up and the reason I'm thinking this is super significant is, now granted, I still don't know what Marcel's ability is, and I'm hoping I might learn in season 4. But because Ymir eats Marcel, but her Titan form doesn't really look any different afterward.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I was trying to think of it like a couple minutes ago of like, so I guess he was originally the autistic Screecher Titan, but then I'm like, wait, no, but she had that form when she ate him, so she didn't take on his form.
Right. Whereas when we see Grisha get eaten by Eren, and when we see Armin eat Bertolt, right, their Titan forms look different than what we will assume Armin's will look like in season 4 when he actually becomes the Colossal Titan, and what we've seen from Eren when he becomes the Attack Titan.
Yeah, Eren has a little bit of more of an excuse of looking different because he
also has the Founding Titan in him.
Well, no, he was a lot younger. It was what I was going to say.
Well, yeah, and that's weird. That's the thing that's weird about Ymir is that she's been a Titan for 60 years, and I guess her age just froze while she was a Titan.
Yeah.
And then she eats Marcel when these characters look like this, but she doesn't get much older looking.
In human form or Titan form?
In human form.
Well, I mean, if you eat a human, you don't get older.
Well, but I'm saying that Eren continues to age.
Yeah.
After he ate Grisha.
Uh-huh.
But Ymir seems to be the same age when she woke up after eating Marcel. And then 5 years go by, and she still seems like she's the same age.
Oh. I think that might be just
she does kind of look a bit older than Krista. You know what I mean? Like in the rest of them. So like
maybe
if
she was already fully developed before she got
if she went from 18 to 23 or something like that, that's a little different from going from 12 to 18.
Yeah.
Or whatever kind of thing. Anyway.
Sorry,
that's all I wanted to say about that.
While those guys were on screen or whatever, do you remember the part in season 3 where they get to the Shiganshina or whatever? I don't know if I forgot a detail between that episode, but they were so shocked to be like, there's 3 cups of tea or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
There's 3 of them. Oh, and I'm like,
right. And those 3 cups are Zeke, Bertolt, and Reiner, not Reiner, Bertolt, and Ymir. And I was actually going to bring this up, and I'm glad you mentioned this, because Cool T says Ymir was captured by Bertolt and Reiner. Was she an ally? At the end of the thing, when they're on the wall and they're like out of breath and stuff, she mentioned something like, when you guys kicked in the wall, you saved me from the nightmare I was living. Right. And so, and I'm guessing that's because she was able to come in through the wall.
Yeah.
Right. And live inside instead of being outside where the horrors were or whatever. Kind of, I don't know. I'm not really sure.
Well, but no, she's saying that because they came in and they didn't, and she was able to eat Marcel, she was able to turn into a person and no longer be stuck in a Titan. A mindless Titan.
Mindless Titan. Basically,
it had nothing to do with them breaking into the wall, because she could have climbed over the wall.
Inside the wall.
She wasn't. She was outside the wall.
Yeah.
But she could have climbed over the wall.
Regardless, the point I want to get to is that she says, I'm almost out of time at some point in that exchange. Between when they're talking in the forest till the very last episode, at some point, I can't remember exactly where it is. I think it might be up on the wall. She says, I'm almost out of time. And we don't know about the 13-year thing yet, but I'm guessing
to do with that.
I'm guessing that that's what she meant by I'm almost out of time.
No, it's 13 years as soon as you become a Titan, and it's not when you become a Titan like a normal Titan. It's when you become a shifting Titan. It's when
you become a shifting. You're right. So that
because she lives
would technically have fewer years. She'd have more years left than Reiner and Bertolt.
Yeah, well, potentially. Depends on when they got their Titan forms, but presumably
but
they
we
got
know
them
that they must have
relatively
had
soon.
them before she ate Marcel, because she
100% yes. But I don't remember exactly when they got it, but like they could have just got it that year, and then here's your mission.
Regardless, she still has more time than them.
Yeah, regardless, even if it's only a day, she still has more time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. There was a story about Ymir.
Real quick. Hold up. What I was getting at was that I didn't see why they were so shocked that there was 3. It's like, was Ymir not with them? Is that not the last impression they got?
Yes, their last idea was that the 3 of them were escaping.
So I think the point is the reason that they're shocked about the 3 is that they need to remember, once they're being attacked, that Reiner and Bertolt aren't the only ones they need to be worried about, right? Or is that before they even get ambushed?
I don't even remember what the dialogue was. I don't know if they were saying, like, implying who's the third one, but still, to me, it just seems kind of like an odd thing that they were like shocked about. Like, oh, there's 3.
I gotta tell you, I'm really thrilled right now that I'm at the point where I'm reading season 3, because even just today, trying to rewatch episode 1, I was picking up stuff that was like, oh fuck, oh shit, I didn't notice that the first time, kind of stuff. So like by the time I finish reading season 3, as I'm watching season 4, like I just feel like there's going to be so much extra clarity coming out of the story before we do that next watch club.
Shut up for 2 minutes while we get through these comments. The Ymir mentioned is the actual Ymir in the squad. Yeah, when she says
no,
she's
it's not. Is it?
When she says, are you talking about the OVA? Is that what you're talking about? Hold on. There was a story about Ymir. I don't know if it's an OVA, but
so
Ymir
he's talking about the part where she talks about being outside the wall as a goddess or whatever, worshipped like a goddess by the cult members. So is that Titan one of them? I thought that. I'm pretty sure the guy who's in the Elsa long here. I got a photo of it actually right here. I'm pretty sure that's the guy on the right. The guy with the beard is the one that ate Aaron, right? This guy is the one that they kill in the
Moai Titan.
The Moai Titan that's in Attack on Titan Junior High. And I'm pretty sure the guy on the right here is the one with the scar on his shoulder in the backstory where Grisha says, "What's with the scar?" He's like, "It means I'm a patriot," right? I'm pretty sure this is that guy.
I didn't even think of. These are the people that are the patriots.
They were all getting,
and you see him get turned, right?
Time.
So that's the guy who ate Aaron.
I didn't even recognize that was the guy that ate Aaron.
The guy who
I recognized that before he was even a Titan.
The guy who
that's
ate
why I have
Aaron
the slide.
had a black beard, not a gray one.
No,
it was
prepare
gray.
to be wrong.
No, it was gray. Yeah.
There's this guy, the guy who ate the Titan, and then
I remember all the memes of Santa Claus.
This guy. I immediately called that. I'm like, hey. I wonder if that's the guy that ate Aaron.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's something new.
I've got something to show you.
So, but what is the cultity saying? There was a story about Ymir. I don't know if it's an OVA, but the Ymir herself is significant too.
I can't remember. I thought it was in the main show, but I think it might be
where she is where she's pretended to be a goddess.
Yeah,
that was in season 2.
Flashback.
That's in season 2, right?
Yeah.
So
and that's.
Well, now we know where she got her name because they were like, "Oh, you're Ymir, the goddess."
Yeah,
the Ymir. Okay, I'll just fucking say it. I don't know if it's 100% like obvious, but that was outside the wall.
Yeah.
That whole thing is in the area where Grisha grew up, right?
The Marleyan Empire.
Yeah,
that was called.
Yeah.
Isn't that the bowl haircut guy's name?
Marlowe.
Yeah.
Well, that's what. When I heard the name, I'm like, "What? Is that guy important? Is he the king?"
Yeah. The cultity. We all know AC's incorrect.
Okay.
Ymir is not following the path.
Real quick.
He's just stupid.
Real quick. This blew my fucking mind in the manga.
Oh damn.
Armin is sitting right there when this happens.
Are you saying that he was so traumatized by
apparently
that he didn't?
Well, I mean, Aaron did like only just yeet him out of the mouth. Like it's not like
I just assumed because he has the whole inner monologue while he's inside the thing's gut. I assumed that it kept walking away from Armin when this happened, but Armin is fucking right there. So naturally, I go back and watch the anime, and he's right fucking there. It happens so quick you don't even notice. He's right fucking there. Now, granted, I think that the Titan is maybe like 50 feet closer to the camera. Like he's not actually right next to Armin when this happens.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But like these are just like stuff that blew my mind when I was reading the manga to realize all this shit was going on. And by the way, there's the beard again.
Yeah.
Right.
Same beard. Okay. We gotta get through the comments though.
Sorry, go ahead.
AC's incorrect. We know he's incorrect. Titans are attracted to any human. Yes.
Yeah.
Therefore,
where humans-
my theory of it being rather convenient that
Right.
that
But
one.
what
ate
I'm
Aaron's
suggesting,
mom.
about that is that from the furthest part of Paradis, where that dock is, right? I don't think that they can sense the humans all the way in the capital necessarily.
They can't. That's why they let that first guy run.
Oh, right. Well, but that's just to get them away. Yeah, exactly. To get them away from the dock so that when they show up with the next batch, that there aren't more Titans hanging around still, that they've already moved into another direction.
Yeah, and they don't care if they find their way into the center. They just get away from the wall, and then eventually they can, if they wander long enough, they might find their way over to the center.
So just as a reminder for everybody about the lore, the reason that they have the bubble cities, right? They have villages inside of Walmaria and inside of Walrose and Walsina, right? But the bubbles are where the cities are. Villages interior, cities on those bubbles. And the reason
the
why
bubbles are also the gates.
Yeah, the bubbles are the gates, but also the reason why you put them there is because the Titans are drawn to the people in those cities because there's a big concentration of people that they can smell. So they go there so that they have a singular place they have to defend versus having to patrol constantly the entirety of the wall and constantly looking out for any potential Titan activity, that they just have to look out just around that little perimeter of each of those.
You remember in season 2 when they said something like they don't want to attack, they never attack the wall itself, they only go for the gates. So it's also like,
well, what they mention is that they sort of have this like epiphany that the reason that they were able to get in was simply because the gates aren't made of the same material as the wall. The gates are weaker than the wall itself, and that's part of the thing about the wall having Titans in it.
well, I thought they didn't want to attack the wall either because I don't know, it's the Brethren or something. I don't know. It's
yeah, which by the way, that reveal in the manga where the Titan's face is in the wall is a little different. In the anime, they wait until everything is done with the battle with Annie and stuff before the thing just kind of falls off randomly. But in the manga, it happens right after the part where Mikasa kicks Annie off the wall. Remember when she cuts off her fingers, right? She kicks Annie, and so she falls to the ground, and then Mikasa lands back on the wall where she was, climbing, and the part where where she damaged the wall breaks away while Mikasa's right there tethered to the wall and sees the Titan right away. So that shit happens a lot more rapidly.
Which the explanation I assume now is because that's his threat. The millions of Titans are within these walls. So I guess we have that's my presumptuous explanation now, right? Unless that's not true. And it's a
what's your presumption? Sorry.
The Titan that it was in the wall. That the explanation is that there's Titans in the wall as like a threat to anyone who wants to invade him, right? The king or whatever.
You're fucking blowing my mind right now. Let me Ymir manga. Yeah, holy shit.
What are we blowing the mind of?
The reason that the Titan talked to Ilse Longnar is because she looks like Ymir. She has the freckles and whatnot. So it mistook Ilse as Ymir, and that's why he says Lady Ymir.
Which Titan is it that
it's in the OVA? It's in the OVA
yeah.
I'm talking about, the Ilse's Notebook OVA. It's a Titan. I personally think that the Titan is the guy on the right here, with the one who had the scar on his arm.
Well, they all have the scar.
Yeah, but the one that you specifically see, I guess, unless he's the one who turns into this like Chad Jaw Titan, which it doesn't look like that guy.
I was trying to see if that was Ymir initially because he walked like it, but no, it's obviously not.
This is another thing. Whoever did it, referring to who killed Sonny and Bean, and they're showing Annie. And then earlier we see They're talking about, oh, he stepped over the wall. What did his face look like? Here's Bertolt. What about the armored titan? Here's Reiner.
Dude, if they had that in the anime, which I can't remember if they did.
So here's
like,
the thing. They can't do that in the anime because the framing and the aspect ratio of the anime is stuck at 16:9. But in the manga, it can be more variable as it is here, where you can draw specific attention to one person. You know what I mean?
I mean, they could.
Well, I mean, they still could have been in the shot.
Different shots.
Yeah, they're probably still in the shot, but I'm just saying that it's not as on the nose as it is here in the.
Well, I'm just saying if they did that, I would have just been like very, very subtle, because I was already on to Rhina or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Also, I noticed. Good.
Well, I was just gonna say, why are you hijacking it into your tweets now? We either gotta finish the comment or finish Green Line.
Let's go through the comments.
I'm running out of time.
Should say there's no way
the Titan traveled all the way without detection. They had no reason to check the entire wall. Yeah, it's presumable that only the small section had to be checked. Ymir was pretty tall to begin with. Okay, but Ymir know everything Grisha and everyone outside the walls.
Well, of course you would if she lived outside the walls.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
My question:
the Titan is a cult member.
I still have to find
and the
out
scouts
all the
look like
reasons.
Ymir, so the Titan talked to her. There you go.
I still gotta figure out all the reasons for, I guess, all of the motives of the stuff. But I'm thinking about retroactively.
Mm-hmm.
Were they justified in keeping people in the dark, like the people that knew stuff? Like, did Ymir really have to hide it? Was she in jeopardy of that? Like, I don't know what the solution is, joining them or whatever at this point, right? We still gotta kind of figure that out.
What do you mean by joining them? Like joining Krista in the scouts and everything? Joining them. Yeah. So I'm
you have
guessing
to wait until next season.
Yeah, I'm guessing she's gonna like whatever happened to her, or if she's still around, is going to be revealed.
I mean, I'm not telling you there's great answers, but like you can't speculate on the answer until next season.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that my interpretation is like, and you've made me think about this differently. You're right that if she ate Marcel, there's no way that her 13 years is almost up. She has at least as much time as Annie and Bertolt and all them do, right? Yeah. If not greater than. Like she might even be. No, Aaron would probably still be the youngest. No, Armin's definitely the youngest.
Now,
but you get what I mean. Like so, but my interpretation was that she's not there for a reason, possibly because the Beast Titan ate her, or I don't know. I'm not sure. It's very strange that she's disappeared.
Well, it didn't it tell you already?
Well, don't tell us in case they didn't.
She says what's going to happen to her. Like she.
Well, yeah, she says that they're going to kill her for stealing the power or whatever.
I won't say it outright, but because I rewatched the show now, like 2 weeks ago now, whatever the fuck it was. But so I don't remember exactly, but like it makes it from what I remember of my watch a week and a half ago. They spelled out what happened to her. Like you should know what happened to her.
But here's the problem: is that you watched it again after you've already seen all the way through the entire series. So that they could say something that to you is like, yeah, completely fucking obvious, but to the rest of us just seems like a turn of phrase.
Regardless, that's like not really the important.
When Grisha says, "Let their memories lead you," when you first see him. You have to learn to control this power. And he says, let their memories lead you or whatever. And it's like, I didn't even pick up on that until I was reading the manga. And then I thought it was significant. And then we go back and check and it's like, oh, that's what he said in the anime too. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I'm without rewatching it, I'm guarantee you they've already said what's happened to her. But anyway, you'll find out next season for sure.
Not really important. All I'm saying is, when all's said and done, like, is hiding the information actually like, what did all of the characters have a reason for hiding it instead of like breaking down the system?
The information you're talking about is the fact that there's life outside of the walls in the main.
Well, no, the truth.
Well, you
about
already know
literally,
that
like,
there's life
everything.
outside of the malls.
Well, no, I'm saying
No.
the whole time
you
since
don't.
What do you mean,
day
no?
one.
No, because they have a whole plot point. I mean, we know that, yes, but he's asking, is there a reason why Ymir can't spill the beans about what's going on in the real world?
Yeah. So to answer Footnum, I'd have to spoil next season. So I can't answer that.
Well, don't then.
No, obviously I'm not going to.
Postulating of like all these characters in the past who have knowledge, who are like, I can't spill the beans, right? Including that freaking priest dude. Now, now that we know the memory trick, maybe what he's referring to is because she's a royal blood, whatever. She might be able to tell you, but I have already forgotten. My memory's been wiped.
In the manga, I think it is a little different phrasing in the English dub, but in the manga, what he says is, I nor none of the cult members, the wall, worshippers, can tell you, but I can point you in the direction of someone who can, and that's when he tells them about.
So stupid to me. It's like I was like, if it means you're gonna die if they find out, then how is you referring to go to the source on Wikipedia that they use to find out this information that's going to get me killed? I didn't really see the distinction between that, but
so one of the things that I'm looking forward to learning more about is they talk about a couple of families that are immune to the brainwash.
Yeah, the bloodline. I immediately said, wait, the Ackermans, let me guess. And they're like, oh, the Ackermans.
Well, the Ackermans are the only named families that we've found out are significant so far. But supposedly there's multiple. And I think that I was wondering, like, I wrote down some notes actually while I was
just
on the
watched
plane.
Literally two.
And one of them I was thinking, like, no, because there's Kenny Ackerman, Levi Ackerman.
No. Two families.
Two families?
Bloodlines.
Well, I assume the Rice family's immune. But for some reason.
Well, I don't know about the Rice family. I don't. Well, unless he lied, the king specifically said that his mind was also wiped.
Well, they say that the first king's will is so strong that as soon as you inherit his memories, it prevents you from. Yeah, you also inherit his will.
That has nothing to do with what I just said.
Okay.
The Rice, right, said to his daughter, Historia, I can't tell you because I don't know.
Yeah.
Because the first king wiped all our memories. So when she asked him something, and so unless he was lying, he is not immune.
Did he specifically say that the first king wiped their memories?
There.
Yeah, because the way that I interpret it is like, if it's been 100 years, let's just say, right? Let's just take them at their word that that's correct. Let's just say it's been 100 years. If that's the case, you don't have to wipe the memories of people generationally. You can just withhold knowledge from them. And then they grow up not knowing it.
Okay. I want 1 second. Yes, I agree with you that is a possibility. Everything Ymir does is for Christine.
People thought that, Hitler got into office, right? Ran him alone.
What?
Yeah.
On Twitter.
So people on Twitter. Yeah, people on Twitter were like saying we should beware of Trump. It's happened before. People have elected a dictator, and I'm like, Hitler was not elected. He lost his election. He only won like 36% of the vote, and then he was appointed chancellor because he weaseled his way into power by suggesting that if he was appointed chancellor, that would unite the country. And then so the president was like, okay, you could be.
And the thing that happened in the bar.
Yeah, and then shit started happening, and then he used his political ability to allow himself to become. Yeah. Anyway, but so yeah, people are stupid, but okay. Everything Ymir did was for Krista's benefit. So that's the cool Tuti's explanation as to why Ymir didn't explain anything.
Hold on. Is this in answer to Footnum's question about why did she go with them?
No,
because I think that answer applies. Right? That answer applies to both why she didn't say anything and why they went with her, or why she went with her.
Yeah.
Although,
So I think for the same reason Aaron doesn't want to disclose things is the reason why Emir didn't want to disclose things.
yeah,
Because
I
it would have
kind
put
of,
Historia in harm's way.
sure. Yeah, that is a way of thinking about it without spoiling anything. Okay. If memories are wiped, he wouldn't know. The royals are immune. See, so what happened was the first king wiped everyone's memories, right? And then a few bloodlines were immune. The Ackermans, the Orientals, and then the royals. So what they did, they weren't royals before.
And that's actually
royals.
an explanation as to why Mikasa's the final Oriental, her mom being the final pureblood.
And an Ackerman, so she doubles memory.
Yeah. Why but see, this is the problem. Just real quick. Why the Ackermans are specifically persecuted, right? That there's propaganda put forth in order to make the bloodlines that are immune live hell on earth, right? Make it hard to be them.
Well, that's not true. Okay, look. What happened was, and this is all revealed in season 3. I'm not spoiling anything. When he wiped all their memories, some people were immune. He made all of the people that were immune royals. The thing was, the Oriental line, there was only a very small amount of them, and they didn't want to be associated with the king. So they went away, and then they were persecuted. The Ackermans did want to be associated with the king, and then they were the king's right-hand man. But at some point, something caused them to not like the king anymore. And so then they splintered off and they became persecuted. But everyone else that is immune to this thing is one of the royal family.
But what I'm saying is, if you have the power to brainwash and control people, and you have people who are immune to that brainwashing and are therefore going to create problems for you if they splinter off and become difficult for you to manage because they can undo the brainwashing to other people, right? And then basically
that's why they persecuted them, though.
Yeah.
Who said that they can undo the brainwashing?
Okay. What the fuck? Follow the logic here. Multiple characters throughout season 3 undo the brainwashing, quote unquote, by learning the truth about the walls. Okay. And this is the thing. Here's how brainwashing works in the first generation, right? This is the thing. Ackermans might be immune. That doesn't mean that Mikasa Ackerman has the knowledge of the history of the world.
Correct.
Right. So
we see that with Kenny. Kenny's dad doesn't want to tell him until the very end. He tells him.
Yes. And this is the thing, is that if it's been 100 years, right? If Kenny is 50 and his dad, had him when his dad was, a young man, right? That there's like this possibility that Kenny's grandfather was there in the original, land when the brainwashing happened, and his grandfather passes the knowledge down to his son, but his son doesn't want to pass the knowledge down to Kenny because knowing it actually just makes life worse because you can't do anything about it. Sometimes truth is a burden for some people. It's better to live in ignorance because ignorance is bliss, right?
It can be.
So my theory is that when they brainwash the original families, right? Or when they brainwash,
they're not really brainwashing. They're erasing the memory.
Whatever term you want to use. When they're initially establishing the Men in Black neuralizer wiping of everybody's memories, there are a few people in these families who are immune. And so what's going to end up happening is that the knowledge that you have, just because you have it, if you have knowledge nobody else has, and it's not easy to communicate to people who all think a certain way, it was fucking hard enough to convince people that the COVID vax was fucking poison. You know what I mean? It's only now, after all this time that we've gone through all of this shit, that people are starting to undo that brainwashing. Right? Yeah. So if you're going to if you're going to be the person who has the knowledge, but any person you talk to treats you like you're insane, because in their mind, all of their memories have been written to a degree that the facts you're presenting to them do not exist and are wrong, they will look at you as an insane person. And so what that does is, even if the original families are immune, that knowledge doesn't necessarily get passed down. And if those people that you have, like the Orientals and the Ackermans, right? If those people are causing, you know, a potential for uprising or whatever, if it's possible for them to spread the knowledge or start to gain influence and then start, you know, causing trouble for the original king, then all he has to do is, in his, you know, memory wipe and brainwashing type, you know, like replacing your memories with other things, is create a deep-seated hatred or you know, distrust of the families that would pose a risk to you. And that is why, in my opinion, the Orientals and the Ackermans are treated harshly and live a life where they're persecuted against. And then
I forget why. Kenny explains exactly why they're persecuted when he's talking about his sister. Like he says exactly why people hate the Ackermans. It's not like you don't have to guess. He says it outright. I forget what he said.
But
he's like, oh, this causes us to get persecuted. He says it flat
regardless of what the reason is, the outcome is the same. That by creating a group for which associating with them becomes taboo, what you end up doing is the knowledge that they might still have that maybe is sort of still passed down by their bloodline, because the original people who were in that bloodline weren't wiped and are able to share with their kids. You create a world for which it becomes disadvantageous to live in a paradigm outside of the one that the rest of the world is experiencing. And so over time, that knowledge eventually gets lost. Mikasa knows fucking nothing about it. The only thing she has is the brand or the embroidery technique in the anime.
So let me okay. So what I'm referring to is basically, so after the wall's fallen and all this crap, you know, the thing is, all the kids that well, not all the kids, but it's like people are like, oh, the truth, what is going on, what is the origin, blah blah blah. I feel like reasonably Ymir could say to a fellow kid, like, about, you know, some of the truth about it, and then it'll start to unravel itself. But I mean, sure, maybe they might memory wipe it again, but then they're still kind of like at square one where they're getting raided by the Titans and all this stuff. But that aside, while we're on the memory thing, that was probably the biggest thing in season 3 that ground my gears. Is like, so we haven't really established any powers outside of Titanism or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And suddenly humans can have powers, let alone the ability to wipe memories. And they even say to the extent where you can wipe a whole city. That is a rather convenient power to set up the entire premise of why they're in a city and no one knows anything about anything.
No, you misunderstood the power.
Yeah.
It's not just like, oh, I can wipe the city. He can literally wipe the memories of everyone. That's the whole point of the paths.
That makes it worse, if anything.
But look at it this way. The coordinate ability is effectively that same sort of power.
Yeah, the coordinate is, that's what we're talking about, Titans.
Yeah. So, but he's talking about the memories of the people.
How the royal family can just...
Okay, sure.
No, I'm saying the royal family has the ability to wipe people's minds or whatever, right? I'm just saying, so a normal, well, I guess it's not a normal person, but my point is, up to this power, that is a rather convenient power to set up the entire premise of why no one knows anything. You know, especially when it's a mystery series, that's really goddamn convenient. I'm just saying, I really don't like that answer, if you will.
Well, then you're probably going to really love season 4, where the story takes place on the mainland where you're not dealing with all the ignorant fucks.
Hey,
yeah,
you read ahead.
I have not read ahead. It's fucking obvious. At the end of season 3, they end up at the docks and they see the sea. They know there's something out there.
What's the possible resolution? Are they going to stay back on the island and be content? Like,
the cultist, he says he was lying. Reese.
Right.
I have whatever.
Rice. Yeah.
He's lying about being able
I've
to
watched
be
season 4, right? I've watched the whole thing. I have no evidence that he was lying.
I was
nothing,
interpreting it as he was lying at the time because
nothing tells me he was lying. I don't know if you have something that you know.
He was hiding. He was hiding from Krista his motives to what he's about to do to her.
That's my interpretation too. I think that the story he was telling Krista.
Hold on, time out. Just specifically lying about not knowing the true past. That's because my claim was he told Krista that he didn't know the true past and it had been wiped from his brain. I don't think the royals are immune to the brain wiping.
Okay.
And so now the cool 2T saying he's lying. I don't have any evidence that he's lying about that.
In the moment in season 3, when he's telling Krista those things, she is experiencing deep curiosity and wanting to know these things and even questioning him about things.
I almost feel like she was playing along with it just to get more information, and she wasn't as sincere about it, even though she did say, I was.
She was
going to do it.
Yeah,
which I don't know. I found her very bipolar in that.
No,
scene.
I fucking love that scene. That's one of my favorite scenes in the show.
Where she was going to go through it until like basically
I thought she was on her fucking
Kenny
period
came
with how
in.
she acted with her father, with Aaron.
So she okay. Just real quick, let me lay down some groundwork here. Her life was spent with everybody who should have loved her not loving her, and that she specifically says the first words my mother said to me were, "If only I had the courage to kill you," or something like that. And then the last words her mother said to her was, "You should never have been born." Right before Kenny slits her throat, right? The life that Krista lived was one where she was starved of love from her family. Then Rod Rice shows up and embraces her and says, "You're going to be living with me from now on." And then when she finally gets reconnected with her father after she gets kidnapped and whatnot,
that was a weird thing though. When he shows up, when Rod Rice shows up to her and he says, "You're going to come live with me." And then the police show up and say, "No, fuck you.
Yeah.
We're going to kill your wife."
That was weird.
Right.
I was like, "What? He's the king."
Yeah. And so I was going to bring that up too, about like the whole stuff about seeing him. See, because my interpretation after watching
Did he just want to kill his wife? Like,
well, my interpretation after watching season 3 was that he's like the fake king is that there's a shadow government controlling things and stealing the authority to do so by.
Oh wait, hold up. I think I get it. He had an affair with some hoe,
prostitute.
Right? So
100%.
he wanted her gone because it's inconvenient for him.
Yes.
And
I don't think that's what happened.
Hold on.
I think what happened was Kenny was there on the authority of the other royals. That was what I took away from it.
Let me
and that the other royals basically told him, go deal with this guy.
Yeah.
Because he's gonna go do something stupid, and we can't let this secret getting out. And so then Kenny, on the authority of the royal family, like the other royal families, went and the king realized, oh, the other royal families aren't going to let me do this. Okay, kill the girl.
In this story, Krista is basically Jon Snow. Okay, so what they lay out in the manga and in the anime to a degree is that Krista's mom doesn't do farm work like the rest of the people on the farm, including Krista, right? She's always reading, right? And that she would disappear into the night and go into the city. And I'm guessing she was a whore and that she was like a high-end prostitute and going out to service clients, right? And that's how she ended up having sex with Rod Rice, getting pregnant and delivering the kid. And that Rod doesn't want his bloodline to be murdered, right? He doesn't want to just let his child die, even if he doesn't fully love her, whatever. There's like something about the psychological aspect of my bloodline is important and it should not be spilled just because the kid is not legitimate in terms of like it's a bastard or whatever kind of thing, right? Whatever, a bastet. I don't know what you call female
bastet.
So what my interpretation of it is that when he goes to take Historia away, it's because of the problems that got caused when Krista started to try to connect with her mom, because Krista mentions how she used to read in books, and that's how she noticed that her relationship with her mom was abnormal, because in all the stories she read, the mothers were loving and cared for the child. And so she tried to like make contact with her mom, like getting a hug, but like jumping on is like, mommy, right? And then she throws her and her nose is all bloody. And she's like, it hurt, but it was also the first time my mother had ever spoken to me. Right. And so I was happy when she said, if only I had had the courage to kill you, or something like that. Right. And so when it comes down to the time when, like shortly after that, when it's determined that Rod Rice is going to come and rescue her, I'm sure that off screen, a conversation happened between the mother and Rod Rice, basically saying like, you got to fucking do something about this. Right. And so Rod decides that he's going to take Krista and do something, you know, to try to figure out another way to ensure that she survives. But the problem is that because she's from a whore, he can't bring her up as a member of the royal family because she's like mixed blood between the royal family's blood and also some common whore, right? Like it's just optically, it looks really bad and it would not be good for the overall, you know, image of the family, right? And so what ends up happening, possibly what you're saying about the other members of the royal family getting involved and trying to force, you know, them to kill them. Kenny shows up. And remember, Kenny was really good friends with Uri, which is the brother of Rod Rice, right? The one that that ends up getting eaten by Frida in order to gain the founding Titan power and knowledge, right?
Sorry, I said royal. I meant noble, the noble families.
Whatever it is.
But anyway.
Sure. So, so Kenny is good friends with Uri, and he shows up to try to put an end to this thing because it's a loose end. Krista is a loose end at that point, right? Everything that they are doing is being put in jeopardy because of the existence of Krista, right? And so he shows up to kill Krista's mom, who's also a loose end, right? And then also kill Krista. And it's because Rod doesn't want to see Krista die, doesn't want his bloodline to be harmed, doesn't want his offspring to be harmed, that he pleads with Kenny, here's an alternative. Let's put her in the Survey Corps where or like you have her join the scouts or like the cadets kind of thing to join the scouts, because she'll probably die anyway, but at least we give her a chance to survive. Right. And that's like in his mind thinking like, I'm just really right now buying some time until I can figure out what to do, right? Because in his mind, the ultimate goal is I need her to turn into a Titan, right? And I need her to eat Aaron, right? So like that's kind of like
he didn't know that he needed Aaron to.
Yeah, but he did know at that moment, and I don't know if it's hard to know when Grisha obtained the power. Is it after?
Right after.
It's got to be right after, right? So,
no, wait. Grisha. What moment are you talking about? The moment he goes to go.
Grisha eating what's
okay. The timeline of events is they attack the wall. Grisha then immediately goes from the because he's in the internal wall. He then immediately goes and tracks down, like before he even goes back to Shiganshina, like they're literally attacking the wall still. Mm-hmm. He hears the wall's down. He books it to the church, and he says, "This shit's going down. Like, save my son right now. Use your power." And then she's like, "Nah." Mm-hmm. And then he's like, "All right, bitch, we're fighting." And then he eats her and kills them all. Mm-hmm. And then he books Rod books it out of there. Mm-hmm. And then Grisham goes back to
meet with Aaron.
He meet up with Aaron.
It was odd how Rice somehow survived that encounter.
So, and that's the thing also, is that Grisha is really close to those 13 years. Because Aaron at the start of the series is like, what,
That's
12?
what I was wondering.
Yeah.
So he moved fucking quick on Carla.
Yeah.
Because by the time he gives Aaron the thing, it's like he's like minutes away.
I feel like that would be super convenient if it was literally like the 13th year.
Cool TT
I feel
says
like it was 10.
I have another question, or I have a question. When you eat a second shifter, so when Grisha goes from having the attack titan to the founding titan, do your 13 years reset?
And also, do you like what is it? Do you flip powers? Do you have both?
I mean, it's never really explained, but like he definitely has both.
Is the coordinate coming from the founding titan power?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the same thing. Founding titan and coordinate. This is the same thing. Different word. The funny thing is, if let's say one titan ate all the titans, right? All the powers were in one titan. Can they ever be split up again? Because you would just keep eating. Like the one guy would eat the one guy, and he'd get all of them, right?
Theoretically, because
you just be Ymir again.
Yeah, but they said that if you were to die of the 13 years, right?
Yeah.
It'll just
if you die naturally, it might split up again.
It would split amongst, and you'd have to be killed by somebody eating your spinal column, right? As a titan,
for it to get passed on. Yeah.
When I was rewatching this, so I don't know if I mentioned this on podcast yet, but
just quickly to answer the Cool to Tease question, I believe that the answer is no. It'd still be 13 years because the rule for the 13 years was no Titan can last longer than Ymir. So that she only lived 19 years.
Are they talking about the Ymir that we know in the series? Or are they
they're talking about the original
Titan?
Yeah, they're talking original progenitor.
I find that rule arbitrary and makes no sense. Like they didn't have to have a rule. That is a rule.
So I talked about this previously about the Ymir from Norse mythology. And I mentioned that Ymir is the progenitor god, the primordial god, and the progenitor of the Jotnor. Jotnor is the Norse word for giant. I didn't want to give it away when we were talking about season 1 or whatever it was, but just a heads up, that's what that means. So Ymir, it's something blew my mind. I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh fuck. What was it?
By the way, this is the story she was reading as a kid, and I'm like, this is going to be important later, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or mean something.
There's also the ending of the last season that was also
what did the Marleyans call the
Eldians?
Evil Bloods?
The Devils?
Devil Bloods?
Yeah.
In the manga, I'm going to try to pull it up right now. In the manga, Bertold calls them that while they're trying to rescue Eren from inside of the grip of the Armored Titan.
Yeah.
Devil Bloods or something.
And in the last moments of his life, or whatever, before he's turned into a cripple, he is what is it? They were trying to negotiate, and he's like, I'm sorry, but the only negotiation I have is blah blah that I have to kill you. You all have to die, which tells me he's under the ideology of the they're the Devil Bloods, they all need to be eradicated or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
My evidence is that he knew about the memory wipe. If your memory is wiped, you wouldn't know. So he doesn't know about. Okay, sorry. His like the king, the person who has the founding titan would know because they'd have all the memories and everything, right? So like his brother could have told him what, I erased your memory, or the other royals, nobles could have also told. Like it could be a widely known thing that in the royal family that your memory was wiped. But I guess there is really no reason for them to completely hide it. So I don't know.
My interpretation of that moment is that Rod is trying to force Historia / Krista to become a Titan so that he doesn't have to, presumably because he doesn't want to live for only 13 more years.
I don't know. Because
so I think he was withholding information from Historia to keep her curious and say, I can't answer your question, but the answers are actually in this syringe. Just take it. You know, like he was basically trying to deceive her into doing it so that he could force her to. And one of the things I also love, this is a detail that the reason why he licks the stuff, so like he has to do it, like can't even think about it, got to do it now, is because in the part when they get the syringe, Hanji mentions that it evaporates as soon as it's exposed to air.
Yeah, but it was like, I don't know, it was there for a fair amount of time. I want to say this though,
but I think that what it's kind of like how so I think the thing is, like, she's saying, like, if you squirt a little bit of it out and try to study it under a microscope, it basically is gone. And I think the reason why is because it's like the steam kind of like evaporation, right? And so if it's in a large quantity, it takes longer to evaporate, but it's still like you can't catch it back up in a bottle because it's been exposed to the air.
Do you think that he turned into that monster slug because he licked it? Or he turned into the monster slug because he's the king and
I feel like
that's just the Titan form he would have taken.
I fucking love the way that they tell the story where like he's so heavy that he can't lift his head, and then when he gets to the wall, it's like completely shaved down. Holy shit, was that fucking unreal. In the first time I watched it, I was goddamn glued to the TV.
I have no idea how that's like a revelation to you, but
I'm just saying I fucking loved it. I thought the visual storytelling of it was so goddamn brilliant that
it seems so obvious his face would be shaved off, but
I'm saying that they could have done it a different way where he kept his head up. I'm saying that the choice to build the Titan with that mechanic where his arms were such that he couldn't stand up, you know, his arms and legs were such he couldn't stand up, but so it forced him to drag. I thought that was just a really awesome, like, visual choice to have it shave off his face, and then when you see him, he looks like just grotesque and creepy, and it was just an incredible design choice.
It also gave him a hole to put the explosions in.
Yeah, that was good. Rod could have had more kids, big plot hole. So that's the thing. Like, as soon as Friedrich got eaten, Frida got eaten, he went to go get Krista, Historia, whatever, right? And then Kenny, I believe, on orders of the other nobles, said, "Fuck you, Rod. Get back to the castle and fuck these people." And then he was like, "Okay, go." But at that point, he should have had another kid. Like, at that point, he should have went and had another kid.
Had another child so that he could have one that he would not have to go hunt after Krista.
Yeah, because he knew that he knew Krista was there, so okay, but now that option is taken away from him. And he doesn't know where the coordinate is, but like on the off chance they find it, he should have someone in the wing to take the place because he doesn't know that Krista
she could die, I guess.
Yeah, is going to still be alive come season 3 when they realize, oh shit, Aaron has the coordinate.
So I think though, like,
also he should have been on fucking Aaron's ass, like as soon as a Titan shifter popped up in my kingdom. Get this guy.
Yeah.
Like,
so in my interpretation, I think that he was keeping tabs on Krista from afar, right? Getting information funneled back to him about how she was doing. So he knew she was still there. And therefore, because if he's like, oh fuck, I gotta go have sex with some bitch right now, hope she gets pregnant, and then 9 months later the baby survives, and then, you know, like right now he's like, this is a race against the clock because of how much ground the Survey Corps is making, right? And how quickly they're advancing and how much shit is happening in the Capitol with the overthrowing of the government and all that stuff.
He had 5 years. What are you talking about?
From the moment that you mean like after Krista gets away, you know, to join the Survey Corps?
Yeah.
You saying he should have had sex with somebody and tried to have a 5-year-old by the
As
time he
soon
had
as
a
the
had a
wall comes
legitimate
down,
child.
as soon as the wall comes down, Grisham goes and eats the girl and pisses off with the coordinate.
Mhm.
And he's like, shit, I have no heirs and the coordinate's missing. Let me go get Krista. And then Kenny's like, no, you don't. Then Rod goes back to the kingdom. And as soon as he gets back there, he should be like, get me a bitch because I'm going to need a kid. And then 5 years later, when Aaron shows up with Titan powers, he should be like, oh, that's convenient. I wonder who that is. And now they do kind of mention it.
A child that will have my injection without question.
Yeah, now he's only 5 years. He would only be 5 years old at that point, but like, still. But now there was a line where they said like the scouts were specifically not like the military police, the central police were asking them to give Aaron to them, and the scouts were specifically not giving them. Not listening, and that's why they arrested Erwin at one point, because they weren't listening to him, because he wasn't listening to them.
Okay, I got it. Hold on, I just found the thing I'm looking for. Sorry, go ahead.
But that didn't happen until this season. So, like, in season 1, it should have been, "Oh, give me this kid," right?
Hold on, I got something here. So this is the thing I was thinking of. This is when Armin is telling Bertold that they're torturing Annie and whatnot to throw him off his guard, right? And he says, "Children of the devil, I'll kill every last one of you." Right now, this I think
he might have said that in the anime.
Well, I'm just saying, like
something similar, yeah.
But when you don't have the context of season 3 and you hear this, it just sounds like he's cursing them.
Yeah.
But once you know that they call them devils,
this is what we brought up in the first Watch Club. That when every season you watch, you get more information that recontextualizes the old stuff.
So now what I'm conveying is a hypothesis that based on this information, it would indicate, as I think we've already kind of established, that Reiner, Bertold, Marcel, and Annie are from the Marleyan Empire.
I feel like that was really obvious.
That was super obvious.
Dear God, you guys are such hard to please. Real quick,
they're at least from outside the wall.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anyway, moving past that. So one of the things I noticed is that because they don't tell the story chronologically in the manga, and they do all the cadet corps stuff in the after Trost, that means that this panel up here, where Annie is remembering training with her dad during the middle of this flashback, is a nested flashback, just like Tenjo Tenge, right? And then there's another one where Ymir is in the snow episode, and then she flashes back to listening to the clergyman talk about Krista, right? And getting that piece of info. So there's a couple there. Just throwing that out. Let me.
Real quick, what was that last thing you guys were talking about? Oh yeah. Actually, it was like 2 things ago. So regarding the ejection, when he licked it up, I'm just saying the moment Irvin was very well timed, put right in front of Armin, where it's like, oh, who do we inject? I was just like, can't you like inject 50-50? Like, how much do you need? And this guy's literally licking the tip. And
they only have one shifter.
Yeah. But I guess that's true though, because like think about it. If you had turned him into a Titan, like let's just say that you brought them both over the wall.
He's a cattle in the pen. They keep him in the pen.
Exactly. You could have put him somewhere. And
would you rather
kept him
a
alive.
dead person or a Titan person that
so
potentially
he stays alive as the Titan until they're then able to get Reiner.
So, but once again, they had to make like the decision or whatever, and I'm like, can you not inject like both? They even tried injecting a bit into Irvin, but I don't know. They made it seem like 0% got into him, I guess.
Because he slaps it away, kind of thing.
Yeah.
With
Which,
that
by the
moment?
way, I want to say what I thought about that whole thing. I don't know if you were in the middle of a thing that
No,
you were
go
going
ahead.
to say, but okay. So to start off, what is it? So Levi, if I were him, I would have, after I killed the Beast Titan, or wait, no, he didn't kill the Beast Titan. Sorry, that was the problem. After the Beast Titan got away, I would have immediately gone to Erwin and injected him. In fact, I was actually thinking that the moment he said, "I'm leaving you with the injection, and you get to choose when and who to use it on," and
The
I was
thing
like,
is, he didn't
Erwin.
know where Erwin was specifically. The only reason that comes into play is because that guy who talks like Johnny Young Boss showed up with the red hair.
I hate Flock. I hate
Flock.
him so
Hate that
much.
guy. Yeah.
Well, anyway, the point is, instead he had this autistic, like, I told him I'd kill it, and I'm like, I'd use the injection real quick while the buys are still warm. So that's the first thing that I would have done. But anyway, so he chased after him, and literally the moment they're about to inject Armin, suddenly it's like, oh, I have his corpse or whatever. Oh, here's Erwin.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I guess he wouldn't have yelled out like 5 seconds earlier, so it wouldn't have been a surprise. But anyway, that's aside from that. So it is rather convenient that the only person that survived was Erwin. Okay, that aside, once again. So they're like, okay, here's this manufactured, very painful choice. I immediately said, I feel like what's going to happen is Erwin, because, you know, it's part of his like honorable whatever character, he'd probably be self-sacrificing and be like, no, not for me. Give it to Armin. He is
So
our
actually,
future," or
the
whatever.
irony here, though, is that that's completely against Erwin's character up until that moment. Like, specifically, doesn't he have like a talk with Pixis about how he came up with a solution that kept him from dying, right? When he was going to be hung, right? So actually, and there's like a talk between Levi and him about how everything he's done has been
for
in
the
pursuit of
truth.
his own dream at the sacrifice and expense of hundreds of men, like thousands perhaps, you know, of people he sent to their graves for his own selfish dreams. So actually, if he was to follow in that up until that moment, right, he actually would not give it to Armin.
That
right?
doesn't really
But-
help the case I'm about to make, though, because
Well, but
basically where I'm getting
the
at
reason
is that
I think he didn't is because he had to come to the decision to throw his life away, or not throw it away, you know what I mean? But like to like let himself die for the sake of humanity and come to terms with all the men that he's already sent to their graves before the moment when it was positioned where he could.
regardless, my prediction was that, okay, Irvin's probably gonna, like, they're obviously gonna choose Irwin, but then he is going to be the one to say, no, don't give it to me, give it to Armin, whatever that reason may be. That was my prediction. I'm like, okay, that's what probably should happen. And technically it kind of does, except he's not like, I thought he would have been like somewhat like mildly conscious and able to like communicate, but instead they're just like, oh, he whips his hand up and whacks it out. It's like, what?
But they don't.
He's taking it as a sign.
Yeah, I think he probably did. Okay, so keep in mind, ribs are broken. You know, he's barely hanging on. But
I'm just saying, if I were writing this, I would have just done that, because my bigger problem with that whole scene is that they dragged it out of like, oh my god, how's it gonna be? How's it gonna be?
Okay, so let me say this then. I am on, I think, volume 13 of the Tankobon in the manga, and volume 13 starts right at season 3, and so volume 13, right? So far, we've gone through 25 episodes for season 1 and then 12 episodes for season 2. And I am now on volume 13. I'm halfway through that volume, and I'm not even halfway through what happens in episode 1 of the anime of season 3, right?
Yeah.
So they tell things so outside, especially for the first episodes and the final episodes. They tell things so outside of how they're conveyed in the manga in order to make them more gripping and stuff, like we were talking about before with the ending theme getting interrupted at that midpoint episode of season 3, in order to give you that moment where Mikasa and Levi are fighting each other, like, what the fuck is going to happen in the next season? I can't wait till it comes back, you know? So I agree. I feel like it goes on a little bit long, right? But personally, like, I feel like they did a really good job, like, establishing the stakes and making it really feel like it goddamn matters. Like, they're basically asking you in a way of choosing between your parents.
Well, here's the thing. I was under the impression that Armin would survive because I'm pretty sure I've seen season 4 covers or whatever with him on it. But B, I thought it does make sense to just let Armin die. And I'll be real. I expected to have more, like, connection with Armin, but for some reason he's got, like, way less connection than I'd anticipated. So really, you know, they could have just I didn't even think he was, like, alive, obviously. Like, he was just like he was just a crisp. But
so I don't remember if I mentioned this before, but I was spoiled on that part of season 3. I like when that episode originally aired, I was scrolling through Twitter and I just saw a post that said R.I.P. Armin, right? And I was fucking mad in that moment because I have somehow managed to avoid extremely crucial spoilers for this show.
Well,
and
don't worry, you just gotta wait 13 years now.
So that's that yeah, that moment when I saw R.I.P. Armin, I turned to my wife and I said, we're watching this right now. Like, I cannot let this get out of hand and have me miss it, you know, kind of thing. And so I was really happy when I finally got to that moment and realized that the spoiler was actually wrong, right? That Armin had died because he was still alive, and then there was the whole conflict, and I was like, I legitimately thought they were going to give it to Erwin just simply because hashtag RIP Armin.
This is what I was talking about in the first watch
negative
club, where
spoilers are as bad as real spoilers.
Was that what I called it?
No,
Negative
like,
spoiler?
I'm just saying, like,
I don't remember the term
spoiler.
that I came up with. Reverse spoiler, I thought, maybe?
Like, trying to unspoil something by throwing you off in the wrong direction is actually somehow worse in some ways. Because now I got about it every which way.
I got negative spoilered. It was between season 2 and 3. I went to go look up a map, and it had all these things on it, and I'm like, oh shit, okay. And I looked up, and it said something about, like, Titan shifters, and it had, like, a picture of now I've realized later what happened, but anyway, it had a picture of Annie and being the female Titan and the armor Titan and all this stuff, and then it had a picture of this other guy that looked like one of the military people, and it was put at a spot on the map that was close to the center in the military police. And I'm like, fuck. One of the internal military police guys is a Titan, and we don't know that yet. And I closed the map, and I was so pissed off. And then I was waiting this whole time for one of the military guys to turn out to be an evil Titan person. And it never happened. And I'm like, what the fuck? And now I understand what happened. Either I don't fully understand because I don't have the map anymore. I didn't, like, save it. But either it was Rod Rice turning, or it was just a map and I just misinterpreted it, and it was just a picture of a military guy, and it didn't mean that it was a Titan shifter. But the whole time I was like, I'm waiting for it. I'm like waiting for the reveal, right? When's it happening? And it never happens. And I'm like, God fucking damn it.
Dude. So
gaslight yourself.
So this is between 2 and 3 that you were trying to look up a map?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know the map that you shared on Discord that shows
Yeah.
the events of 1 and 2. So
And I
looked
triple
for-
checked to make sure that it was not going to spoil anything for
Yeah,
season
appreciate
3.
it. It's a great map. I've been referencing it constantly while reading the manga to try to keep my head around. Like that's how I was able to understand, where they went when they were patrolling the wall. Because I was going to put that map into ChatGPT because it tells you the actual. Yeah.
Just quickly for reference, because this comment, I thought it was this guy.
Zachary?
This whole time, yeah, I thought Zachary was going to be a shifter.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, my memory was like,
oh my god, you're
I think it
reverse
looked like that
spoiling
guy.
me that he's not.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's not really a reverse spoiler, but
on the walls, on the map thing that you shared,
it's a real spoiler.
It tells you the circumference of the outermost wall, and then it has like a distance between Wall Cena and Wall Rose, and then Wall Rose to Wall Maria. And actually, like the internal ones are even bigger of a distance. And I was like I couldn't believe it. I always assumed the biggest circle, would have the most distance between the next smaller circle and then the next small, but in actuality, the smallest circle is huge. And then the next one is only a little bit bigger. And the next one after that's only a little bit bigger after that. So I was going to put it into ChatGPT and say, using the circumference, and then also using the units here that tell you how far apart these are, determine the width, like the circumference of Wall Rose, and then tell me how long it would take on horseback to circumnavigate the entire thing. And then as I was like doing that, like in my head, trying to figure out how I was going to ask ChatGPT, as I was looking at that map is how I realized, oh, fuck, no, this makes perfect sense. They didn't have to go all the way around because this is where Rococo is and this is where they were. And so they literally started up here and down here and met in the middle. Like it makes fucking perfect sense. Right? Otherwise, they would have had to start next to Utkar Castle and gone all the way around and then met again, or they would have had to technically start at the other end, right?
Yeah.
They would have met on if they wanted to start at the same place. They would have met at the opposite end.
Yeah, so they would have had to start at the exact opposite corner of the map and go around, and it's so far away from where all the Titans. It doesn't make any sense, right? So that's kind of how I figured that out. Now, when you had shared that, we had just started getting into like season 3. Right. And so I was trying to find a map like that for season 3 and immediately started seeing stuff, like turn away. But I did find a Reddit post where somebody was asking about if there was a map like that. And somebody in the comments and said, there's this one. And they linked to something that went to an Imgur post that is no longer there. And they said in that thing, the person it's very well made, but it seems the person who made it also included some fan fiction stuff. So I'm wondering if your map you saw is the one that I had found but couldn't see because it had been removed from Imgur.
Maybe.
And that's the fanfic shit is what was in there.
I have to go.
Do you want to say anything? You've been so quiet, young Reese. Do you want to say anything about season 3?
I think he only knows.
I've been muted most of the time because of my dad watching TV.
Oh.
It's not the TV, Reese. It's the furnace next to your microphone.
I don't have a furnace.
This ghost furnace next to your microphone.
Do you have a non-spoiler thing you want to say before you leave?
Not really.
Okay. All right.
I feel like everything you guys would already traverse and go over anyway.
Okay.
I guess the problem is Brad will have written a novel on any of the things you've already.
He probably covered anything in it.
I'm the worst.
You're a dick. Also, I didn't rewatch it. Like the last time I watched this was like when it came out on disc. I will rewatch the final season. I will rewatch the final season. Just
you better.
With that.
By the way, so to wrap up, basically the point I was saying before we get too far away from it.
Well, Reese is going. Bye, Reese.
Bye.
Okay.
What I was saying was the way I would have written it that I would consider more enjoyable of an experience is I would have them have like only a couple of back and forths of like, oh, you should do Armin, and then Levi's like, no, he's gay, and then they'd be like, well, come on, Armin's blah blah blah, and it's like, no, I told you he's gay, and I'm doing it, and then he goes to do it to Irvin, and then Irvin would say, no, don't do me for some reason, whatever that reason is. Don't do me, do the child. And then
I don't want to have sex.
oh God. Anyway, and then they do that. I would have enjoyed that much more because it was so drawn out and it just added this stress. I was telling Greenline, it's like that. This is the thing about Attack on Titan. So much of the show is you're in the moment and there's like something that pops up that's like, oh my God, this is the end, or like something really major is gonna happen of like, oh my God, is this person gonna die? Oh my God, is this the end of all we know? Blah blah. It's so there's so much doom pill that it's like when I sit back, it's like, am I enjoying this? So it's like the intense situations, it's like just stressing you out. Like you can say that, oh, they did this in an interesting way, but it's like it's the way it makes you feel. Because comparatively, when they cry, you get the little slice of life, whatever stuff between it that it makes you attached to the characters, enjoy them. You like them. You care. You have a purpose for why it sucks so much when they're killing each other. And now it's more unique. You don't have that suspense of like, well, I mean, you do have the suspense of, oh no, are they going to die? But when you find out about the resetting stuff, it's you know, it's not like every other show. But granted, there's other shows that have these high stake moments come up. But
I find it funny. Do you think that that's a good comparison? Or is this just one you're ass pulling?
No, it's just one that has really high contrast.
Yeah, because
you can put it as Goku in Dragon Ball Z. That's another bad example because they have the Dragon Balls. But
I'm just saying that for me, the slice of life stuff, so to speak, in Higurashi,
that's
does not make me feel attached to them. Like the intrigue for the show for me,
I'm saying
from
I am enjoying them.
Okay,
you know, so. So you could have, here's a different example with Dragon Ball Z. Let's pretend that Dragon Balls don't exist. You know, they have their character moments. They have character moments with each other and all that. You enjoy your time with them, and then the serious threat comes, and then you're in it. You're invested in them and their whatever they do. But it at least gives you breathing room, so you're not always on edge of like, oh my God, they're gonna die, and you're also not like preemptively distancing yourself, which is another thing that I mentioned before. For example, actually, there's freaking Mikasa. I realized one of the main reasons I really don't like her is she doesn't have like any real I want to say personal character moments with like the characters. She doesn't have a moment where she's sitting like reminiscing with the Eren. I mean, she might have like once, but the point is you get like virtually nothing like that. You don't have her enjoying time with Eren. You have her constantly like stone-faced, like Eren, serious, and all this stuff. 90% of her dialogue is Eren.
You're basically having to marathon these, right? Like when you sit down to watch it, you're like, I'm going to be sitting here for like the next 12 hours, right?
Like it was in big sessions or whatever.
Yeah,
but yeah, more or less.
So because it's partially because everything I've seen so far with this watch club is stuff I had already seen once before. So there were some things in my head as it was going on where I was thinking of what was to come, or like, you know, excited for what was next. But I have not felt at all what you're describing in my watch of it. I do get what you're saying, and I think like the character moments...
Attack on Titan inherently is like the way that they're moving the plot. They're constantly focused on moving the plot along. So by its nature, there isn't breathing room. So you can chalk it up to that partially.
I mean, I think there is a little bit of breathing room, but I get what you're saying. It's not quite like the way other shows handle it. I feel like they're not padding it the way that other shows often do. And I think that that's an upside to it, rather, you know what I mean? Like it's that it's really, it knows what it needs to do.
By moving the plot along so much, it keeps you like engaged in like wanting to see like, oh, what happens next? But it's at the expense of the characters, because realistically, so many of the characters, it's like I feel like I could have like more, I don't know, time to even just absorb them as like their personality, because once again, they're always in battle, in action. So even Irving, like, even though you can like clearly see that he's a competent leader and charismatic and all this stuff, you know, you get like a bit of an episode where it's like, oh, I was talking to my father. Once again, that's still even going to the plot. You don't get him, his personality. He's not like at dinner being like, oh, you goofballs, you get me every time, or whatever. I'm not saying you should give me like 40 episodes of him eating dinner, right? But you know what I'm saying? Like the actual interaction, like Pixis, he has character interactions for the little time he's on there, so you can actually get to like kind of enjoy him. But most of the other characters, even like well, I don't know where I was about to go, but yeah, you have so you have quite a few characters, but they don't get any of that time. So therefore, I'm not like super into the characters most of the time. And I want to say, while I'm on the characters, apart from Mikasa, holy crap, she's still super insufferable. Most of her lines were just Aaron, or we have to save Aaron, or she had a single moment, her character growth, epic character growth, where she was crying over Armin. You know, that was big. Oh, it was a character that's not Aaron. But that aside, because we all aren't really.
Yeah, I find it interesting, because the more you talk about it, the more I'm thinking of, like, I feel like the show has given me everything that I would have wanted out of what you're longing for. Right. In the first season, for example, Armin wishes that he had died in Aaron's place. Right. When Aaron gets eaten. Right. When Aaron literally saves him. Right. And he believes, like, Armin is conflicted over the belief that his friends that he is a burden to them. Right. And that everything that's happening is, you know, like, his friends are having to protect him and keep him going, and that they look at him as a burden, until they verbalize specifically to him at one point how much they value him and how much they look up to him as a strategist and a leader, right? And that kind of perspective shift for Armin shows a lot of character growth all around. And then the same thing happens when Mikasa first shows up after Armin watched Aaron get eaten, and he barely even has the strength to face her and tell her the news, and is fully expecting her to be angry, and because, like, he views himself personally as, you know, a burden for everybody, so he feels like he's dreading the response she's going to give, and then she doesn't give that response, right? That she I mean, she's obviously not going to be happy at the idea that Aaron's been killed, but in the moment, she chooses instead to, you know, like, there's no time for grieving. We have to do something now.
She freaked out more about Armin's death than Aaron's alleged death, which is kind of funny.
And I just think that, like, personally, like, I really feel that character dynamic between the three of them, and I look at that, because there's it's there. But there's like it's like glimpses of it where if you blink, you'll miss it, kind of thing. Like how Mikasa tells Armin something like,
Mikasa could literally have a moment where she's like, "Oh, there's a crumb in your hair. You better take better care of yourself," or something like that. I don't freaking know. Well, we get so few things.
So
but that's more specifically with her.
There's a part I think after the Colossal Titan falls on the Armor Titan and the Attack Titan in season 2, where she hits her head because of the impact explosion, right? She hits her head against the wall or whatever. They pull her up to the top, and she wakes up and realizes that, you know, like, what happened? Where is everybody? Where's Aaron? You know? And she says something to Armin like, why does this keep happening? Why is he always getting, like, literally all I want is to be next to Aaron. Why is he always getting away from us? And then Armin says something like, it's true. it does seem like he's always running away from us, like always running off somewhere else, and we're constantly chasing him.
So you're saying
right?
the story is justifying why you don't have moments
No.
to care about them?
No, I'm just saying that I feel like I think those are those moments. They're just not what you expect them to be. You know what I mean?
Well,
like
I'm not talking explicitly about the growth as much as I am moments that you can enjoy them, which would involve growth of their chemistry together, I guess you could say.
or like the moment where Mikasa has a tender moment with Eren when they're in the field before Hannes gets killed, right? And she says, "Thank you for being in my life. Thank you for putting this red scarf around my neck," right? And Eren gets up and says, "I will always, for till the end of time, put that scarf around your neck or whatever. I will keep doing it forever," kind of thing. And then he goes, and that's when the coordinate shit happens, right? I feel like the show gives you just enough to where it doesn't feel like it's overloading you with nonsense, because I think the story that they're telling is happening so fast, right? Like shit is going down. And that's one of the things I've really enjoyed about reading the manga is that when you watch the anime, even though season 2 kind of like picks up right where season 1 ends, it feels like there's a break between them. And there was
even season 3
break. Yeah. Same.
Like at the where they figure out the Commandant, whatever the fuck his name is Grisham's friend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they go visit him. He's like, it's been 4 months since I saw you.
Yeah, meaning that it's only been 4 months since they left.
All of season 1, minus the 5-year gap. So 80% of season 1, all of season 2, and half of season 3. Well, I mean, even to the end of season 3.
Huge chunks
takes place
of season 3, yeah.
within
like 4
months.
Yeah, totally. Right. And so like in the manga, like I was expecting, because like in the anime, like the way that it's hard to articulate, but the way that the story progression, the rising action, the falling action, all of that is told through the story, overarching the entire series, first season, like has like its own arc happening, right? Until the ending, right? And then the Titans' faces in the wall. And then of course season 2 starts at like, you have to cover it. Like, don't let the sunlight hit it kind of thing. And that feels like it starts up season 2. But in the manga, it flows like it's just happening, right? There is no break. And it just feels like the story is continuing. And that's something I've really enjoyed about reading the manga, is that I really feel like I'm getting a better feel for, and you know, I'm basically not looking at the pictures at all. I'm just reading and like in my mind remembering where things were. And because the show doesn't do a whole lot, like the only thing so far that's been like majorly different that I noticed about season 3 at least,
apart from the brain,
is stuff like you know how he's like Aaron's scrawny ass is hanging out, right? And then they like try to pull him out and his face is like gone because it's like stuck to the Titan, and they rip him out of it and his face is basically a skull, right?
Yeah.
In the manga, Hanji is like, you know, she's like, it's so fucking, you're like, Aaron, your body is so hot, and like, oh god, look at his face, right? In the manga, she commands Moblet to run over, and it happens in like one panel, but it's just something that I think they cut from the anime for time, because again, they like really tried to change things up and how the story is unfolds, right? In the manga, they tell, you know, the part at the very beginning of season 3 where they're in that like base camp and they're like cleaning, and Mikasa and Historia come in with the firewood, and Jean and Sasha show up with like the crates of food, and Sasha steals the bread kind of thing. In that moment where they're having all that, right after Levi shows up, Historia spills the beans about her backstory, about her mother, and about all of that shit happens right there. Whereas in the anime, they like wait and parcel it out much further down the line, so that the story is told specifically in a way that that the information is delivered to you when it's going to become relevant in the next moment. You know what I mean? So what they do with the part with his face is she commands Moblet to come over and sketch it so she can study it later because his face is going to heal, and she's like, I have to know. So there's like a little thing where Moblet's in the corner, like quickly trying to draw Aaron, and that's like stuff like that, but like where it's just a little bit different, but not like majorly different. And now I completely forgot why I brought this up about the about what were we talking about before this? You were talking about the character stuff.
Yeah, well, basically, I was just giving my reason as to why I like, by its very nature, like, I'm making that perfectly clear that it's like by the show's very nature, it does make sense that it would go on like a rapid pace, but I'm just saying, consequentially, because of that, I'm not enjoying the characters the way I would hope to, like, want to.
Sure, and I kind of get that, like, the type of anime that you more typically like is like more slice of life and romance.
I'm not even saying it has to be slice of life.
No, I know, but I'm just saying like the type of anime that you like to enjoy.
Let's go with something
is more
like, I don't know, Shield Hero. They have the waves of the things that come and stuff, but there's moments where the characters are kind of building off of each other and all that, and you're able to enjoy like a lot of the stuff that's going on. But also, you can consider this as well. Attack on Titan is like inherently hopeless in the idea of like, oh my god, literally the apocalypse and all this stuff, right? So you're always under that that sword of the Titans, the world's ending, whatever humanity's done for, that's going to fall at any moment or something, right?
Randy, are you eating?
What? No.
Your mouth keeps opening.
Oh, I did go into my kitchen and I didn't mute the mic, so me walking.
Are you gonna?
Your mouth keeps going.
Are you gonna play the squirt sound from filling up your water?
No, I specifically muted while I was doing that.
So it's like 3 a.m, so I'm gonna try and like air my grievances real quick, and I might as well show the slideshow because it's very little.
Yeah, and then Green Line, if you want to say anything too, please feel free at any moment to.
There's very little in this slideshow of substance. Most of it's just lol XD. His thumb looks very fingery in this shot.
Okay.
What's this one? This animation irked me how he was still going the exact same rate as the horse after he jumped up. Like, the horse is still accelerating while he's no longer accelerating, so you'd think the horse would, like, go further.
I don't know. Momentum, I think that's... I don't know.
The horse doesn't have to be accelerating. The horse can be going at a constant speed.
The horse could be going at a constant speed, and then he's going to be slightly decelerating, but the momentum of the speed you're going... Once you jump up, you're still going that speed. You're just going to slow down because you're not.
What I'm saying, though. There's a disparity, so I'd at least expect like even just a foot or something over the amount of time it took him to do that. Anyway, once again, it's not actually like imperative or important.
What is he anchored to?
Oh,
no. Well, this is a really bad shot. This is stiff the whole time, and it's actually rotating, so every rib is like passing by this thing. So
while you have this up, I meant to bring this up earlier, about the fact that there's Titans in the walls and how like they only hit like the gates when they broke into the walls, and they avoided attacking the wall part of the wall.
Yep.
Reiner was in the wall.
Yeah.
And there was no Titan there. And I was thinking about it, and I was like, why is that the case? And then I realized he's above the gate. He's not in the wall part of the wall. He's above the gate part of the wall.
Okay.
So that kind of explains this.
Well,
so I've answered my own question as to why he has a room in there.
I'm not sure that he is, but I do have a reason for why. And
he's on the like if you bring up the map, right? There's the wall, and then there's the bubble, and he's on the inside wall of the bubble, which has the gate there. So there's room for him to sit in that wall because there'd be no Titans on that part
By
of
the
the
way,
wall.
when they were checking the walls, I would have just slid down and had my things dragging the whole time instead of going tink 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 tink.
But
they
that's
were.
less dramatic. Come on now.
I don't know. You wouldn't necessarily, hear the difference if you were sliding down.
Okay, next slide.
Well, I don't know what the tink is gonna find
To find out if it's hollow.
Yeah, when you hit something that's hollow, it makes a different noise, right? Like ting ting tong tong.
Like
ting,
when
ting,
you're
tong.
knocking on a wall to find out where the studs are.
Well, what was the actual reveal? Did his sword go like through the thing?
No, it
No, it just
sounded
made
hollow.
a different noise, and then Reiner pulled the fake wall away and jumped out
and stabbed him or whatever.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I'm guessing, actually, I think it is season. It's got.
While you're looking that up, I assume the horse with the bowl cut is the one that belongs to Todd Habercorn.
Oh, that's another thing that's different in the anime. The guy, do you remember the guy who like trains them on horseback riding in like season 1 or whatever? And he's like got the bandana on his head because the horse ate his hair. Do you remember that guy?
No.
Yeah.
Well, that thing about the band, like the horse eating his hair, is anime exclusive, from what I've seen. It's not actually in the manga. So that was kind of a nice
at
touch.
one point there was something about the horses. Oh yeah, the horse question mark I had before was
they
like
cheated
when there's a
this
horse...
scene. The wall is like concave here, but it should be no,
they're outside the wall.
No, this is them inside the wall.
No, this is them outside the wall, isn't it? Before they before the Beast Titan starts throwing the shit at them.
This is them standing outside the wall, just outside of Shiganshina, isn't it?
Yeah. So should it not be like that?
If they're standing just on the inside of Shiganshina, the wall should be
No, I think they're standing on the outside of Shiganshina.
They never went on the outside of Shiganshina.
Remember the Beast Titan throws the rocks at them?
Okay. There's inside and outside. You're thinking the wrong thing. There's Shiganshina is the bubble, right?
Yeah.
None of these guys go inside the bubble. They're all standing on the outside of the city, but on the inside of Wall Maria. So the wall is concave.
I don't know. Is the Beast Titan on that part? I guess maybe, yeah.
The Beast Titan is on the inside in the little village on the inside of Wall Maria.
Horrible job with the scale in that part about the
the
colossal Titan.
Oh yeah, I saw that. That was crazy. Which, by the way, I think they did the same thing with the scaling with the big rice Titan as well. There were times where it looked like he's literally going to be above the wall, just laying down.
So in the manga, they don't call it the Colossal Titan. They call it the Colossus Titan. And they talk about the ones in the walls as being other Colossus Titans. Like they think of it, they call it a Colossus class.
That explains the cover of the one volume of the manga.
And that's also why when you see the Titan, when the face is exposed, it looks kind of like it's missing the skin, like the Colossal Titan.
That's why I said in the first thing that the Colossal Titan's only as tall as the wall, but in this one he was very clearly taller than the wall, so I don't know. Also, in this one he became an atom bomb.
Yeah.
Which he wasn't before, which is also weird.
Wait, what do you mean in this one?
Well, when he turns in, but that's because he did it in midair and then landed and caused like an eruption of the ground or whatever.
No.
No?
No. What I mean by in this one is in this season, when he transforms in the middle of Shiganshina, he literally blows up like an atom bomb.
Well, in season 2, he quote unquote turned into an atom bomb when they ate Eren, and then the steam. It's weird how steam.
That's not an atom bomb. He never. He at no point did he. Think of what happened at.
They show the mushroom cloud, is what you're saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. In season 1, he just shows up. It's just lightning. He poofs, disappears. The wall is untouched. He transforms next to the wall twice, right? And the wall is untouched. And then in season 2, he transforms on the wall, and everyone's standing right next to him. Now he only half transforms, fair enough, but like there's people standing right next to him. In this one, Hanji's whole fucking crew dies
because they're right underneath him.
Yeah, but then it's like it literally is an atom bomb on the screen, and like you see the explosion and the.
I don't think that's what that's meant to represent. I don't think it's an explosion. I think it's just the dust cloud from him landing and causing such an eruption. Cloud.
That aside, while you brought it up,
confirmed by greatest
so
memory.
Hanji,
I don't know what that
basically
comment means.
Hanji basically furthered my whole point of that I was bringing up before of the plot armor, how the relevant characters don't die, and it's continued except for Bear Hole. That's the only
Erwin dies.
Yeah, you're saying okay, but I think he's talking about the cadets.
Well, maybe it's for Hanji specifically in this scene that she is, she had a squad or whatever, and she was the only one of that particular thing that survived.
Okay,
that's because she got pushed into the well.
Okay, hold on. Yes, she did get pushed into the well, but Footnum's saying like it's plot armor that she got pushed into the well. Okay, I have a thing. Pull your thing down. I gotta bring it up now because it makes best sense to say it now. Oops. Scroll over here. Where is it? Right here.
Well, what is it? The other entire squad that only survived was comprised of the cadets or whatever boys that we know.
I don't know what you mean. What other squad?
They were split up. Hanji and her boys.
Hanji's squad versus
Hanji and Levi's squad.
Yeah, and Levi's squad, yeah.
It's Hanji and Levi, and yes, all of Hanji's squad dies except Hanji, and Levi's squad is fine.
And actually, the one you're showing on screen right there was another moment where the two random characters that came in, I'm like, are they about to die?
Dear Lord. I mean, think about it for one fucking second from a storytelling perspective, right? About how much effort it takes to create characters that the audience connects with. And now think to yourself, like, well, let's just kill all of them in the next episode.
Okay.
Well, no, all the relevant characters are initially introduced. So let's see. The relevant characters that came out later that I can think of. Let's see.
Hold on. Let me just get my point across, and then you can go back to your fucking thing. So they're on top of this roof, right? And Kenny comes up and kills the girl, right? And was that Mika? Was her name? Whatever.
Her name was Nifa.
And then this guy dies too, by the other people, right? And then fucking Levi's talking later. This happened later. Levi's talking to Armin, and he's like, "Thanks to you, getting blood on your hands by killing the one person. Nobody on our squad ended up dead." I'm like, these two people died. What are you talking about? And then later on,
I thought, oh my god.
Later on, it was revealed that these two people were on Hanji's team,
Hanji's
team, and not Levi's team.
Yeah, because Levi's squad, they say in the first episode before this moment, they mention that that the people we know from the 104th Cadet Corps are now Levi's squad. After Levi's squad gets killed, fighting Annie, and then the next group of them gets killed in the second season or whatever. Am I remembering that right? Anyway, they specifically go out of their way to mention that the 104th Cadet Corps, the people we've been following, Connie, John, Historia, Aaron, all them, that they become Levi's squad. In that, and they mention it in the very first episode before that happened. So yes, but I gotta say, I really liked when I first saw it, when I watched it with Duo in the movie theater. I really liked that they inserted that extra element of like you start to feel confident in their ability to take on the Titans, because the last thing we saw was Aaron use the coordinate ability, and basically they have become very proficient with the ODM gear and stuff, and you really start to feel like humanity's got a chance, especially with the coordinate ability, right? And then the only outlier is the Beast Titan, right? But you think because of how they were able to wield the Titans previously, and they were able to go after the Armored Titan and create that, sort of thing, that it seems very likely that they could start to take back, ground and stuff, right? And then the first thing they fucking do in season 3 is they wipe out half of Hanji's squad with guns. Because all of a sudden, it doesn't matter how good you are at ODM. It doesn't matter if you can control Titans. If somebody's pointing a gun at your fucking face, they're going to blow it off, right? And I really liked that in the first time I watched it. In the second time I watched it, I still think it's a great storytelling mechanic, but that whole part where Eren and Historia get captured, I'm like, fucking get it over with. I want to get into the church and see that shit again,
Eren spends so much time away in seasons 2 and 3. I didn't even when I thought back on him, it feels like half of season 2 at least he was out of commission. In season 3, same thing. And once he's back in commission, he's knocked out for however many episodes. Once he gets kicked by the Colossal Titan.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it actually really affects his character growth in general, because the moment he gets the memories implanted in him, his character absolutely changes and stuff, but it doesn't feel like Eren changed as a character. It was just thrust upon him. So it kind of is a detriment to his him as a whole. I don't feel oh yeah, Eren, he's grown so much. It's he's consequential to the plot and the way that it works, the lore or whatever. So it's by the end of it, I won't be able to. Well, I don't know. Maybe season 4 he'll have a lot of stuff going on and changes, but up to season 3, it doesn't feel like Eren earned the oh, I've changed from being a whiny little bitch to oh, I've got all this whatever perspective or something.
So one of the endings, I swear to God, they show the fucking walls getting built. They show the Titans arm in arm standing there as the walls are being constructed around them. In the storybook style, right? Etching. Yeah. I can't fucking find it now.
I remember when Rice was talking about it. They showed
I was going to say
3 peaks of they showed the 3 peaks of the walls, but they don't show. I don't think they showed anything else like that.
Well, I was just going to say that the whole thing about Reiner being inside the wall, I was just assuming that Titan's head here, Reiner on the shoulder here. That's how I interpreted it.
Oh, maybe.
That he's not over the gate, that he's just, hanging out in a spot, where they're not occupying. Because they show them in the storybook thing, with their arm in arm. Kind of whatever. And so you assume that they're there. They're just not occupying 100% of every space. You know what I mean?
The Cool 2T says that season 2 ending. I also think the
that's what I was looking. I couldn't find it.
Ronan Joss says, "What's up? What's up?"
I have a question.
Okay.
You know how when they set up those traps or whatever for the Titans and they clogged up the wall or whatever to take back.
Yeah.
Yes, and Wall Maria after a year, they're oh, we purged the Titans or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
What was my question is why did the Beast Titan not return and stuff with Reiner and because they were already previously they've made attempts to get Pikachu, right, to capture Pikachu, but I don't know why they didn't come back at
so
there is an explanation.
Because the reason. It's super easy though. Think about it. The reason that they were able to get through the gates and stuff and create the situation where the Titans could go in there and cause humanity to deal with all this strife is because they had the Colossal Titan.
Oh, right. So
once they don't have the Colossal Titan anymore, it's fucking goddamn kids, they have to come up with another approach.
Specifically the Beast Titan and Rhina coming to capture Eren specifically, not en masse getting a ton of Titans in there because they're climbing.
The other thing that I think is kind of a loose end is if Pastor Nick says don't let the light hit it, don't let the light touch it when it comes to the Titan. theoretically, if you really wanted to fuck shit up, you would just
destroy
be
the wall.
breaking the walls and letting
I
the
was
light hit
waiting
'em.
for that to happen when what's his name? Rice Titan. I was like, okay, there's no way you're not on. He wasn't even at the gate, right? So it's like, dude, you're about to cross the wall.
So the shit with Rice must have happened within Wall Rose. That's the
I think it did, yeah.
It's north of the Utopia district, which is the bubble on Wall Cena in the north. So they must have been above that, and then he's coming down to Utopia. Yeah, is that how that's working? To get to Cena, the capital.
Wait, what? No one goes up to Utopia.
Okay, so where in the wall is the chapel?
My understanding, the chapel is in the middle circle.
It can't be.
Why
it
not?
Can't be inside of Walsena because where is Rod Rice going to? It has to be within Wall Rose.
Oh yeah, you're right. I guess it would be.
Yeah, because he's rushing towards Walsena and towards the unless that like square thing on the map inside of Walsena is in fact another wall, and that's what he's rushing to.
The square thing is the capital.
It's the castle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right.
To the nub. They needed the nub to contain the people to.
Yeah, but it was still on the outside of the nub. You could see that it was on. I'm
pretty sure they showed the city that Historia saves is Utopia district.
Was it?
I thought.
I don't think it is.
So I could be wrong because they do mention Utopia district when they're coming after Bertolt and Reiner, saying that's where Annie is. So maybe I'm mistaking it and thinking of the wrong thing.
Sorry, what were we going at again? Oh yeah, I said something about I was expecting him to open the wall, destroy the wall, and then cause chaos from the Titans being unleashed or something.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess that didn't happen. These walls are pretty resilient.
I'm just gonna say there's a reason that they didn't go after the walls.
Do you want to explain to me why you think I'm a fucking retard for this tweet?
Yeah, you were right, I guess. The chapel is above above the north.
I thought you were telling me I was right about this tweet.
the chapel is in the north side of the walls.
Yeah.
So it's up by Utopia.
Yeah. So
okay, what?
So this is the tweet I said. It's time for me to reveal why I believe Annie has a soft spot for Armin. I didn't want to say it in the original tweet because I thought it might spoil some stuff. At the end of season 3, the owl tells Grisha, to save Mikasa, Armin, and everyone else, you must see it through. These are two people who haven't even been born yet, right? So when asked for clarification, the owl admits he doesn't know who they are and wonders whose memories he's seeing, right?
Yeah.
This is crucial to understanding my theory about Annie. Rod Rice described becoming the founding Titan as becoming God. What we call that is God. There is no other word but God. In the anime, he refers to in the dub, brother. He refers to the founding Titan or the power that he's trying to give to Krista as omniscient. In the sub, he says omnipotent. Okay. Now, in biblical mythology, the God of the Bible is conveyed as being omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent, meaning everywhere all at once, and all times all at once, and all powerful, right? And so existing across past, present, and future simultaneously. Based on the owl's statement, I believe this trait isn't entirely exclusive to the founding Titan, but applies to all 9 Titans, meaning the omniscience, right? Having the memories, because he has memories of Eren, who hasn't even been born yet, right? Because they share the Titan power at some point, right? So why does Annie have a soft spot for Armin? Because she had a soft spot for Bertolt. Now, I think... So look,
I was trying to remember. I was like, I can't remember why I called you a retard. Yeah.
So in the manga, there are a few moments more than in the anime. Just like really subtle things where I think you could understand or interpret that Annie actually legitimately does have a soft spot for Armin, or that because he says something to her about her being nicer than she lets on. Or
So
something.
why
He
does
has
she have
couple
a soft spot for Bertold
So-
when she's in a
so it's
crystal
not-
and
I
he's
should have
like
I should have phrased it a little differently. It's not specifically that she had a soft spot for Bertold. It's that my interpretation, and maybe I'm wrong about this. And again, this is just my theory, but my interpretation is that all of the founding, like all of these titans, are connected, right? There is something that draws them to each other, and that the connection between them has almost like not a hive mind specifically, but like some form of like, I don't know, destiny linking between them. And so in season 3, Sasha and the others give Marlowe a hard time for not realizing Hitch was in love with him. I believe the dynamic between Hitch and Marlowe is somewhat similar to Bertold and Annie's, meaning that Bertold was into Annie but never spoke to her. And I think that inversely, Hitch was into Marlowe but never, made it clear to Marlowe, right?
So
and
by saying this, you're inferring that because she understands that Bearhole later is in Armin, she spares him?
Yeah, I think that there's some form of connection similar to what's going on here that might be what caused Annie to feel some sort of resistance against the idea of killing someone that she could have pinched and squeezed his brains out right
This
there.
is what I say to that theory at this point. I would have squished him so he doesn't eat Bearhole. How about that?
Yeah, but I don't think that she specifically knows. It's not like a cognitive thing that says, "Oh, this guy is going to be a problem." I just think that there is a instinctual resistance to kill the ally because she's interpreting like she cognitively perceives Bertolt as an ally, and when she's given the opportunity to kill Armin, some sort of feeling is giving her resistance to the idea that she should kill him. Even if it's just a minor influence, it's enough to spare him, right?
If that were the case, I would have think that the instinct is to kill him more so he doesn't kill Bearhole, but I don't know, that's my interpretation.
But you're interpreting it as though the hive mind is smart enough to know, like on a completely conscious level.
Well, no, you're saying it's more like a passive instinctual thing, and I'm saying the passive instinct would be the inverse, if anything, in my opinion, to that interpretation.
Okay, all I'm going to say is I'm not going to answer your question, except that she doesn't like Bertolt. At no point does she like Bertolt.
So again, I tried to connect it a little bit, I probably shoehorned it in a little too much because I was trying to talk about the dynamic between Marlowe and Hitch. But more specifically, it's not about Annie liking Bertolt. It's about Bertolt liking Annie. In this situation I'm talking about here, where Marlowe doesn't realize Hitch is in love with him, I'm saying that it's reversed here. Annie is Marlowe and Hitch is Bertolt.
Yeah.
And that it's the feeling of longing or compassion for this other Titan form that is being perceived and what do you call it? Influencing Annie's relationship with the Colossal Titan. Not necessarily with Bertolt specifically, but with the Colossal Titan. And so therefore, I'm saying that the way that this like whole Titan thing seems to be working, which again, there's no like exact science to it, but just from the clues they've given you, my interpretation is that there's a little bit of a connection between Annie, because there's the feelings that Bertolt has for Annie, and those feelings influence that Titan ability, like the spidey sense of the Titan. And that Annie, when she's given the opportunity to kill Armin, feels some form of weird like resistance to the idea of killing him. And also because he's completely helpless to do anything in this moment, there's no reason for her to, feel like not killing him is going to be a major problem, in this instance.
Here's
right?
an alternative interpretation is that Bearhole liking Annie, well, he's dead now, so he obviously can't do that. But now that his memories are in Armin, it's the ultimate ship because Annie allegedly likes Armin and Bearhole likes Annie, and his memories are in Armin. Therefore, if they ship, the ship sails, then it's a home run for everyone.
So, let's say, yeah, okay, I guess there's not much more on it, but other than the excuse to include the image to try to connect all the dots. So I will say, real quick, last thing, I will say that in the manga, I noticed something that I'll fucking duh, right? When Armin is talking to her in the alleyway, the thing that he says that actually transfers her perception of whether, like, her decision making is that he says, please, Annie, you need to help us. They're going to kill Aaron.
Right.
And the whole thing is that she needs to capture Aaron. And if Aaron dies and it transfers to somebody else, then like their plan gets even more complicated. So like her willingness to help is almost certainly entirely because of that. That I can't let Aaron die. I have to take this chance.
It'll compromise the mission and everything up to this point. While we're on Annie real quick, this is another thing that's like, thinking back to it doesn't make sense in the same way I was mentioning. Doesn't make sense for some of these people looking back to have zero lenience in like, oh, I can't tell my comrades who were trying to do this against. I'm wondering if looking back, if it makes sense for Annie to like, you know, just be fine killing them all. Actually, it might if she's part of the devil blood ideology of, oh, they all need to die. But you know, she literally was like swinging that guy by the strings and stuff, like unnecessarily cruel and stuff. And then you show the flashback of her being like, "Oh no, I don't want to kill Marco." Right? So I'm just wondering how much of a contradiction things are if it's like she's all.
So I'm not convinced that she didn't want to kill Marco. Because what actually happens, and they show you in season 3, is that the only reason they have to kill Marco is because he overhears them. And so being slightly careless and letting Marco overhear them created a situation where they got to clean up the mess they made. And so I think
worried that their whole thing is compromised.
I think it's more likely what she's worried about is if somebody sees what they're doing to Marco, then they have to kill even more people. And then the lie gets harder and harder to cover up.
I don't think so. I think that she legitimately did not want to kill Marco at that point.
So that's the other theory, is that Bertolt specifically mentions when he's in the arms of the armored titan that all the experiences that they shared together, like, they're not a lie. Like, I deeply cared for all of you, but like nobody, he specifically says nobody wants to have to kill everybody. Nobody wants.
I feel like that actually gets like somewhat negated by his unwillingness to negotiate and then going with the ideology of like, you all have to die. It's like, what?
So I think we're going to learn in season 4 that. Right. So I didn't want to make a big fuss about it when we talked about season 2, where you were talking about the moral gray area with Reiner. But I think you're going to get that in season 4. Like, again, I haven't seen it, so I'm not like spoiling anything. I'm just saying that I think what's going to happen, because I know Reiner's in.
There's definitely a moral gray area of like, oh, Titans aren't inherently evil. Which, by the way, the Titans aren't inherently evil. Thing that they brought up. I love
that line from Ymir when Krista says, "Yeah, I'm sure that the Titans aren't going to be concerned with that while they're trying to eat me." And she's like, God damn, couldn't you just let that go? We're not so bad once you get to know us. Like,
oh my god. Oh,
just quickly before we get away from it, when Annie pulls up the mask and sees Aaron and she doesn't attack him, I think that's
Armin.
Armin. I think that's, oh, you're one of the people in my scout crew, or cadet crew, and that's why she leaves him. And the only reason that she crushed
Dude is
Reiner?
because she knew he could regenerate
Reiner
at Mach
is-
speed.
is because she didn't crush him, and he wrote on her hand.
Pop. Come on.
Yeah. So the Cool TT had a comment about that. No, I'd have to scroll up now. We skipped it.
My follow up for the thing is Titans aren't so bad. My question is why do they have the instinct to eat people? Like I'm sure that either that's been explained and I kind of forgot, or that's going to come up. That's like one of the remaining mysteries, especially to this theory of Titans aren't.
Pop
so
is a sound when you make when you swat your hand while coupled or cupped while cupped.
Pop is also the sound when you squeeze a water balloon until it pops.
It would say slap if she squeezed.
I will say this. Okay. Not that. Oh fuck! I already deleted it. Oh no, I didn't. It's up here. The katakana does not say pop. It says buttes, which could. It is not the typical. It is not the typical Japanese katakana you would use for a popping noise, but it could be interpreted as a squishing noise. So I suppose there is a possibility there that squish could be, like could be the hand getting cut. But I really think that the intention here is that they're showing you that she's squeezing Reiner, because what would happen in a situation like that is that you mostly have internal damage rather than external, right? Like, yes, you're going to have a rupture here and there where you split, but most of the damage is happening internally. And so his healing ability isn't necessarily going to show as much what kind of damage he's recovering from, because he's mostly just going to get his form back and then heal up his internal organs and all the stuff that's all squished around or whatever. Anyway,
all right, can I go on to
please
thing now?
Sorry,
what were you gonna say, Finn?
I don't know. I was going to continue on what he was saying, or let him continue what he was saying. The only thing that I have to add is like how the Titans aren't so bad syndrome. The thing going for them is that they've heavily hinted at like the regeneration ability applying to more than just themselves, but the environment. So like that giant Titan at the end, or sorry, the remaining Titan at the end, when it was crawling, you see the grass growing immediately up behind it. You saw the flower growing
at the end. You mean Rod Rice's Titan?
No. At the very end of season 3, there was one Titan remaining in Walmaria. They left it, and you could see the grass immediately growing right behind it. And you could also see the flower that grew when Titan did that horrific transformation in the courtyard. Remember?
Okay, so hold on. Is this before or after the ocean stuff? When they get to the sea, it's got to be before.
It was right before. They got to the ocean.
It's
right before.
Oh yeah, the huge one, that is like moving very slowly on their way to the ocean. Okay.
They very heavily hint that, oh look, the grass is growing behind it. Oh, and then
I don't know if that means anything because it's moving so slowly.
Dude, you don't remember in the courtyard they showed a flower blossom that wasn't there before. They even verbalize it.
But that's the part where Aaron turns into a Titan to save the canon thing.
Titans in general have some sort of regenerative ability that seems to exceed beyond themselves.
So you must be talking about this part right here. Hold on. Sorry, Randy.
They even verbalized in the courtyard scene. It's like, oh, that flower wasn't there. I think they said that, or I could be wrong.
Yeah, see, that's what I thought. So the grass specifically, yes, but here's something that you might not have realized. The trees, the little trees popping up in the middle of it, and the flowers in the middle of it. Unless he legitimately stopped moving. Like that could be what you're talking about, right? And then you're talking about the other part is when Aaron first transforms to stop them, save them from the cannon. that it leaves behind some flowers in the rib cage
There was a
area,
flower that was not
right?
there before that blossomed, and it was pretty heavily implied that like, why is there a flower? It's like,
But you're talking specifically about Aaron when he does the canon thing, right?
yeah.
Okay.
So I'm speculating that there's some sort of regenerative ability that goes beyond themselves, and that leads into the idea of Titans are actually not the devil.
Titans
they
are
built
climate change.
they built bridges and all this good stuff, right? That's something working in my brain from
They
what
built
I'm
the
picking up
pyramids. Okay.
Okay. Season 3 started with this cringe ass fucking picture. I hate the hair.
That threw me for such a loop in when I saw it with Duo, because I legitimately thought there was a time skip at first. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, the song sucked. I hated it. I already brought this up, but there's a gap between season 3 and season 2, like in air dates, and there's a huge shift in tone between like everything's happy-go-lucky at the end of season 2, and then in the beginning of season 3, it's like we're under attack by the military police, and like why, and then it's kind of explained that like, well, it's because Aaron used the coordinate, and that tips off Rod that like, oh, the coordinates in our walls, and now we need to change tactics. But it was still kind of a whiplash if you're watching it back to back. Armin dressed up as Historia was funny. He's gonna get raped.
That's hilarious.
All right, yeah. Actually, I'm a boy. Joke's on you. I'm into that shit.
Oh, gosh.
This was CG. Looked bad. Brought that up already. I thought it was funny when they're torturing
They talk specifically
guy.
about Ervin's dad.
Yeah, and they talk about like a teacher that got too smart. And a couple who tried to fly.
I thought that was going to turn out to be Armin's parents.
I believe it is someone. I don't remember who it is now.
Yeah,
but,
just because like
horror,
yeah, so they're actually showing you a bunch of shit relevant.
Yeah,
like that's
and a horror who screwed a man. That's Christina.
Krista, told you she's a fucking prostitute. Told you.
And yeah.
Well, that's why I said she's a whore, because I saw that. I'm like, oh, well, yeah, there you go. And then I picked up on that's Irving's dad retroactively when it's like the guy knew too much. And it's like, okay, it's obviously this guy, and they killed him.
Yeah.
But he did also speculate they killed him in the flashback anyway.
Real quick, I just want to address something that I thought the show did very well about the coup and about establishing Historia as the rightful heir.
Oh no.
Is that personally, I can't imagine in real life that you could just show up in England, for example, and say, by the way, hey everybody, just so you know, this girl right here's the action. She's the real queen.
That's what I was thinking.
You know what I mean?
Was like, because they even verbalize that. They're like, yeah, when they tell her that she's the real queen, then it's all over. And I'm saying, like, no one is going to go along with it, right? That.
So like I really like that because like, you know, I think Game of Thrones really sets it right with the line. I think Varys says power resides where men believe it resides, right? Meaning that you could legitimately be the rightful heir. Why does it keep sounding like I'm saying error? You could legitimately be the right heir of the throne, right? But people, their perception is like, yeah, and I'm the Queen of England, you know, kind of approach, right? So I feel like I understood them overthrowing the government and the way that they did it and everything. I thought that I'm on board with this. It would definitely create a little bit of like, you know, problems with the people. But I think because it was a military coup specifically, that the people would not immediately revolt or anything because, you know, the military are kind of scary because they got all the ammunition and whatnot, right? And then specifically having Historia come up with the plan and then being the one to take out Rod Rice in Titan form.
Dude,
that was so weird because
they were shooting in the dark, and she so happens to find the flesh piece that had him.
And how does the people on the ground know that she
know
hit.
that it was her.
Yeah,
They have
Like,
no concept
But
of like
regardless,
how Titans are a thing.
even if it was a complete ruse and somebody else dealt the final blow, even if it just happened to be a ruse, by her being there and being a part of the effort, them seeing her gives them the
Beyond the
they're
front
in like
line,
this
yeah.
traumatic experience where all of a sudden they're under attack, and then somebody comes and ends the tragic event happening, regardless of whether or not she actually was the one
I
to
completely agree, which is why I find it annoying that they set it up in a really weird way that's like way too convenient. And also, like Random 11 said, how they're like, she did it. It's like, what? They don't. How do you discern that? But
yeah, there
they
are
could
some
have,
things where
they
I feel
could
like
have had
a line where
could
they
just
said
had her
it was convenient that she actually did manage to be the one. Like, we were prepared to give her the credit, but it really helped a lot to sell the story that it did in fact end up being her to hit the piece that needed to be hit. Because I think as soon as
but the
she
thing
does
is
that,
the mass crowd of people, they don't know that she hit the random chunk that happened to have his spine in it.
No, I think they do, because as soon as
They do because they're like, oh yeah, she killed him, but they shouldn't. They shouldn't know that piece of information.
I don't know, because what ends up happening is as soon as she slices the thing, that's when the Titan's body starts to evaporate. Isn't it?
I don't think they can tell who's slicing what.
There was so much shit that happened there where they blow up the neck and like the chunk of chunks go flying, and a bunch of different people start attacking different chunks. And she happens to attack the one chunk that has the piece of spine in it that happens to kill him. But no one should know that was the specific chunk. Like, no one has X-ray vision and be like, that one.
But again, perception is reality. Right? So to them, the threat ended as soon as they saw her. Everything evaporates and starts to disappear as soon as she strikes.
Perception is everything. We only saw her angle. We don't see the angle where the other guys are. So they could have been.
There's a group of people that see someone else / a different chunk,
agree.
and that person lands in front of them. Are they going to think that person's the king?
I 100% agree, but what I'm saying is that because of how like social engineering would go, they would encourage the spreading of the rumors that were furthering the agenda they wanted, which just so happened to be really convenient because it ended up being her that actually took down the Titan. So that they would further those rumors, they would help bolster that. They print the story in the newspaper about that, right? And they feed the flames of that version of the narrative, and they subconsciously stamp out the other rumors. Like, I saw somebody else striking. It's like, that wasn't the piece though. That was.
Well, let's make something clear. I think all they needed to do was just have all of the cadets line up after the fact and have everyone celebrate them together. And then by virtue of being on the front lines, putting her life out there is enough. I feel like that's
what they should
all
have done if they were going to do that is have them show up and then kneel before her, like showing her the respect.
No,
and then everybody else would be like, what the fuck's going on? Is this the queen? I'm going to get down. Everybody kneel.
I mean, I guess they could have done that. Yeah, I guess if they're trying to superimpose that, she's the queen, but I feel like that would have been putting.
She lands in that like carriage or whatever, the cart.
Close
right?
to
Like,
it, yeah.
Historia doesn't like land on her feet, with the ODM gear. She falls and like hits that cart.
Which,
and
by
lands
the
in front of
way,
people.
the fact she landed on a cart, we'll just look past that real quick. Convenient as well, but
she studied up on her Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
I'll put it this way. The way I kind of felt with her is like she was set up with a T-ball. Like they just handed it to her. Like, I don't like, obviously we wanted that result to happen or whatever, but it's like, once again, she could have just earnestly participated and not have been like, ha ha ha, actually, we planned this the whole time, and we were gonna ruse it to make her look like the sole person that did it, or whatever. It's like, whatever. Why do you have to go that far? Anyway, let's let Random 11 continue.
This whole thing where they like tricked him into confessing by having the other guy read the script was hilarious. It was a very strategic move. The one downside is, as the guy that has to read the message, like, how can you not understand that this is equivalent to giving them the answer they need? Like, yeah, they're holding you at knife point, and like, oh, I just have to read the script that will make the other guy tell them the truth. Why, like, and then he's like,
The guy
you told
did
him the
actually.
truth?
Yeah, when the guy's like, you told them the truth, he seems like pretty like, oh my god, like it was such a horrible thing. I don't know why I was surprised about that.
Yeah, it's like you read the note. You knew what he thought you. He thought you already told the truth. Like he
might as well have said the
thing is-
truth if he
hold
wasn't
on.
willing to.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know, because I feel like they didn't necessarily tell the guy the reason they're having him read the note, that it's so that he would overhear it.
Random 11 saying partway through, once he realizes what he's saying, he'd be like, "What the hell?"
There, like, you have to be smart enough to be like, why am I being forced to be read this note? He has to know the guy's right behind him.
I don't know.
Anyway,
But there's a couple of leaps in like, you know, you have to suspend your disbelief a little bit.
Yeah.
You're Piggy.
You're gonna die here, Piggy. When they attack and they like surround that guy, and they're like, "Thank you for coming back. You saved me. I know I don't have to die. And we're gonna kill you." And then he's like, they tricked them and had
this
the
is
whole townspeople surround
this is
them.
Reeves' son.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I thought that was a funny line.
What, you're gonna die here, Piggy?
Yeah. As soon as this guy showed up, because I knew about, well, whatever, the background of our current situation, I started laughing my ass off. Just like, he's so sadistic.
Real quick, the Piggy thing. Literally, what they did for the military coup was just an upscaled version of that exact event. They basically copy and pasted the "haha, everyone was listening, bitch, you're ratted out," or whatever.
So I do feel like the whole thing with Reeves felt a little bit like that part is much harder to believe than the military thing, because the military thing was a ploy just to prove to the people in the military to get on board with the coup by getting a couple people on board and say, look, all we have to do to prove this is have somebody come in and say that the wall fell. And then all of a sudden, the response that they give you is going to give you everything you need to know. If they choose to be upstanding people, then look, Ervin will go and die, and we'll just say it was a mistake. The wall didn't fall. Whatever. You know, that's all we got to do. Right?
I thought Irvin was going to like inject himself with a Titan serum or something at one point. I don't know if it would have been there, but I'm trying to think of what his master plan was.
Well, they don't have the Titan serum at that moment. They don't get it until after they capture Aaron back, right? Oh, no, wait, that's... Yeah, because this is still before that, right?
At what point?
They don't get that until after Rod Rice and all that shit happens. They get it after that because they find
it must have been a later point. I had some other theory of what else he might pull, but then it was just simply like, haha, actually he's free now. It's like, so I thought there was gonna be a thing.
One of the big ass pulls is when they're trying to rescue Aaron and he's tied up. He sees that bottle labeled armor.
Hold on, we're gonna get to that in a minute. Okay. Whereas my choices got your people killed. Three of your people killed.
Referring to
I only remember 2 of the people.
Yeah.
I guess a third person was also killed. I don't know. I assume that's who he was talking about. Then the ass.
This is great.
Machine.
It's just. I didn't even know. Like, is he gonna feed him through his shit? Like, I don't understand how.
No, he has the thing. He's gonna feed him the shit.
He's gonna feed him backwards.
He's gonna
and then this tube is hooked up to his dick and puts that in his mouth. So he eats his piss, drinks his piss.
He's not gonna live very long through that.
This is Kenny's dad or whatever.
Hmm.
I thought it was funny that the sub calls it the Oriental clan and the dub calls it the
Eastern clan or whatever.
Eastern clan. I think
Yeah.
something like
Oh.
that. Yeah.
I thought it was interesting in the dub they refer to Mikasa as an Oriental, one of the last Orientals, but in the manga they call her something else. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but
In the sub they call her Oriental. In the dub it's not. It's the Eastern clan or something.
no, I'm talking about in season 1.
Oh, maybe in season
I
one.
do
In
think
season
they
1, the
did
people
say
who kill her
Oriental.
parents. Yeah, they call
I
her
do think they said
Oriental.
that.
There's another name for it in the manga. They call her like it's not Asian, it's something else. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head now.
This one frame is bad, but this whole scene of her like killing people in the
It's full of jank.
no, well, this one frame is bad, but the whole scene is good. I like
Yeah,
the
I
scene
remember
of
there's
her.
a
really liked it
sequence
too.
of some janky things under there. Real quick though, I remember when Zoe, she was flung with the strings, hit the pole, and everyone was acting so shocked, like, and it's like, what? She's not dead, and she wasn't dead, so I don't know.
All right, this is the
Yeah, they
armor
talked to her
thing.
like she's like holding her shoulder, like, oh my god, oh, it's the worst injury I've ever had, and it's like your back is probably more critically injured than your fucking shoulder.
So I didn't get this. This thing it says I got the wrong. Like they say armor on the next
It's the
frame, but
gas
anyway,
Titan.
yeah.
And Aaron can read it because he has the memories of the other land with the other language, right?
That could be.
Um,
Wait a minute. Oh my god. Oh fuck, you just blew my mind. No. If Reiner was a Marleyan, he shouldn't not be able to read the stuff that Ymir is able to read when she finds the can of herring.
That
Yeah,
is why I said during that time when we were talking, if you go back and listen to it, I said he was smart and didn't reveal himself and lied and said he can't read it. He was thinking ahead. He was like, oh, you can read this? I can't read this. Lie. I can read it.
Do you think he lied, or do you think he was in soldier mode, not warrior mode?
I'm pretty sure he lied.
I think he lied.
Because he knows that he can't blow his cover by being like, I totally know what this says, huh?
I just think it's weird he even brought it up. Like, why did he ask to see it to begin with and all that?
Well, he was just
Unless
like, what's
to
that?
confirm for her that, oh, she knows. That means...
Well, no, he was, if you go back and watch the scene, he was like, oh, what do you got there? Let me, like, oh, it's food? Let me see.
Yeah.
And then he's just like, oh, like, let's check out the food. And then he looks at it and he's like, oh, how'd you know this was herring?
So hold on.
It's
so
got the weird writing
this means that the castle that was quote unquote being used by bandits was actually being used by the Beast Titan, and that's a supply cache that he brought with him.
That's a theory.
The what?
So I don't want to be spoiled on this, but something I'm really hoping they don't cuck me on in revealing is why the Titans out there are able to move around during moonlight.
No, they said it in this season.
They said it because the moon is a reflection of the sun or whatever?
Yeah.
No, they just said that, well, yeah, they said that was a reason.
I mean, that's their
but
their speculation, but I'm
They-
pretty
they
sure
said that there were
90% of their speculations are like just saying what it is.
Yeah, they said that there was abnormal Titans that could move through the...
Right. There's a
That's
select
right.
set
That's
of
right.
them.
Something I noticed when I was rereading, when I was reading the manga, Sonny and Bean, they do a test where they put a tent over them, and one of them, I think it's Sonny, becomes lethargic, but Bean remains active even when he's covered.
Right. So that's probably
that's the real question I want answered is why is it that?
Huh. You're right. It's covered,
And then
so
she
it
also
wouldn't
says-
even have moonlight.
She also says, because during the test they find that Sonny was lethargic and Bean wasn't. Also, I think Sonny didn't react to pain stimulus, but Bean did, or something like that. I might have those backwards. I think I made a tweet about it, but
So like I don't know about the can. When I first watched it, it might have been a situation where the Beast Titan was using that castle as a as like a post, and it was his food. When I first watched it, I took away that it was like an old castle that was run down that was from before they put the walls up. And that food was in there that whole time. And
100-year-old herring.
And people just didn't notice.
I find it hard to believe they didn't notice, you know, because Utgard Castle like it's right there in between those villages and whatnot. I feel like it would be hard to, because it was within
makes
the
more
walls,
sense to
you know?
be it makes more sense to be the Beast Titan's cache. I mean, he was there, right? He was around the area.
Sorry, so back to the vial.
Yeah. It says armor. And why? When I first saw this, before I knew the rest of the season,
you thought it was another armor titan, and you could just make as many armor titans as you want, right?
Which would make sense because there's other colossal titans in the walls. But we come to find out there's only 9 of these special titans.
Right. I was so underwhelmed when I heard that. I'm like, what? There's only like 9 special ones?
So I was confused by this. I'm like, I don't know what this armor means. Is it just a hard, like, because once he drinks it, he gets the hardening ability, right? He's like mastered the hardening ability.
Okay, I have a theory. What if drinking this doesn't give him the armor titan ability kind of thing, but he does still get the memories of it or something, and that's why he's able to know, like Matrix download, how to use the hardening ability as soon as he has it.
I don't think you can put.
Well, I don't even understand. Like, knowing the fact about the 9, I don't understand how this is armor at all.
This
There's only
is
one armor
supposed to
titan.
be spinal fluid, right? And I can't remember. Do they just die if you get their spinal fluid?
No.
Okay, I get. Oh, no.
Well, but
you
if
are
this was-
correct. You can take spinal fluid from someone without them dying.
Because they use the spinal fluid of the Titans in the Marleyan Empire in order to create the Titans that they send off in Paradis. So they have a renewable source of it. It's kind of like when you get a, what is that called in like pregnancy, where you get a
You'd know more than me.
Oh,
embryo.
No. It's the
Stem
puncture
cell?
of the spinal cord.
Abortion.
No, it's called
Oh.
shut up. Hold on. Come on, brain.
Stem cells.
No. It's the thing
Epidural?
that they give it to women so that they
Isn't
can't
it called an
feel
epidural?
it. Epidural. That's what it is. Yeah.
Oh.
The epidural. So like that's an injection into the spine where they go directly into the spine as a way to numb your vagina area for childbirth.
I suppose this could be a previous armor titan users.
Or they harvested
spinal
a bunch
fluid.
of
Yeah, they just
armor
have it, but they
spine.
can't like use it because it's like there can only be one type of Highlander bullshit where it's like we can only, it's not gonna.
Well, here's the
work
thing.
I don't know.
necessarily.
Why would it give hardening abilities? So if you get like the spinal fluid of a colossal titan, do you get slightly bigger when you drink it? Like, I don't even know what the attack titan's special
This is
ability
the turns out it wasn't anything to do with the Titans at all. It's just Viagra and liquid
Viagra,
Yeah. So, like, coming from someone who knows the end of the series, I still don't understand this, so it's a mystery.
Well, as I read the manga, I'll let you know when this part comes up.
I thought it was funny that they called Krista the cattle farming goddess.
So real quick, I just want to say, you were mentioning how it's actually only 4 months from they get out of cadet training till they see Shadas again, right?
Yeah.
And you were saying it feels like there's a time skip. I feel like the character designs change dramatically between
I feel like
each
it
season.
might be just an art style thing.
Like they
'cause they
seem
also
to
don't
be
have the
much
thick
older.
lines.
Look at Jean Even Armin in season
He is-
3, like his hair looks different and stuff.
Yeah.
John is grinning right now, but they don't
he
have the
is
thick
making-
lines nearly as much anymore. The thick
It
lines.
gets
Yeah,
worse in season 4. Season 4, I feel like they went full tilt into manga.
Well, I mean, in
territory.
season 4, they have the excuse of it being
Mappa.
Mappa, but
Yeah.
I hated it, dude. I hated the art style change.
The thing
So
thing
much.
I'm not looking forward to is all the Titans being CGI in season 4.
yeah,
That's what I've heard.
it gets
Aaron's
better.
fighting
It's
for him.
through the season 4, it gets better, but right at the beginning of season 4, it's really bad. This scene when he's talking to Aaron's mom, it literally looks like he's 5 feet closer to the camera than she is, and they're looking past each other. Like it doesn't
Yeah,
look like they're looking
could see
at
that.
each other.
So that line that she says right there when he says, like, you think I thought he was special or whatever, and she says he is special by virtue of just being born or whatever, right?
Hmm.
So my favorite line in the series, as addressed earlier, is the part when Armin asks why he would throw caution to the wind to go outside the walls, and Aaron says it's because the world beyond the walls is my birthright. In the Japanese, he says, because I was born, right? I have it in my tweets here. Hold on, I'll show you right here. And this line that she gives is supposed to echo that because we're born. So this is the part right here. It's because I was born into this world, right? The original Japanese.
So I
says
get a
effectively the same thing.
participation trophy, is what it sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, you could interpret it as, like it's because I was born to do this or whatever. But the actual language being used is really just him saying, because I was born into this world. And that's effectively what Carla is saying in that moment. And I think, perhaps even Aaron's belief of that being enough to be special and it's like he has you guys overlook, I think, a lot of really meaningful character moments where that
You
whole
guys?
thing. Yes. Like you talked about the part where Armin or Levi says, because you bloodied your hands, we didn't lose anybody, right?
Yeah.
Of our squad, right? What's happening in that moment is that Armin has to come to terms with the fact that
He's
we are all
coping,
now
and
murderers.
Levi's trying to comfort him.
Yeah. And so similarly, like there's just a lot of really great moments where like
How am I
where
overlooking
Aaron,
that?
I'm just saying Aaron in season 2 has that moment where he's like, nothing has changed. I am still just as useless as I have always been, right? Nothing at all has changed. I still can't do anything, right? And it's just like these moments of the characters like dealing with this deep-seated, inadequacy feeling, right?
All
With
that
Armin-
shit about all that character crap was Footnam's problem with this show, not
Okay.
mine.
I'm just bringing up because you were pointing out that scene, missing the point of it, and saying like, it seemed like a bunch of people just died, right? I'm just saying.
We know
like,
why
Yes, I
he said it. It's
Okay.
Yeah,
just
I
that-
understood.
Fine, Randy, you're a genius, and you interpreted it all perfectly. Can we? Can we just go?
We-
All right,
We
gonna
were
move
just
on.
saying you're wrong. Someone did die, bitch.
Yeah, it was just literally right after he says
We were fact checking, okay?
after they died, he says no one died. And
Okay,
it's like,
can I show
okay.
2 things and then I'm done with my tweets real quick?
Okay.
Yeah. First thing, this I didn't recognize this when I was watching the anime originally. I just assumed that this setup here, when they
Was
try to
arbitrary?
capture her, was just something they had previously set up off screen. In the manga, they make it abundantly clear it's actually the fucking wagons. And Reiner makes a comment of like, I didn't see anything in the cargo we were transporting. Well, the cargo itself was built into the wagons, and as soon as Annie shows up, it shoots not just from the front, but also from the back. So the front hooks are going into Annie, and the back hooks are going into the trees and anchoring her. So I thought that was pretty cool, and I didn't pick up on that until I was reading the manga. And then last thing here, I mentioned this sequence. This is the first time we see the Titan blades being used against humans as opposed to Titans, and that it's not only that, but it's people that up until moments prior we were believing were on our team, right? Actually, as I was continuing to read, I realized we actually saw Annie use the blades on Gunther here, but in the anime, the way it goes in the anime, you can't really tell. I mean, you can tell obviously that he's being attacked, but it's not as visceral and gruesome because this is what you see.
Right.
It's all dark here, right? So you barely even really register. I just like it didn't even cross my mind that we had already seen it because what you end up really seeing in the manga is this like, oh, it went for the nape of the neck here, you know. And it's just more gruesome. Anyway, those are the last of the
real quick. I just remembered I missed a picture where so does ODM gear have hooks on both sides?
Yep.
The front and the back?
No.
Because
left and right.
Because
front side of left and right, yeah.
Levi deployed one from the back.
When?
In the second episode, throughout the whole. I have a picture, but it'll take me a bit to upload. But
here's the thing, though. Levi holds his blades upside down, and it's possible that he might have his gear calibrated differently.
Well, this is the sequence that took 6 months to do, and he was going frontwards, and then suddenly there was this one that was going backwards, and I'm like, what? How many triggers do you have on that thing to control this stuff? Good.
So you're talking about the part when he's escaping from Kenny's guys right at the end of season 1, episode 1, or season 3, episode 1, right?
Season 3, episode 2.
You're right. Season 3, episode 2.
Yeah. While you find that, I'm going to go through these.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it was revealed that the gear was tampered with, which I accidentally kind of spoiled in our first West Club. When you guys were talking,
I already knew that it was tampered with for some reason,
and I was like, "Oh, but and you had said something, and I was like,
yeah, in the Discord,
wait.
I said I'm starting to think that it was sabotaged on purpose." And you're like, "Are you stupid?" I'm like, "Yes."
No, that was later. During the first watch club, you had said something like something about the gear, and I'm like, wait a minute, implying that it was sabotaged, and I'm like, wait a minute, did they reveal that it was sabotaged in season 1? I thought that was like later, and I thought it was actually season 4, and you're like, so then I said, well, it was sabotaged, and you're like, no, it wasn't sabotaged, and I'm like, what? And you're like, it just didn't work, and then I was like, oh yeah, right, it just didn't work, and then even Reese, who had seen the show before, also said it wasn't sabotaged. And then once I clued in, I'm like, oh, I DM'd Reese, and I'm like, thanks, Reese, for covering that. And he's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, because it was sabotaged, and I just spoiled something. And he's like, oh, I didn't even realize. When was it shown that it was sabotaged? I'm like, it showed that the trainer guy had sabotaged it because he knew Grisham, and he's like, "Oh, I didn't even remember." I'm like, "You dumbass."
Yeah, he's barely rewatched anything. So this is the moment.
Hold on. We're not getting away from this. Then we're in our private conversation. AC's like, I'm starting to think it was purposely sabotaged, and not only did I bring it up in the first watch club, but now he's already admitted that he already watched season 3 all the way through. Yes, so it actually wasn't a spoiler for him. He would have already seen this, and now he's on his second watch through, and he still didn't get. So this fucking thing was
I am experiencing this in a very strange way because I'm reading the manga during my flights, and I'm watching the anime when I'm not flying. Like, so when I get off work at night, I'm watching the anime. And during my flights, I'm reading the manga. My perception that I thought it was sabotage came from reading the manga. And so I verbalized that. As far as I got in the anime at that point, I hadn't gotten to the part.
Yeah, but you had already watched
seen it, but I saw it.
And I had already said it in the first watch club.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing, though. The perception of things, right? There's so much.
I inceptioned the thought into your brain.
No. the way that your brain processes things, especially with this show and the first watch club, it's like there's so many goddamn thoughts going through our heads, right? That you could say something that's a huge spoiler, but if the way you say it doesn't register as a spoiler, it just in our mind gets interpreted as something that works for the frame of reference for what we have seen in the show so far. So if you say something, and I think I even corrected you, right, that the gear was broken when you said it was sabotage, right? And I said, I don't know if it's sabotage. They said it was broken or whatever. The gear, I think I went out of my way to mention, Shadis had talked about how the people in charge of keeping the gear, the quality check or whatever are going to like get their ass railed or whatever over it.
So this is, I believe, the shot. You just gotta wait for the hook to be a hooker.
So, I noticed actually that in the shot right before this, I think you can actually see a hook in the back. So it's possible because there are two triggers, right, on both.
Yeah, but there's one for the quick release, is there not? And there's also one for the.
Well, there's also whatever those things are on the outside of the triggers, like the trigger guard.
What's the question here? You just saw him use both forward and backward hooks in this scene right there.
But this is the first
clarifying.
time
Has this been established?
That you have the ability to shoot them backwards and forward.
Because let's remind ourselves, you've only got so many things to work with on the handles, right? Controlling it. So I'm just saying, I don't know if that's an asshole. What?
There's a handle. Push out for backwards, push in for inward.
So he's saying that this handle right here, that if you were to like flick that with your pinky, right, so that it's now in reverse mode, kind of like when you have a screwdriver and you can go forward and then flip it, and now it only goes backwards, kind of thing.
Yep.
You could do it. Wrench. I mean, there's two buttons there on it. One could be forward, one could be back, and the trigger could be eject the blade. I mean, there's so many. I think there's enough controls there for forward, backward, and eject.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how this is animated. Oh fuck! What the fuck? What the fuck? I never watched it frame by frame before.
This is what I'm saying. For 6 months, I kind of expected
more,
a bit better. But hold up. What I'm saying is, you got propulsion, you got forward hook, you got backward hook, then you got the controls to reel it back in.
Yeah.
Right. There's
this kind of explains how he's able to spin a little bit better.
Well, what I'm saying is that I don't even know what the hell happened there, where his hook was like twisting around with it. But so what I'm saying is that
fucking unreal.
Up to this point,
mm-hmm.
they haven't really established that back hooks were a thing. So
they're doing the background and him on the different staggered.
That really bugged me, is that there's a different frame rate for the CG background.
Yeah.
No, I don't think there is a different
frame rate. It might not be a different frame rate, but there's
just offset, and that's extremely that's how they do things. That's common. That's how they do things in animation, to offset it so that it gives more life than if you did them on the same frame.
No. Here the background is definitely on ones.
Now it is, yeah.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on Kenny?
Anyway, on Kenny?
Yeah, I don't know. We don't have to talk about it right now. Back to your thing.
Well, anyway, I was just wrapping it up. All I'm saying is that it felt like a weird ass pull to suddenly be like, yeah, there's hooks on the back, and Levi used it to get out of that one really particular shot. So
real quick, go back to that picture. So one of the things that they do a good job in the manga of explaining, because there's a lot more pages for like, when they go to the commercial break and they have like the available information about things. They have like full pages of stuff about the gear, and they talk about how the harness system for all the straps and whatnot are designed in such a way that the load of maneuvering is actually distributed throughout the whole body.
Oh,
And
yeah, that's
so
what the straps would be for.
right. And so they do a good job of explaining that actually it goes like all the way down to like under your heel. That's where the majority of it is being put.
That's
So
why,
it's-
as gay as the designs are, it makes sense to have the
Mhm.
straps. The one part that's gay though is the overcoat looking really short, so it just looks gay. And then
well,
the
the
color
overcoat
scheme is
needs
like
to be short so that it doesn't catch up in the
that doesn't change that it looks gay. That's all I'm saying. But and then the coats are like a light brown, and then at most the most colorful you guys like the green cover thing. I'm not a huge fan of like the aesthetic of the like color choices and the gay look of the the straps everywhere, and the short whatever coat. That's a preferential thing though. I understand that.
Season 2's intro, second intro. Sorry.
Totally agree.
Season 3's second intro sounds like
fucking
season
horrible.
2's intro.
It
but
sounds no. It
worse.
sounds like the first.
Yeah,
episode,
they
the first
just
intro in Japanese without any German.
Okay, whatever. It sounds like they're redoing one of the older intros.
Yeah, I
but
agree.
worse.
It sucks as an intro.
You threw in some spoilers about the key, not because you knew about this at the time.
It's the
when
most
we were
logical
talking about it,
conclusion, though.
that
Like
the
the
key
moment you
wouldn't
see
work
he
for the
says,
door.
yeah, the moment you see that, you're like, okay, well, it's probably for like a box.
Yeah.
Well, I
So
think
you
that's
freaking
I think
do.
that's a really clever thing though, because if
Is
it was
'Cause
the
I
key
said,
for the seller,
just type Hulk smash your way through the door. You don't
well,
need
yeah.
the key.
But if it was the key for the seller, it would be like you would easily miss the clue by making it something that is the key to the actual thing you need to find. It ensures that he keeps looking until he finds it.
I thought this was really good art.
So real quick, I just want to say I have a tweet that I'm going to be putting out in the future about this. As far as I can tell, the story behind like the like outside world stuff. Obviously, you've got Nazi Germany and the Jewish
Garden of
stuff,
Eden,
right? Yeah. So this is a combination, I think, of Norse mythology with the Erd tree, or not the Erd tree, the Yggdrasil, right? And then the tree of knowledge of good and evil from the Garden of Eden.
It's funny you keep pronouncing it Ymir, even though it's pronounced Ymir, and you just pronounced it Yggdrasil when it's pronounced Yggdrasil.
Yggdrasil, whatever. So I'm pronouncing it Ymir because that's how the characters pronounce it in the show.
That is not how the characters pronounce it in the show.
Okay, that aside.
Okay. Anyway, yeah. Continue. I'll put the tweet out about
it. The ending of season 2 also had a lot of this imagery of the like devil
the
thing,
artwork.
and
yeah,
it had to do.
It makes you
more
feel
with
like it is like a folk book or whatever.
Yeah, the season 2 ending had to do more with the new Ymir as opposed to the original Ymir, but yeah. So this is
Aaron, what's his name? Aaron.
I don't know how the fuck that happened.
Aaron
Hughes.
Kruger.
Right. Freddy
I don't know how I pasted that there, but anyway.
That's not you.
Oh, you snuck in. You snuck into my room.
I identify as Random 11. Okay.
You need to turn off streaming mode in order to make the names show the whole name.
Yeah, that's all right. I was the only one that posted in here, so it didn't matter. But anyway, so I just wanted it to be more compact because it was irrelevant. But okay, so this didn't make sense to me. So the owl says that he had to let them turn Grisha's wife, who was the royal person, right, into a Titan because he was afraid that they would use her as a cow. But then he kills everyone around her, and
including her.
Like no one else is there that would have taken her to be turned into a cow.
So when he says turn her into a cow, do you think what he means is that they were going to
plow her, yeah,
breed her, like for more royal stuff?
Would she be better off giving birth to children for the enemy her entire life?
Yeah, because they need the royal family in order to.
They need the royal blood. I mean, there's some spoilers that I'm not going to get into.
For the same reason, Rod Rice needs Astoria to be the one to eat Aaron, right?
But yes, that is also a case. But there's other reasons too that they would want a royal bloodline.
So my interpretation here is that he wasn't actually planning to kill those guys.
100% he was. If you think about what happens.
I don't think so.
He is at his wit. He is about to die. He's at his 13-year limit.
So my theory on this is that he didn't come to the decision to give up until what happened when Grisha started to talk to him about his sister.
I disagree. Because he set up the whole thing about the sister. He orchestrated the whole thing for Grisham to become his successor. Right? When his sister went out to play with him out of the walls, he was the cop that found them. And then
he was the cop that didn't kill her, though.
Correct.
It was the other cop that took her.
But he was the cop that found them, right? And then he let the other cop take her away. And he said in this talk right here, he knew that the other cop was going to kill her. And he wanted Grisham to see what that would see that part of life and understand that those people are pieces of shit. And to learn what it was like to go outside the wall. And he fed them information. He set up the whole
I don't know, look
underground thing. He gave them the girl like that.
No,
his wife. The owl introduced the wife to that whole underground group.
Right, but think about this. So what he says when he says that he couldn't let them find out that she was part of the religious family or whatever is he stops Grisha from saying it. Right. He could have killed everybody and let her live, but he still needs to turn Grisha into a Titan and have him eat him.
Yes.
Right. And if he left somebody else, ready to be there, like, first of all, he's going to turn Grisha into a Titan and have him eat him. And then Grisha's just going to eat the wife.
If he's going to kill all the people anyway, right? He can kill all the people and leave Grisham and the wife, and then turn Grisham and push him down under the wall.
Yeah.
And then jump down with him and go get eaten.
Yeah.
And the wife can stay up there.
What that will do is the same reason as to why they have to have the guy that they don't turn start running first, is that it will leave Grisha there. Because he's going to eat the wife instead of chasing after.
No, he just ate.
She's up the wall.
He just ate the owl.
No, because the freaking Titan.
Oh my God!
So you're suggesting that because he'll turn back after he eats, but then there's no drive to continue forward and go and do what he has to do. He's just going to stay and fuck around with his wife.
There's some other plot points from season 4 that explain kind of what happens. I still don't think that it makes sense. But
anyways, gentlemen, I gotta have work today, so I need to take off. But
all right.
It's been fun.
Laters.
But
I don't know what the world would look like if they were allowed to keep that wife alive. But the reason he says is because would you rather see her have to give birth to a bunch of children for the enemy? And that's his explanation for why he let them change her into a Titan.
Think about it for a minute.
And he ended up killing all of them anyway, so they wouldn't have been able to turn her into a living cow.
So what's going to happen alternatively? He's going to take the wife and go all the way to the wall with the wife?
Why not?
And then what
he
are they
went
going
all
to
the way
do
to
when
the
they
wall.
get there?
if he got eaten and at any point during his walk to the wall, he would have died, and like his Titan would have been given to someone else.
Yeah.
So like the Trek wasn't a freebie. And
yeah, but
so
he could turn into.
And he could
the
equally
attack
turn
Titan.
into the Titan and protect his wife while he walks up to the wall.
Because honestly, if we're thinking about it for a second here, the
Now
freaking,
he did have some
the bearded
amnesia. I don't know
Titan
if
could
that
have
was
become the attack Titan at some point if Aaron hadn't done it in his belly.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know if I lost track of what I was going to say.
Well, all I'm going to say is that I agree with Random 11 in that it's like, if she's going to die anyway, at least you can at least take the plunge of going with your wife, and if you don't make it out, well, so be it, but it's worth trying. Plus, why did he go out there to the wall anyway? Why would he take that risk then?
See, this is the thing. This is why I feel like it's significant that the Titan he's able to control is the one that is the royal family or whatever, or noble or whatever the fuck she is. I forget. Right? Like, that's why I felt like that mattered when it turned out that was the Titan that ended up being the one that ate his mom. Which, by the way, I don't know why, but every time, so you had mentioned like it looks like Armin, right? And every single time I thought of that Titan, I for some reason did not picture it with blonde hair.
Really?
Yeah, until the moment when it turns, and I'm like, yeah. And then I went back and went, oh yeah, sure enough. The hair is a little darker, but it's definitely not black like I was picturing it, like Aaron's hair.
Well, what is it? The moment she was about to turn, I'm like, oh, she could, in theory, be a Titan that's still out there. And then I'm like, well, she's blonde. And I'm like, oh, no, no. And then it was the one that is mom. So I'm like, oh, so she's dead.
Take a quick tea. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Well, I was going to say that is more pertinent for Brad to hear is that I still have a big hang up with how convenient it was that Titan happened to be simultaneously the one that killed his mom and the one that is part of the noble like bloodline. It's like that's awfully convenient, and especially since what you're saying, how they aren't like drawn to each other by like the coordinate or whatever stuff. Like there is no explanation. It really is just luck.
Correct.
And because of that, it was able to manufacture the narrative of like, oh, look at this cool ex machina of like, oh, he's able to use his fist and control all the Titans and all that.
Yeah. It was a coincidence, although I think it was a needed coincidence because had that Titan not been the one that ate his mom, he wouldn't have like bothered to punch the Titan.
So I'll roll it back, rewind for AC.
Mm-hmm.
So I was saying how I'm still, really.
Okay, hold on. Before you get into that, I have
Okay.
2 more seconds, and then I'm going to be done with my thing.
Sure.
So there is a reason for this. That is not what he's saying. That's kind of like a hand wavy dumb reason that is going to be explained in the next season, and has to do with this line here of how he knows who Mikasa and Armin are. But I still think that it's kind of stupid. But I'll just say that. And then that's all I have. Unless you wanted to see more of this. I don't know. Nothing.
So the rewind that I'm gonna that I was saying when you were pissing was I'm still like bothered by how it's so it was a coincidence that the noble bloodline Titan ate his mom, and therefore because of that, drunk guy that's why drunk guy was involved with that Titan. And because Aaron had ED, he was struggling and unable to help him, and that's why he was. And then when he punched that Titan, all the stars aligned. Like it felt like a complete manufactured thing to make it happen for the sake of making it happen. They could have not given him ED for one thing, and they could have gotten.
Do we ever learn like
why he has ED?
Why it's so difficult for him to transform at some
I
time?
was expecting. So it's funny you say that, Brad, because you said like how the lightning bolt symbolizes like part of the transformation or whatever. Make it sound like within up to season 3, they explain 100% how it works. But they didn't. Well, I assume now he knows because he's got the memories inherited.
The lightning is not in the manga at all. It just goes boom across the screen.
Right.
So he couldn't transform at that time in the second season's finale because he was still recovering from being damaged.
Okay. Yeah. So I was going to say, so there are a couple theories I have, right? They claim that he needs like a clear goal in mind. Right. And so they address it a couple times, like when he can't transform because of when Annie first turns into the female Titan in Stohes, right? That Mikasa says, are you struggling because you don't want to come to terms with the fact that your comrade is, our enemy? Kind of thing. Like, so there's like some parts of that where I can understand where he's having a little bit of trouble because he doesn't want to have to fight his friends, right? And he's like almost in denial over the whole thing. By the way, holy shit, they changed that for the anime too. When Annie stomps on that tunnel and then Mikasa and Armin decide to go out and go in opposite directions and stuff.
Yeah.
In the anime, Eren gets like pierced like through the chest with a plank of wood, right? Yeah. And he like, and then like turns into the Titan while like pushing the plank through his chest or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. That doesn't fucking happen in the manga at all. Like he just manages to turn into the Titan after struggling for a little bit. Right. But yeah, in the part where he's unable, he's got the Titan ED or whatever. Random 11's right. That happens right after the part where he fought.
But you saw the Zoe trials where they're testing his stamina. It's like he's still able to form a Titan, but it's weak and pathetic.
True.
But what I'm thinking is, it's really funny because I was led to this theory because I guess a negative spoiler from you, right? Because you're like, because of the transformation. So I'm thinking it's like, most often you see them using something that's made of metal. So I don't know if it has something to do with conducting. Like
everybody uses a knife except for Eren.
Yeah, but so that's why I'm thinking circuit. And now that I think of it, you know how they have the lightning bolt, whatever memory thing when...
Oh, actually, Annie doesn't use a knife. She uses the ring. But yes. Yeah, it's metal.
Yeah, it's still metal. But what's her name? Krista, when she's like memory whatever with... or even it was Rice giving Eren his memories back.
Yeah.
They had that like whoosh. It was kind of, if you really think about it, it's kind of like the lightning bolt when they're Titan transforming. So I feel like maybe there is some sort of mental thing that creates that circuit. Like he focuses his Titan energy through his wound or something. I don't know. But that's kind of what I was thinking. Do they actually like fully explain it? Random 11 in season 4, or are we?
No.
Wow. Oh.
So I will say that
my interpretation is in season 2. I don't know about the earlier time when he's fighting Annie, but I didn't go back and rewatch season 1. But my interpretation is in season 2 he can't transform because he's still recovering, and
I think that's accurate too, because in season 2 you missed the scene on your watch of season 2 when he fights Reiner, and I think
watched it.
Yeah. But in your initial watch, you didn't see that, so you didn't see everything that transpired and how much damage he took and how much they almost accomplished, but by the skin of their teeth, kind of thing.
They waited until like all of his stuff grew back, though, so I figured that's probably enough time.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, like the way I look at it, like it's kind of like when I was a kid, and I was like kind of getting into Dragon Ball Z. My brother was talking to me about like their power levels and stuff, and how like they have to have enough ki to even be able to do the Kamehameha. And I just thought,
like, what's ki?
That's stupid. Like, I hate that. Like I want my superhero to just be able to use their power all the time. Yeah, that's dumb. You know what I mean? But in reality, it's like when you grow a little bit older and you kind of realize that, there is a exhaustion level or whatever that you won't actually be able to continue to perform with certain activities beyond a certain level of expending yourself. You know what I mean? And so it kind of makes sense that you would need. I mean, I'm just saying, like when you're deciding to have a what's the proper YouTube safe way to describe it? When you're going for multiple rounds in the bedroom, sometimes you just need a sandwich in between, right? so I'm just saying it kind of makes sense. Like
they even said that Bertolt couldn't transform into the Colossal Titan more than once, in a while.
See, and that's I think that depending on the size of the Titan you are, like I think Ymir could do it a lot if she wanted to, because she's only transforming into a smaller Titan, right?
Yeah.
But for Bertolt, it's like, fuck man, once every week maybe. You know what I mean? But he also kind of said like he the reason he didn't transform when they were running away is because his Titan's too slow. Like they would have been able to catch up on the horses easily because he's so fucking slow, right? Also,
yeah, maybe,
this is the Titan from actually maybe it isn't. Maybe this this isn't it. Because that's Zoe Hanji, not well actually I think it is the Titan.
Yeah, I think it is. But they do mention that he can't transform that often. And with Ymir, like she could transform earlier than Eren, but if you remember, like she was knocked out, like she used her powers that night before, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she had a lot longer recoup time.
By the way, do we understand the rule of like what determines whether or not someone's Titan form can talk, or is it they all can do it and they just haven't up to this point with like Eren and stuff? Or should I just wait?
I think it's just a matter of practice.
Well, like, why is Connie's mom able to see something?
Connie's
I'm really
mom,
looking. Why is Connie's mom able to say "Welcome home"
as a Titan?
Yeah.
When did that happen?
In season 2.
She said that as a Titan.
Yeah. Right in season 2, when they go to his village. And the mom is like a Titan with really tiny arms in the house. She says, "Welcome home," right? But like with
I
like
completely forgot that.
Yeah, and then Connie's like, "Oh my god, that Titan just spoke to me. It sounded like my mom," and like all that stuff. And then they eventually go back and they look at it with the portrait of his mom upside down and whatnot, right?
Which, by the way, we still don't have an explanation of that, right? The spontaneous humans just turning into...
Yeah, so something I really liked when I was reading the manga...
That does get explained.
I was looking...
I assume it gets explained, right?
Because I was looking for... I wanted to go back and grab some screenshots from the actual show, but I was wondering about whether or not the rubble from the houses was on the outside, indicating that they burst out rather than in. And in the manga, all of it is on the outside, from what I could tell.
I think it even maybe that was a small spoiler. I think it was explained, although it may not be until next season.
They explained in like season 2 that they're like, I think that was Connie's mom.
Well, it's pretty it's pretty clear that the Beast Titan
Hanji tells one of the guys to go back to the village.
No, Moblit goes in her place because she's too injured, and he says, "Like, you stay here, I'll go investigate."
And he goes to check out the rubble, and that's what he finds. Is it not?
Well, they find the portrait of Connie's mom, and they hold it upside down while looking at Connie's mom, with her head back, and realize, oh my God.
I thought they also figured out that the rubble was on the outside.
I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering.
I had brought that up last podcast or the podcast before last, and that might be what's filtering your.
Well, there's also another part where they talk about the rubble being on the outside.
So I got another thing here.
Can't quite remember though.
Funim, you know who this is?
Is that his mom?
Yes. So tell me, why in this scene does she have short hair?
She's got Aaron's face. They fucked up and they drew Aaron's face.
This is the part when when they're about to get to the cellar and Aaron's remembering being kept out of the cellar, and
That's
his
what I was
mom
gonna ask is like, what?
his mom saying that Aaron's dad kept his work tools there or whatever in the cellar.
Yeah.
Right. And I was just thinking, like, why the fuck is your hair so short? Oh my God. Ah!
Were they just trying to symbolize to us that, oh, she looks just like that, whatever, that the person that Grisha ends up eating? Actually, that doesn't have any relevance at all.
Frida?
Owl? Oh, Frida? Yeah, maybe.
Frida doesn't look anything like Frida. Looks more like this, if anything.
Frida. Well, yeah, that's. Huh.
Also this part.
Yeah, I thought that was Aaron too.
The first time I watched it, the second time I watched it, I had to rewind and watch again, and I'm like, oh, it's Mikasa.
I don't remember my impression of seeing that.
I did the same thing.
So one of the things,
she's in frame for like 2 frames.
Yeah, and he is like waking up, and then she's reacting to him yelling while waking up, right? Yeah. So you think she's the one yelling?
So how do we feel? Well, not you, Randall 11, you know everything, but so how do you feel about them just arbitrarily being like, yeah, so Titan users live 13 years because they can't live beyond the original, I guess. Like
and again,
I can't have a feeling about that.
You're not allowed to have an opinion. Oh wait, I guess you can.
The original is not the Ymir that we're watching in the show, right? It's the original progenitor Ymir, right? The one that's like this one.
The non-original has lived 60 years before she became a human again.
But I think that
yes, it's the progenitor Ymir.
But you could argue, I would believe you. I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying, how do you feel about the rule? Who cares which Ymir we're talking about?
It's a dumb rule.
It seems arbitrary, right?
It seems like a random thing for the sake of making it dramatic or whatever.
Yes. So one thing I do want to bring up is I think
it also means that 2 of the 3 main characters are going to die.
Period. Yeah.
So I like this aspect of the lore and the world building.
Crap. I didn't tell you guys my predictions. I think that's how I'll cap it off.
Okay.
And it involves these boys.
Real quick, there's 9. I'm gonna call them Prime Titans. Okay. And so this would be, not that you can see what I'm counting, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If you count
and
the
she's
2
the 9th
on the right, and then she's the 9th. So I'm guessing she's the founding Titan, right? And you can see the life strands or whatever coming off of her head.
Well, they
and
said
going to all the other Titans.
No, she's the coordinate. That's the paths.
Yeah. Founding Titan and the coordinate are the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever. So,
but the strands are called the paths. Okay. That's what I'm getting at.
The reason I'm sharing this to begin with is because I thought it was really cool how they've got the 9-sided star, and that's the symbol that's replacing the Star of David on the armbands for Grisha and his sister when they
I thought that was a bit on the nose, having the star armbands.
Yeah, but I think it's cool that like the world building around there being 9 of them, and that this is how they represent them by the 9-sided star. It seems like something that a civilization would in fact do. Like it feels lore accurate for a simple shape like a star to represent the 9 points, just like how the American flag, the stripes represent the 13 colonies, right? And the 50 stars represent the 50 states, right? So anyway, I thought it was a cool, from a vexillology point of view, so to speak. I thought it was a neat idea, and I just think fucking love the design for the Wings of Freedom and all the different sort of designs that they came up with to represent things. Just feels so rich in the world building.
So what is it? Are you ready for my predictions?
Yeah. Let's go for it.
All right. So as it stands, my predictions for how the show will progress and what it will end up at this point in time is basically there will be a giant conflict, a final battle, an all-out war that's going to have high casualties, and then it will culminate into something to the effect of all of I called them Mighty Titans. They did have a name for it. I forgot what it was. The Mighty Titans re-emerging together to create the original Ymir, and then somehow bringing a solution to everything, and then maybe all the Titans cease to exist and all the walls come down to create the army of millions of Titans, but afterwards the land will be free of Titans, free of walls, and everyone will be finally free, I guess you could say. But at what cost? Because all the people who are Titans are now dead.
So I think personally that the story is going to have a tragic ending. I think that the thing that they're
the one that Footnum just described is pretty tragic.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. I think that what's going to happen is that as they continually strive forward, they're going to be hit with more and more roadblocks that show them why this future with freedom that they want can't happen. And I think that Aaron will eventually go through a similar arc as Erwin, where he'll have to give up on his dream because, time runs out or whatever ends up happening, puts things into perspective, right? I think if I could have one thing happen in season 4, I want to fucking cry over what ends up happening with Reiner. I want the backstory and everything in the reveal as to why Annie and Bertolt and Reiner and Marcel were on the mission that they were having to be so justified that it fucking
That's what
hurt
I'm saying.
For why they had to do what they had to do, because they do not seem to enjoy what they have to do. They're doing it out of a sense of duty.
It'd be so annoying if it was
pretty
as
sure
simple
season
as the
3
devil
explained why they were doing it.
Are you kidding? It's the devil blood thing?
No, I'm
okay.
There's a scene where I'm pretty sure they outright explain it. I'll bring it up next.
My other theory is because obviously they want Aaron for something, and I wonder if it's they need Aaron to merge with all the Titans to create the Ymir Titan.
Oh, I'll explain that right out. They already told you why they need they explain that in season 2, so I feel justified in explaining. They know Aaron's the coordinate, so they want Aaron because he's the coordinate.
Mm-hmm. No shit.
And what they're just gonna be like, they're just gonna civilly let and be like, all right, Aaron, do your thing, boy.
Well, the coordinate has control over all the Titans, so they want the coordinate.
Oh, so they want to eat him, I guess, yeah. And then use the coordinate. But
they actually don't want to eat him. They have somebody that they need to bring him to so that person can eat him. No?
Well, he's not going to confirm.
But I'm just saying, like, that seemed like... Because Annie could have eaten him. He was in her mouth. Right?
Yeah, which, by the way,
the armor titan could have eaten him. He was in his mouth. Yeah. You know? Bertolt could have swallowed him when he came down. You know, so there's something else there. Like, they needed to bring him to someone. Possibly the Beast Titan, but not sure.
Their goal is to bring him back. That was for sure.
And I think the idea is that they need to bring all 9 Titans back to the Marleyan Empire or whatever. So Anyway, let's go over the chats and then
I wouldn't.
wind this out. Are there spoils?
Yeah, there's kind of spoilery stuff.
Would you like to curate the chat
them
to avoid us being spoiled?
I've kind of brought up most of the ones that are not spoiler, but I can go over them. How's everyone's weekend? It's kind of late.
Oh, that's a spoiler. Oh, Jesus
God
Christ.
damn it. The weekend is over. It's 2:04 a.m. That spoiled my bedtime.
The walls are extremely hard. I forget what he was saying that, but yeah.
Why they don't target the walls, I guess.
I think this might have been about the whole thing about maybe Reiner being where he was in the wall or whatever. Or why, maybe why they don't break open the wall and just let the Titans get the sun.
This was a joke about you saying that Annie liked Bertolt or whatever.
So I was interpreting what you were saying as like that he should have had another kid at a different time. I didn't realize you were saying, you know, as soon as Historia went off to become the part of the cadets. I thought you were saying like at the moment 5 years later kind of thing, as soon as Aaron emerged kind of thing. I thought you were saying he should have another kid there.
Her going off to be a cadet and the
when Aaron's like identified or whatever.
Yeah, I'm saying during the Trost conflict. I thought you were suggesting that he should have rushed out to have another kid. At that point. I didn't put together you were saying at the moment the wall started to fall or whatever.
As soon as he sent Historia away, which is after Shiganshina, that's when he should have had a new kid.
So here's a question though about that.
Joke. He does everything except have kids.
Well, yeah, but here's a question about that because like he already has like first of all, what makes Historia not legitimate is the fact that the woman is a whore, right? Just it was some fling that turned into we have a kid, right? But who is he supposed to have a kid with if not like where is he going to find some random person? Does he need to
Literally
they need
any woman?
Does it have to be like do they just need to be married and then Historia's she's not a bastard?
Historia's mom isn't.
They just need.
I know, but the people like Kenny and them were coming after him, right? And like I feel like he's got like heavy scrutiny on him that it would actually be difficult to find somebody. They would probably try to do everything they could to prevent another bastardette from being born.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's I don't fully get why Kenny killed the whore mother and tried to kill Historia.
I want to say it has something to do with Uri, the brother of.
It could. I have a vague memory that he brought up the noble families when he was talking.
He got really upset with Rod Rice when he mentioned something about Uri, and he says like, "Don't you dare say his name" or something like that. Like, how dare you talk down about who he was or whatever. I don't remember exactly what he said.
Yeah, that whole plot, we didn't really get into that, but that whole plot line of him like wanting to become the founding Titan because he wanted the serenity of being a pacifist. He wanted the control of the first.
Oh, Kenny?
Yeah. He wanted the control, like the first king to take over his will and make him into a pacifist so that he could see what Rod's brother saw when he looked out onto the world. I thought that was kind of interesting. But obviously he can't because he wasn't a royal.
So. Yeah, so the way I interpreted that was more like he wanted it for another reason, but that was another thing he was thinking like, I can't wait till I do it because on top of all the other ultimate power I'm going to get, I also want to see the world the way he saw it. Like I also want I kind of read it.
I think that was the only reason.
It might have been. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Because he was like a man that was for killing, right?
Mhm.
And then he went to go kill Rod's brother. I forget his name.
Uri.
Uri, sure. And then he got spared, right? And then even as he was getting spared, he was like pleading with him, like, "Don't kill me, like, don't worry, like, but then I will kill you." And then he was like doing some weird, like, talking. And then Uri's like, just like, "Nah, like, you're all right. You be my friend." And then they became friends. But his perspective on life was so like, I must kill everything. I don't understand your perspective. And so
Well,
that was his goal, was to get that perspective.
I think part of that,
how I took it.
I think, like, the way I interpreted why he became friends with Uri was about the fact that I think in Kenny's mind, the noble family, including Uri, hated the Ackermans, partially because they were immune to the brainwashing and stuff, and that's why their family lived with such persecution and all that stuff. And so he was ready to kill and wanted to kill them almost like as revenge for what his family's been put through, right? And then when Uri decided not to harm him, I think he really fully 100% expected that Uri would kill him, because he believed they hated him and his family as much as he grew to hate them, believing that it was their hatred that caused them to be so persecuted, right? So I think that like really did like a pattern interrupt with Kenny's thought process and forced him to realize that, you know, Uri didn't really hold ill will against the Ackerman clan, you know? And I think part of wanting the power of the original founding king or whatever was that he could undo the persecution being done against his family. Like, that's how I was interpreting
Well,
it.
that persecution already started to lift because of Uri, right? As soon as he became part of the internal police, he made a comment about how, like, Ackerman hate subsided a little bit.
That seemed a bit weird to me, that he was like a mass murderer of MPs and suddenly he's like, you know, in the squad. It's like,
and so real quick, Levi's mom was also a prostitute, yeah?
It implied that she was a prostitute, yeah.
Yeah, just making sure. So a couple things I've got here, just since I have them here. I was going to make a comment about how this blood on Levi didn't evaporate.
Isn't it his own blood, or am I stupid?
This was when he fought the Beast Titan.
Doesn't the blood only evaporate when they die?
I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure. You know, maybe just something I saw. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I wonder what's up with that. Also, the Beast Titan, his ocular connection to the Titan goes into his ear behind his beard instead of up to the eye. And I was noticing with Bertolt and Reina that theirs go to different places than Aaron's do as well.
This one goes to his cock.
Yeah.
By the way, so I guess I almost forgot. So you were talking about how in season 3, you are not going to expect what Irvin's doing. He's going to like sit you down and make you realize how much of a retard you are. Like, are you talking about the suicide mission? Like,
who said that? Did I say that, or did
I was talking about the coup?
Are you kidding? That's a copy paste mission that they did previously in the very same season.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, the coup, all they did, the setup was that they admitted to it in real time or whatever after they posed a fake out or whatever. And it's a copy paste of like, well, earlier they had that crowd listen in on the guys spilling the plot.
Honestly, I feel like that was a coincidence with Reeves, where they, you know,
that was a lot of people. I don't think they would have just been chilling there and hiding.
I don't know. It just felt that one I feel like weakens the impact. I can't wait to see where the manga goes and how that kind of goes. So it's funny. I don't know if you probably didn't watch my first impressions, But actually, I don't even remember if I left this in the recording or not, if I cut it out. But I mentioned the Reeves company guy in season 1 that Mikasa threatens, and they pull the thing away and Trost so that the people
I thought it was
can
so weird
evacuate.
that she's like, I've dealt with him before. It's like, okay, you've literally had nothing to the conversation. Like, she didn't do anything with the fact that she knew him. Like,
well, I thought it was funny because when I was talking to Duo about it, I said, like, I kind of want to see, because like Mikasa in that moment comes out so like, you know, liberal, hippy dippy, you know, anti-capitalist so to speak, and they're supposedly, you know, like they're purposely giving Reeves that, like, you know,
the stereotype,
money grubbing stereotype, yeah. But like I mentioned a Duo, like there is a, you know, logical reasoning behind Reeves needing that stuff to get through there. It's not just for monetary gain. Like, and so I mentioned, like, I'd like to see, and I honestly, if you go back and watch that video, I was actually pretty spot on with a lot of the things that I thought was going to happen in season 3. But it's funny because I didn't think I was. I thought I was completely off base based off of just seeing the first episode kind of thing. But I mentioned that I kind of wanted to see the fallout from not having those supplies go through that gate and Trost or whatever be significant, right? And have it like really make waves inside after they do that, because, like, you know, it seems like the right thing to do to protect the people, right? And I think that Mikasa makes the right choice, but there's a cost to the choice, right? And so I kind of talk about that, and I thought it was funny in season 3, like later on, they actually kind of bring up that he's the reason the people survived, you know, because the Reeves company kept that town alive, right, after everything that happened, and helped to rebuild and all that kind of stuff. I just thought it was kind of funny that I mentioned that, and it kind of like came to fruition once the rest of the season had come out to a degree. Anyway, are there any more comments we want to go over?
Historia had a ton of support from the church, a ton of support, and the church knew that it was true. So
this must be about like
legitimacy.
the believing that she's the real queen or whatever. Yeah.
And
the church, the wall cultists really started. They say they gained a lot of popularity after the
well, no.
years prior. They had a lot of.
By this, like, it's referring to the events that suddenly out of nowhere people would say, "Oh, this girl Historia, she's totally the one." So you're saying the church around would have suddenly overthrown the like 5 people in government or whatever?
No, I think that he's referring to, like, I was talking about how like power resides where men believes it resides. So if you just show up and say, "Hey, by the way, this girl, she's the real queen," right? I'd be like, "Yeah, right. Get the fuck out of here." You know what I mean? Like, why on earth should I believe you, right? And I was explaining how the way it plays out makes you believe that it could believably happen.
Well, because the church knew it was true, or whatever, the people knew that it was true. They were trying to suppress it, or whatever. The guys at the top.
Well, that may be why they killed Pastor Nick, trying to get that info that he gave to them about where they would go. And that's also, again, why they were protecting her, and why all of his nail beds were empty, why they weren't willing to talk, why he couldn't give them the info, right, except for to tell them, you know, you need to speak to Krista Lenz, right, and find out, you know, because she's, you know, right there. So I don't know. Like, I guess it could be perceived that way, right? Like he's saying, you know, that's why the church was so, you know, adamantly protecting her. One of the notes I wrote down was, are the pastors part of these special families? But as you showed in the screenshot, it's the Orientals and the Ackermans, I guess.
Well, like I said, there were other noble,
but they were just like bunched into noble.
That guy that's upside down on the background here wasn't an Ackerman or a Oriental, right? He's neither. Anyway,
So I wrote down this. I said in the very last shot of season 3, after Eren asks if they go across the sea and kill all their enemies, will they finally be free? The very last shot is Armin holding a seashell that looks to be for a hermit crab, but it appears it might be empty. Does that symbolize the freedom?
The
right?
empty hope.
Well, no, because like the shell kind of represents the walls. Like that's the safety, right?
Oh, you mean
And
that
in
they're
order
Giving up your shell.
in order to be free, you have to give away your safety, right?
Yeah. The problem is with hermit crabs is they had to find a new shell.
Yeah.
Right.
Um,
For this comment, if they were cadets together for 5 years, they see a lot can happen in 5 years. The Cool 2T says the 5 years were for Annie and Armin to fall in love too.
Something else I said here is something I find interesting is that the moment in the anime where Jean takes the ODM gear off the corpse to escape in Trost, that's not in the anime or in the manga at all. Like where he gets stuck on the ground in Trost and has to find a dead body to take the gear off of, and then like the thing is stuck or whatever. I said does not appear in the manga. Furthermore, they withheld this line where he mentions Marco's gear was missing, as though to lead us to believe that what happened to Jean could have conceivably also happened with Marco. You know, meaning why his gear was gone, right? Is that somebody else had needed his gear to get away, kind of thing. Yeah, so I wrote here, Armin tells Annie that she's actually really nice because she's trying to convince them not to join the Scouts. Ironically, he's saying this to her while likely knowing that she's presenting Marco's gear, because he says it at that moment when they're presenting the gear, right? At least in the manga. I don't remember if it was in the anime. I said, when it comes to the Titans that don't go dormant at night, we need to remember that Hanji's experiments found that Sonny became lethargic in the dark, but Bean didn't, and Sonny appeared to not feel pain, but Bean did. Also curious if we'll ever learn about abnormals, like what causes some of them to be abnormal and whatnot. Are the priests part of the families that are immune to the brainwashing from the First King? I guess I wrote that twice. Anyway, I could save these for tweets. I'll get some info out there later. Any more comments before we wrap up?
What? There are two arguments. What's left to hate? So I remember. So this goes back to what I was saying about Eren. How it's like it doesn't really feel like he's growing, and a lot of my hangups with him as a character is that he spends so much time either being angry on like a streak or whining. And I thought a really unnecessary place for him to continue to whine was after Krista decided not to eat him or do all that whole thing. She went to release him, and he's still just sitting, wallowing and being like, "Oh no, just eat me." It's like, bitch, you need to go and save them right now, okay? Yeah. I just thought it was annoying how he kept on moping about.
I think season 3 does explain abnormals. I don't. Like the question being, why are some Titans abnormal and some aren't? I don't think that's ever explained.
Yeah. I was gonna say, is it explained in season 4? So I guess not. So. Probably.
I mean, I could
also, are there Titan names like the Armor Titan and Colossal Titan? Like, is that the official title as well?
I don't know what you mean.
What I'm saying is, the Attack Titan, we learned the name of the Attack Titan from the horse's mouth, from the people who studied the religion and all this crap. Whereas Armored Titan, they literally have a name for it in episode 1 or episode 2 or whenever.
Well, I think this is kind of like Founding Titan and Coordinate being the same thing. Right?
No, not at all. I'm saying...
I get what you're saying. You're saying that Eren Kruger's the one who tells Grisha that the Titan is the Attack Titan, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he heard it from somebody who has all the knowledge and would know. But the Armored Titan and the Colossal Titan are the names given by the people being attacked by them. to describe
Therefore, if it's the exact same title as their official like lore title in the Bible or whatever,
Yeah,
that's
so
weirdly convenient.
it is weirdly convenient. And what's more weirdly
Oh, no.
convenient is that the female Titan is officially just the female Titan.
Okay, well, I will have to watch season 4 to hear all
That's
this,
a
but
very
I
small
think
spoiler, but yeah.
okay, but I think that the perception is not that out there the way I'm at least expecting it'll go down, that they will continue to call it what they know rather than like the ancient Norse name for it or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It depends on what syringe is used. I think the guy talks about how he likes to experiment.
Referring to the guy who got his sister killed, Grisha's sister killed.
And he does say like, I'm gonna use like a special syringe on this person, and like I'm gonna make you I think he says I'm gonna make you like a small Titan. Here you go, right? So they
You're a
do have
4-meter
different
Titan,
syringes.
The Moe Titan.
Do you?
Oh yeah, he also said the Moe Titan is like their true form or whatever. So is that like they're all actually 4-foot Titans from the beginning, and that explains?
No,
why
I think he just means that your true form is you in Titan form, saying like you devil bloods. This is what you really are. You're monsters.
So
I
as
think
like a slag
an insult
in that
yeah.
case. Well, actually, I suppose if they're devil blood, so that could obviously that seems to be the case of like why the random people randomly turned into the Chungus Titans.
Sorry.
What?
Devil bloods, huh? It's a very interesting take on the Jews. Like there's there's like this thing about like I don't know. I'm going to start paying real close attention to the next season about there's this whole thing about the Luciferian Jews. That first of all, Jews in general do not believe in Jesus, right? As the savior, he's just a prophet, right? And there are some sections of Judaism that are not about worshiping God. They are in fact about worshiping the devil, right?
Okay.
So I don't know. I'm just like, oh, interesting, interesting about how that'll all go down. But we'll see. I definitely feel like I remember early on when Attack on Titan was coming out, there were all these articles about how it's like what do you call it? It's a allegory for Imperial Japanese and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, and so what? I'm the person who I remember a bunch of conservatives on Facebook and stuff were arguing about how we needed to stop Iran from getting nukes. I'm like, but why though? Right? I don't know. At the end of the day,
do we have the monopoly on nukes?
Well, my personal opinion is that I think it's better if every country has nukes than if only a few have nukes. You know what I mean? It keeps everybody in check, so to speak, right? So, because the thing about nuclear warfare is that it's disadvantageous to be the country that strikes first because of how the war gaming is done, where as soon as a nuke is fired, like let's say Russia attacked us in the US, right? I guess you guys are in Canada. Let's say Russia attacked Canada for you guys.
North America.
The nuke, as soon as it launches, the missile systems.
You have like 50 other nuke countries that are just gonna.
No, as soon as that nuke launches, the country that it's going to will know what the target is and based on the trajectory and where it's going, right? And so on its way there, in the first 10 minutes or so, the place you're going to strike with a nuke is not going to be a civilian area. You're going to hit the missile silos containing the most nukes and tactical advantageous military equipment. And so that place, while that nuke is traveling through the air, is going to get all that military equipment out. They're going to evacuate it and also send all the nukes off, right? And so as soon as you hit the buttons there, then Russia now sees all of the nukes that are coming their way, and each target where those are going, and then all of those that's why it's like the mutually assured destruction. As soon as you strike, as soon as you push the button to have the nukes go off, basically all of them go off within 30 minutes, right? And then everything is leveled. All of your military is crippled, and you're done, right? And then it gets even more crazy when all the other countries start also getting involved, because eventually you end up with a cataclysmic event where mankind will survive. No, I don't think the fallout's going to be that bad, to be honest. People look at Fallout because of Chernobyl, but the reason that the fallout was bad in Chernobyl is because it was a nuclear power plant, and the isotopes are a lot dirtier than they are with nuclear weapons. Most nuclear weapons are hydrogen bombs, and the hydrogen bomb is actually detonated with an atom bomb. So the thing we dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, that's the detonator for the weapon that we currently have the most of in nuclear weapon terms, right? And so, but the isotopes are usually pretty clean, because you don't want to nuke a place and have it be radioactive for, hundreds of years, because then you can't use it. What you want to do is destroy it without destroying the infrastructure to a degree where you could roll into town and take it over, right? So
It's
basically
still
a week or
radioactive.
two. Yeah, it's still radioactive.
It's
but
gonna
after,
be longer than that.
I don't know. I think
Like
especially
Chernobyl. With Chernobyl, it's still radioactive. Like there was so much mass there,
but that's
and
completely
it's still
different than a nuclear
no,
weapon.
and that's what I'm saying. So I agree with you that Chernobyl is way worse, right? Chernobyl is still on fire right now. It's still burning. It's still putting out radiation. Whereas a nuke blows up once, but that radiation still lingers a lot. There was one of the test sites. There was this like Pacific island around where the
this is
Godzilla
where they cracked
movie.
the water table in Hawaii by testing the nukes, right?
I don't think it was in Hawaii. I think it was more Pacific Asia. But anyway, the island I'm talking about. But anyway, it might have been around Hawaii. But what the thing I heard about was they nuked so much in this area that this island of like, indigenous people had to move out. And the US government was like, all right, it's been like 2 months. I don't know. It might have been a year. I don't know how long it was. It was some amount of time that scientists thought, it's good enough. They sent them back.
And then they started having babies with like 5 arms and stuff.
Yeah, what they didn't tell them was they knew it wasn't safe yet. They just wanted to figure out what it would be like to go live back there. So they sent them back. And they also didn't clean the dirt. So like basically everything they
So the
grew
food
was
is
still
irradiated and everything
radioactive
as well, yeah.
Yeah, and so it was a shitstorm. And
but this is
you still
like,
can't go back to that island.
Yeah,
And
but
that
this
was
is
fucking 60 years ago.
Yeah, and what I'm suggesting is that the technology has been updated since then, right?
Maybe.
Like look at Nagasaki and Hiroshima. I mean, we have bustling cities there now.
But even if it was, okay, but that was one nuke in 2 spots.
Well, that's
right?
what Brad's saying is that,
and they were small
that
nukes.
Chernobyl has so much going on to it, and that island you're referring to also has. You're saying they put so many nukes.
That was
you're typically
the
going to
testing
experience
facility.
Like one.
Yeah, but so there's a difference. Well, okay, one, Chernobyl is like crazy different because it's still going on. But the island that I'm talking about, they were testing a bunch of bombs in the area, and I don't know how many bombs, but like let's say a couple hundred, which is a lot. But if we're talking about nuclear war, when once goes up, they all go up. We're talking about a couple hundred in
no. But see, the difference is that they're not going to send 100 to the same spot.
No, but the thing is, the U.S. like let's say it's all out nuclear war, right? And Russia
the U.S. successfully hits one in their missile silos, explodes all of them at once.
Well, I mean that could happen, but
no, that's not going to happen. That's precisely the thing that will not happen, because the second you launch that shit, they're going to know the target and they will get those nukes out of there and send them back over to Russia or wherever.
Okay, but regardless, let's say, right? Russia's like,
tactically, you would want like a suitcase nuke to get onto base and detonate it there when you're not expecting it, and then every nuke like in the entire facility goes off at once because you detonated a suitcase nuke. That would be the strategic method for which you would do that mission.
let's say Russia sends off a nuke, right? They're hitting New York. So then Canada, United States, some of the NATO countries, they all send nukes back. Then Russia's like, actually, I'm going to nuke all of you. And then everyone's like, who's fucking nuking who? We're all going to nuke New York. Right? Just for shits. I don't know. So now we have like 7 different countries, like China or Iran. Let's say they have a nuke. India, they're all nuking New York. Because. So now it's like, 7 missiles from 7 different countries are all hitting New York. So it's not just one nuke in that scenario.
See, but the thing is that realistically,
and then
New York is
some
not
nukes
a
are
heavy
hitting.
target. You're not going to hit New York. You're going to hit the military bases in outside Albany or something.
Okay, let's say they hit Washington D.C. Right?
Sure,
they
that's
hit Washington
much more realistic.
D.C. They also hit Ottawa. Okay, Ottawa is Canada's headquarters, right? Ottawa is like geographically not too distant from, like when the Quebec fires were happening, DC was dealing with smog. Like this is how close we are, right? So the fallout from, if the winds are flowing right, the fallout from Ottawa could still cut across the states and cut into DC. So like you're dealing with compounding issues here when you have multiple bombs going off all across the country. So it's like, it's not going to be fun. It might not be like nuclear winter, but it wouldn't be fun.
Well, I definitely don't think it would be
people
fun.
That are on the
I'm
other
just
end
saying
of that.
I'm just saying that the actual radiation will mostly dissipate over the course of 2 or 3 weeks in most areas.
See, now other missiles, they are fun. Wait, what? Which part? There's a couple.
Yeah, he said that. I thought he said it a while ago, but maybe only 5 minutes ago.
I don't know. I think the cope is that it's not, the nuclear winter is not going to be so bad.
No, I'm just saying it's not as bad as most people would imagine, because I in my perception, people think
it will be that bad.
People think that like they imagine Chernobyl when they think of nuclear war, but as we have seen from the nukes we've actually launched, that's not the case.
There was a worse place than Chernobyl. It had dust storms. Russia had to invent new buildings to contain the radioactive dust.
Anyway,
why does no one talk about that one?
Maybe it's harder to pronounce or less fun to say than Chernobyl.
Well, Chernobyl is still going.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a worse place that's still going. I think Chernobyl is the only place that's like they had to build.
Season of Chernobyl is pretty hot still.
They had to build like this huge fucking concrete sarcophagus for Chernobyl to stick on top of Chernobyl, and it was going to break down, and they had to build another one on top of that. Like it's otherwise the radiation gets out.
By the way, where the fuck is season 5 of Stranger Things?
Yeah.
Holy shit!
They're gonna be kids 40. Yeah.
I was gonna say those kids are gonna be Santa Claus age by the time that shit comes out.
Damn.
Anyway, all right.
I think we're pretty much wrapped up.
Yeah. Next weekend we'll do a podcast. The following weekend I'm going to be in London. And I have a tax appointment on Monday. So that Monday I get back. So the chances of a podcast after next weekend are very slim. And also during this week, I have to get all my tax shit done. So it's going to be hard to watch season 4. I'm going to definitely start at least, but we'll see. I think the flight to the UK is like 8 hours or more.
Yeah. So you're basically just saying the next podcast probably not going to have the watch club.
Right. Yeah. But also I'm just saying like during the flight, if it's like 8 hours or whatever it is, I should be able to read and get caught up on at least where I left off with season 3. So hopefully even if we don't do the podcast with the Watch Club for season 4 the week after I get back from London, hopefully we could still have a discussion about any of the like revelations that occurred for me, you know, with reading the manga stuff. But anyway, we'll get to that when the time comes. For now, like the video and share with your friends. All 22 very real viewers, I'm sure, are here. 11 people watching. Sound off in the comments. Holy shit. On 11 people watching on YouTube right now. Anyway, I'm going to end it here. Definitely leave some form of comment because I know you didn't fall asleep and you're definitely still watching. And I appreciate the watch time either way. But thank you. Anyway, we're going to play our wonderful Titan musical.
No place to hide.
The Titans come to protect us. Mama, stop this. Can't take anymore. Who will save us from this horror? Roar! Roar!
He tears through walls with rage and might. No end in sight, just endless night.
Oh, save us from the beast. Our hopes have turned to shattered dreams. Mama, hold on, I'll fight for you. Our shadows cast on crumbled ground. The Titans roar a deafening sound. No, Mama, I'll stand my ground. Won't flee to honor you. I'll fight valiantly. Roar, destruction in its wake of fury.